I want to bring into this conversation Bill Egan. He is the Chief Investment Officer of the Absolute Return Fixed Income Group at JP Morgan Asset Management.
Good morning, everybody.
We've had a wild ride in the equity markets. It's been quite a thing to see. These guys are stuck. Yeah. Given the inflation picture and the unemployment picture, they're smacking against each other in the wrong directions.
Yeah, what's interesting, Andrew, is 10 and 30-year yields are higher now than when Fed funds were over 5%. Right, so for all this easing, the long end.
We have a lot of videos I want to watch real quick. First one, don't think there's fear in the market from JP Morgan's Bill Egan. We have Tom Lee as well as Dan Eyes with 60,000 views on Nvidia. Market closed yesterday saying
it's interesting. And, inflation's not going away. I mean, as a small business owner myself, I see it every day. Particularly services.
Nvidia had a fake out pop out yesterday to 198 gap, failed below the trend line. It went from 198 to 174 after hours and came back up.
Transitory element. I can't believe
Good morning, Palace. Good morning, Wally. Good morning, Damien. Good morning, Zach. Good morning, Steven. Good morning, Vlad, Mike, Juan.
We've had conversations
good morning,
about trying to get prices down for housing. He said
Alexis,
nothing's going to come down until you can get construction prices down. 100%. That's where you're still seeing a lot of
good morning, Sid. Good morning, Shakima. Good morning, Donna. Good morning, Jerry. Good morning.
What do you make of the markets,
good morning, Anu, Constantine, Dill, Kevin,
that
Vin,
we're seeing?
Everybody.
I won't even call it an implosion because you're down 4 or 5%. There's a lot of volatility. It's happening rapidly, and we've been used to a market that's gone nowhere but up for the last.
He said you're down 4 or 5%. A lot of volatility.
Right, and I think the sheer amount of debt that's been taken on.
Hilarious.
Not only by technology companies, and especially in the case of a lot of the ratings arbitrage you see going on, like a lot of this debt is being funded through special purpose vehicles or synthetic risk transfers. In the case of life insurers, they're moving a lot of risk to captive reinsurers, and that creates issues and opaqueness. And,
good morning, Alexis. Good morning, Jordan. Good morning,
you have stream of liabilities. These life insurers do. They want to make as much as they can on their assets, and they want to do it in a way that reduces their capital charges as much as possible, right? So you move it offshore to a captive reinsurer, and you put a lot of private stuff in there that yields you a lot more. But the problem with that is, if you have an issue, and suddenly these annuity and pensioners want their money back or want to withdraw. And you got to dig into the less liquid part, then you have a problem, right?
So you think we're walking into a private credit problem?
I think we potentially are. Yeah, I think there's been.
What does that look like, though, to you?
Well, it's hard, right? Because it's so opaque, right? There's no bid offer. There's no active bid offer. Like, for instance, you saw what happened. You've seen what's happened with a few of the firms just over the past couple weeks, where
had a problem.
Renovo, which was marked at par on most people's books, suddenly just written straight down to zero because there's no bid offer. You don't know what it's worth until something happens, right? And then very often it's worth far less than where it's marked on the books.
A quick legal disclaimer. I am not a financial advisor. I do not recommend that you buy or sell any securities or investments. This video is for information and educational purposes only. Time is 9:27 on the board. Please consult your personal financial advisor before you make any decisions regarding your personal financial situation. This video is for information and educational purposes only. This video came out yesterday after market close. There's 71,000 views now. It says Dan Ives, Nvidia put up a masterpiece quarter and threw AI bubble out of the window. Let's see. Nvidia took a fucking dump on earnings, though.
Spend really the next 2 to 3 years, the last 8, 10 years combined. So I get some of the worries, but I believe the bears will continue to watch this AI party from the outside looking in as they continue to prove it out. And I think Street's underestimating numbers anywhere from 15 to 20%.
Right.
Next to 12
but is that not the bull case for Nvidia and the whole food chain for the infrastructure build out? Can it not also be the bear case for the Metas of the world and the Microsofts that feel like they're on this unending treadmill of having to spend, hoping that they get the return?
Yeah, and I think, but I do think it's a little more than hope, because the reality is that the use cases, if you almost put the pieces together, look at Palantir, look at MongoDB, look at Snowflake. So you see the use cases are exploding.
There was a 3% pullback on October 10th. They used that as a measured move for a right-side head and shoulder yesterday.
This was a table pounder moment, just like we saw with Alphabet as a table pounder.
Well, I was going to get to Alphabet because that's a really fascinating situation, how it's gotten revalued higher, tremendous amount of sponsorship all of a sudden of this name that people really had a lot of skepticism about not that long ago. Now,
cycle
their new model is getting raves, I guess, in terms of its performance, the new Gemini. And also, they did it, kind of with their own processor. So how does that play into the whole, NVIDIA at the center of this question?
Sure. Look, Nvidia obviously fueling its centerpiece in terms of one chip in the world, but the reality is Alphabet, you go back 6-8 months ago, New York City cab drivers bearish on it, right? So it's one, AI is ultimately going to destruct the model. The opposites happen. I mean, I think now...
This video trash. There's one by Tom Lee, 300,000.
All right, joining us now is FundStrat's head of research, CNBC contributor Tom Lee, also the chairman of BitMine Immersion Technologies, an Ether treasury company. All right, so Tom, you've heard what Steve had to say. This is, by the way, not unusual for NVIDIA, is it? NVIDIA, the good folks at Bespoke, your team, you've recognized that NVIDIA will often have these kind of wild swings following earnings, but what is your take right now on these markets?
Well, I think I'm going to kind of add to what Steve said. You know, I think the crypto market has been limping along since October 10th, because on that date was a negative shock. I mean, today's stock market looks a lot like an echo of what happened October 10th. But on October 10th, that liquidation was so big, Brian, it really crippled market makers. And our market makers are critical in crypto because they provide liquidity. I mean, they act almost as the central bank in crypto. And if they've got a hole in their balance sheet that they need to raise capital for,
I don't trust
they
it though.
need to reflexively
showing 950 as yesterday's low.
Reduce trading.
It's showing 950 as yesterday's low.
They've got to then do more selling. So I think that this drip that's been taking place for the last few weeks in crypto reflects this market maker crippling. And so in 2022,
what do you guys think is going to happen? Burn all these bears into 3/3 or burn bulls and go lower? I have no idea. Let's do a poll right now, off market open. Everybody vote what you personally think is going to happen.
In some ways, a leading indicator for equities because of that unwind and now this sort of limping and weakened liquidity.
Well, that was the point that my very, very smart team behind me, we put together for the top of the show, which was showing that Bitcoin turned down today before the market did. All right, take us back. So October 6th, I think it was October 6th or 7th.
Bitcoin went down before the market did. Yeah, we fucking called that shit out, right?
120,000. Now, obviously, Bitcoin's at 86 and change. So
I'm in SPY puts right now.
What specifically occurred on or around October 10th?
That shit funny as fuck.
That would lead us to where we are now on what, November 20th?
Yeah. Well, Steve actually pointed this out. There's a lot of what they call automated processes in crypto. One of them is called ADL, okay, and that's an automatic liquidation feature that would take place if someone's account or their collateral.
If they don't give me another red candle in the next minute, I'm out.
Like a margin call.
Time is 9:30.
On a specific exchange, a stable coin's price varied from other exchanges. It actually, stable coins just stayed $1. It dropped to 65 cents. But that only happened within the exchange quotes, within this exchange because of liquidity. That triggered an ADL, an automatic liquidation.
I'm targeting gap below real quick.
It wiped out as that spread across other exchanges, right? Because liquidations cascade. Almost 2 million crypto accounts got wiped out.
Bear trap, off market open. Time is 9:35 in 1 second.
Accounts.
So who is behind this? Like, who's the they in the
should be a classic bear trap, but things are looking bearish. Because of yesterday.
You know, Brian, I am aware of names, but because
9:30 HOD,
I'm not someone who wants to name names.
9:35 is deciding right now. Time is 9:33.
This error is actually essentially a bug, you know, a code error.
Slightly.
Because I think in retrospect,
I don't want to say they're going to go gap fill, but that's what I'm wanting. Time is 9:35. I'm not leaving because this candle's red. I was going to leave it. This candle's green, but LOD breaking right now.
This has resulted in a lot of market makers and traders having less capital, and as you know, as crypto prices drift lower because trading volumes drop, they need to then
this candle crazy.
Further. So this is then that reflexive.
Okay.
Oh man, I'm up $100.
I want to go back to this point, Tom. I hate the term glitch. I can't stand the term glitch.
Broke the LOD on QQQ.
You know, things
broke
go down
the LOD on SPY. Wind direction is south showing.
That's not a glitch. That's more than a glitch.
9:35 is bouncing, trying
to describe pretty serious automation issues, software problems, crashes, for some reason that they try to minimize. Is this some kind of a
Bear trap could be possible here off of 935
that's
market
causing
open.
part of this? I'm trying to follow exactly what you're hinting around about.
Yeah, I mean, Brian, it is. I mean, for instance, in 1987, portfolio
bear trap building. Oh man,
and
I was up
so did the
$400
Cascade
on
in
this spike and I
1987.
couldn't get out. What the
And so
fuck?
the industry learned. And
No,
then
I'm at
never
$20
offered
up.
that again.
No, I'm at $100
You know,
up. Oh my god, it's crazy.
2009, it was really the collateral wasn't secure in real estate in these
Wind
packaged
direction
subprime
showing south
mortgages.
off of 930 into
Now,
935, but
the
this is
industry
morning
learned, and
cycles,
they
so they could
recoded
decide
that.
to bear trap
I'm talking about Wall
everybody
Street,
off of
but then regulators
935
came in
floor
and
with
overregulated.
930 and run it
That
here
was the
into
negative
940.
effect of that.
We're
In
about to find
crypto,
out.
this code of ADL and the way they pull prices never going to happen again. The good news is we're not going to have
there's your candle
overregulation
dreaming,
in
that
crypto,
dream candle's coming.
but now we have to deal with that liquidation effect. 2022 was a big liquidation, and it took 8 weeks. But that is not
Dreamville cycles happening.
It is the nature of DeFi, where there is going to be code and there's going to be an error found. And
good morning, everybody.
Leverage is what's
still
dangerous.
bearish,
And so
thank God.
investors should not be using excess leverage in crypto.
Why am I being so fucking greedy here? A lot of bears here now. I just want to VWAP one more time. Why am I being so fucking greedy here? I could have scalped $400, $200, and I didn't, and now I want VWAP, and there's so many bears here now. Wind direction showing south, contracts are not moving now. Oh man, there's too many big whales now. Or something, I don't know. 2 minutes, everything. 935 floor. Until the low of that candle breaks at 933, they could break the HOD. Yeah, it's terrible. Just going bearish, bullish off of candles. One candles alone. They're about to flip and break the HOD. With the MACD and volume looks like. I don't know. They're pushing south off of pre-market, yet the market open pushing higher off of 1 minute, 5 minute MACD. So, let's see. IWM is above the trend line it broke down from. We have news that Fed news something reviving. Nvidia dropping on this. Man, Nvidia 170 is nasty, right? Losing. I literally said sub 180 yesterday, right into today, right? And they're at sub 180 and market is bouncing and Nvidia is going lower just like yesterday market open. We have former Dallas president or the recent president all coming out now. Boston Fed President Collins coming out on CNBC. I'll watch this one, I guess. It's still bearish looking off the pre-market, but I mean, they were, I guess, faking out bulls to go a little bit lower now. I don't know. I'm still in, so it's looking crazy, but looking
Andrew,
still
good
bearish.
morning. I am here with Susan Collins, the Boston Fed president.
MACD in the 5 is the only thing that looked bullish, but it's
delighted to be with you. Yeah, nice
933 testing.
Let me start off by asking, before we get to the whole rate discussion, which is obviously on the market's mind, about your outlook and how, say, yesterday's jobs report did or didn't influence that outlook.
So, you know, obviously very good to get the data, but it was from September, and it was mixed. It didn't significantly change what I'm seeing. What it showed is a bit more job growth perhaps than I'd expected, with a 3-month average of about 62,000, still really concentrated. At the same time,
in healthcare and leisure and hospitality,
in the same sectors it's been concentrated in. At the same time, the unemployment rate ticked up. That wasn't a big surprise, and some of that seems to be
I'm expecting a gap fill here.
So I'm still really focused on the weekly claims data, which I think helps to give a pulse of how things are evolving, because that was September, but really helpful to have.
I noticed what you're talking about too. There was this period of time when the job market was apparently stronger, where
this is the same shit as yesterday open. The realists remember those that were here from 9:25, those that were here from 9:30 to 9:40. They literally remember. Nvidia went lower yesterday. QQQ and SPY went higher with IWM, and then they started pulling back together.
And that does factor into the outlook.
So story is Bitcoin led SPY QQQ yesterday.
And so
they're gonna go gap fill. I'm at 2.3K. I'm waiting for one more candle here.
An outlook is really important, and with uncertainty
I'm out.
at the moment,
2,345. Let's go. Let's go.
I can tell you what my baseline is, but I do want to say that there are other alternatives around it that you can't rule out.
Well, there's not a few things that might go into that baseline. For example, there was a government shutdown, which apparently will subtract from GDP, but many things will bring back. Will come back in coming quarters. Give us your idea. Give us your idea of the baseline and where the economy is right now. How resilient is, for example, the consumer?
940 is trying to decide what to do. That's crazy. Our market sold that shit when they was fucking going lower and lower and lower. The last fucking 5 seconds, I guess. Holy shit.
And there's some more robustness in demand on the demand side, both overall for consumers and for
They're not gap filling right now. 940 is bouncing, trying right above
softened,
the gap. Why? There's people thinking on the gap. There's people thinking on run right now. So they're probably going to create a cycle before anything.
With the slower labor supply growth, also, the unemployment rate is still relatively low, and many of
bulls are still trying for something crazy. Algo range happening, I guess. Crazy work.
Remains elevated, largely goods, largely tariff associated.
Algo ranging. 940 rejected, 940 bounced. It did not go lower into 943. 940 bounced. Create something here.
Growth is actually likely to slow a bit later this year.
930 pushed lower to 935. 935 went higher to 940. 940 rejected. 940. 945 is here in 2 minutes.
That means unemployment might tick up.
With bulls and bears all stuck here.
Continue before the disinflation. Relatively benign scenario, and that's something that I'm quite focused on.
So
with bulls and bears all stuck here.
Let me just ask the first question.
That's crazy. I literally, I market sold that bitch right after I started, right after I stopped typing on the WhatsApp group. I said Nvidia went lower as the market went higher, just like yesterday open, and then started pulling back. And then the next fucking candle went lower for 20 seconds. Thank God. Thank God. It's crazy, bro, because right here it was at 2.3K, and right here it flashed down between 2.3 and 2.4. I was like, fucking I'm out. Fucking I'm out. I'm at VWeb, you know what I mean?
Overall disinflation that we were seeing, many months ago. And so I do think mildly restrictive policy is
there's a rejection candle here. They didn't even get to the algo range.
And that makes me hesitant as I look
something is showing, trying to show bullish, but things aren't saying, oh, it's bearish, bearish, bearish. But until it breaks this low, it doesn't even say anything. But like it could fly here. It's just showing bearish right now, trying to be bearish with some sort of push down, but also bullish at the same time. So it's looking crazy. Either this is an insane bear trap, or I don't know. This is looking. I don't want to. Man, it's just deciding. That's all it is. Everybody. Nvidia already went lower.
Weakness on, for many consumers, especially lower income, watching that really
look at this beautiful bastard, man. Look at this beautiful ass bastard, man, Nvidia. Oh my God. I'm sorry. Down, up, down, up, down, up, up. Breakout, breakout. Oh, down, bounce up, down. This is when I said, I think Nvidia sub 180 tomorrow, but I don't want to take the risk.
I think that the dialing down that we've already done help to address
what is
the shift in
IWM
the
doing?
risks that I had seen.
IWM is
And at
breaking
this point,
out,
I think
trying
we're
to
well
fake out,
positioned.
break out
So
above the
again,
bottom
I'm
of the
gonna look
trend
at
line
all
that
of
we
the
were
data,
playing with
and
the
if
entirety of
there's
the month. There's
more
something
evidence
important going on off of market
concerns
open
on
with
the
small
labor
caps
market
already.
side, I would certainly factor that in. But I do see hesitancy. You know, the
You saw that, right?
overall
Look at the
financial
5 minute on
conditions are on
IWM.
the accommodative
Bullish,
side, and
pushing
that's
lower
important
since
to
when?
consider
8:20
as
in the
well.
morning. When did I say that in pre-market, right? I said market's pushing lower since 8:20, but we're showing bullish in intraday right now. But it's bearish, so it's pushing lower, but it can bear trap everybody and run for a little bit and then go, but like it's bearish trying off of 8:20 a.m. right now. That's what I said in the pre-market. Those that were here, heard. Those that were here, heard.
I think a range of views is really healthy. And, you know, when you reach potential inflection periods, when
we have
the
137
data
people
are
right
less
off
clear,
market
and there's
open.
more limited
14
data, I
minutes
think it's not
into market
surprising that
open.
there's a range of views. And
Let's smack the thumbs up, baby. Thank you very, very much. We have a lot of videos we could watch, but we are also focused on the market right now. Hope people understood what I am saying. They are trying to push lower, yes, off of 830. But look, Jim Cramer is saying, coming out saying strong jobs reports could mean no rate cut. Like he's, you know, just feeding. Also, Fed Watch explains why September's job report no job reports could be bullish or whatever, you know what I mean? Or all these strong jobs, whatever, coming out. All these Fed news coming out while everything is happening now. Dana is saying Nvidia put up masterpiece quarter and threw AI bubble out the window while Nvidia is going lower now. Right? Tim Seymour says markets still have concerns around secular AI investments. I guess we'll watch this one too. We're going to watch both sides of the story. But all I am saying is though the people on the other side of the aisle, people on the other side of the island, the river, have been hoping on a scam ass bullshit, hypothetically speaking, since the top of when? The top of the J-Powell candle of October 29th. So it's been about 3 months. It's been about 1 month. So all I'm saying is people that seek out the truth in life will find the truth in life. People that seek out scam and bullshit will get scam and bullshit in life. No matter how they want to put it, no matter how long it is, it will always be like that. And I guarantee you, nothing will ever fucking change. No matter how much you hate me, no matter how much you love me. I'm just out here saying the fucking damn truth.
And a CNBC contributor. Help me make sense of these wild moves.
Not so faint of heart. I still think there's a question about tech valuations, although Nvidia's valuation doesn't really bother me. But and you've moved with a couple of the other, call them Mag 7s, as we do, where value is kind of interesting again if you're looking at Meta and whatnot. I just think there's this confluence of we still don't know what we're paying for and what it's going to deliver now as opposed to out there. I still think there is some sense of concern around circular investments. And even though for Nvidia as being a, call it an infrastructure story, an AI infrastructure story on top of its core business, I think it's probably
algo range and play most likely is what I said in the WhatsApp group. I'm not playing in the 330.
They kind of gave you what they told.
Time
you had a
is
chance for the analyst community
9:45.
to
9:45 is bouncing to 9:50 already.
Algo
Algo range is already in play. When did I say algo range might be in play? Literally 40 seconds ago.
When I'm looking at the S&P 500 here, the laggard is Robinhood. It's off by more than 7%.
Time is
But you've got
9:47.
Interactive Brokers down
Wind
more than
direction
2%.
is south off of
On the other
940
hand,
into
Walmart
945.
is
5
leading the
minutes.
S&P
Wind direction is
as
south
the
from
gainer
940
with
into 945. 5
5.8%.
minutes.
That
Let's
stock
see what
higher by
happens.
5.8%. Let's talk a little bit about Walmart and what it means.
I think they're going to show a little bit of bearish here. Then they might be bullish into December. They might be bullish into Christmas or some shit. That's what I think. I think they're using news. We're already at 653, so I mean it's already been done there. You know, $30 down. But
and I talked about the in terms of the investor group,
wow.
and so bringing it back over to Walmart
I said, right?
and where we are with the story. It's hard to cheat, right? If the market's worried about valuation,
bullish into the end of the year into next year, right? That's what he said. But I mean, I'm not going to speculate on that. But I'm saying things are kind of.
There's a dynamic here that I think is
been like
best
that.
of both
People
worlds.
that's been
Walmart
fighting the
is
trend has
giving
been
you
getting
both that investment into technology and maybe
people that don't
AI,
understand
but more
cycle
importantly,
analysis
really,
have
where
been getting the treatment
e-commerce and efficiencies have
every
paid
single
off.
day.
They've paid off
every
in the gross
single
margin,
week.
although the
every
gross
single
margin was a little
goddamn.
weaker here.
All right,
but I think category by category, we're seeing where Walmart is taking market share. But Walmart, more importantly, seems to be more focused on profit than revenue. And I know that's crazy for the world's biggest retailer, but that's part of the story here.
And 1/3, 2/3, 3/3 bears getting crushed already.
Maybe the more interesting part about the Walmart story, even though it's the move from the New York Stock Exchange to the NASDAQ 100 is something that embodies and signifies where Walmart probably sees themselves as a company. It also probably helps in terms of where you get follow-through from an investor base that are tracking the NASDAQ 100.
I've been in this situation going short. I've been the one stuck there. 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 Oh, trying to bug fly my eye. All I did was I just asked myself, what the hell going on in front of my eyes? And I literally tried to.
Is Walmart, do you think, a risky bet at these prices?
Cycle is going on. We have no idea if the bears are stuck, if the bulls are stuck. I mean, the bears are stuck big time right now off of 945, but the bulls are stuck off of big time off of market open.
The demographic story of the consumer, so the lower income consumer and the higher income consumer and the broader merchandise mix. If we start to get any kind of a growth scare, I realize markets overall might be sniffing some of that out, and that's where you would see a lot of pain across markets. But
I think my stream just froze.
Until we start to see that, Walmart is very well positioned. Again, we talk about massive investments into technology and where logistics and ERP and what has been brick and mortar for them for a long time is now really, really paying off and showing the difference between them and almost everyone other than Costco. But I still think Walmart is eating into Costco.
This isn't really holiday.
I need 2 minutes to... One second, I gotta delete some. I just ran out of storage. I bet. And this was happening in the morning open too. And I guess this is why, because I have so many goddamn videos stored. Okay. Should be good now. Wow. Sorry. That is terrible. Sorry, folks. I ran out of storage. I got a knock at the door. I got everything going on all at once. So give me 2 seconds while I get everything back up. Former Dallas presidents coming out.
Lots of Fed speak today. All of it hits as September's mixed jobs report adds some new uncertainty over whether the Fed will move ahead with the December rate cut. Joining us right now is Richard Fisher. He is the former Dallas Fed president, also a CNBC contributor. And Richard, we have talked so much about will they or won't they that it gets
I just downloaded so many things and all the videos I used to, I recorded for the YouTube, just never deleted, I guess, off my computer. So
to some extent on what the Fed does. How important do you think this will they or won't they question is for the stock market right now, or for the bond markets too?
Yeah, Becky, as I've always said, the Fed cares about the credit markets. They don't care about the equity markets directly. And I think the real issue here that so many people have been talking about is, will there be a divisive vote? Will we have 3 governors vote against Powell, or will the bankers argue the opposite? I think that's the real issue, to see what comes out of this meeting. And I think it's very important, Becky, to realize there's nothing new about this. 4 of the governors voted against Paul Volcker at one point at the instruction of President Reagan, who wanted lower interest rates. Volcker resisted.
Looks like they're algo ranging here as well. Inside another algo range.
And Greenspan had the same thing. There were 2 governors and 1 bank president voted against him at one point. And as you know, with Bernanke, we had several votes where we had 3 people or 4 people, not 4, 3. I was one of them that voted against Ben. And yet that carries the table, and what comes out is what's important. So there's an awful lot of focus on the Fed right here. The Fed is not responsible, in my view, for what's happening in the market. And if you want to go back and read some history, I'd suggest our viewers go back and read Kindleberger's book on panics and manias and the reactions to their four.
I'm waiting for a bigger cycle. Things are
separate dynamic that I don't think the Fed really plays much of a role in. There's too much emphasis on this, Becky. This is a reaction to an extreme rally that's taken place. Remember, the S&P bottomed at 666 during the great financial crisis. Where is it now? It's over 6,000. So put this in perspective, and I think this is just a reaction to overpricing underlying value.
We had a guest who joined us earlier this morning who pointed out that despite the Fed's rate cuts, both in this most recent cycle and in the last cycle right before the election, it didn't really move things on the longer end of the Treasury market. Didn't really move. In fact, yields moved higher despite the Fed rate cuts. And I guess that's the big question, too, is just even how much power the Fed has over things that
589, I guess,
that people would like to see done, like lower mortgage rates.
Number regained.
Yeah, Becky, Powell's actually talked about this.
I don't have yesterday's close marked off on the Qs.
It's questionable whether Fed funds really impact the 10-year Treasury. And as I've said to you and on this show many times, I'd be watching the Treasury auctions. The 10-year Treasury is still around 4% and has gone up and down
yesterday's
below.
9:30 open?
That's what's moving the markets, supply and demand. And I don't think the key interest rates that affect businesses who borrow further out on the yield curve are really affected by what happens with Fed funds. That is important to traders and to momentum guys and to algo guys. But
589 is a major number, major area we were using yesterday.
Fed funds have a limited impact.
This is almost the last area of support.
It's determined by supply and demand, particularly for the 10-year Treasury. And as you said, they cut 150 basis points. Those rates have gone up, have not gone down.
558.93.
So what would you do if you had a vote, Richard?
558.99. So HOD at 9:30 pushed lower into 9:45, 9:45, pushing higher.
I would probably be arguing here. I would consider carefully 25 basis points. And I'm sort of on the fence as to what to do here. We don't have inflation down to the point where
confirmation rejection, but this could turn into a massive bull trap yet again. We'll see.
And we'll hear this at the meeting from all the bank presidents, which is where the input's going to come on what's happening with the jobs market and inflation in their districts. Now that they don't have the data, the hard data, they're going to have to rely on the bank presidents to give the reports on what's happening in each Federal Reserve district. So I'd want to listen to that, Becky. And I'm sort of on the fence
about
5
minute push up.
But Richard, how much impact do you think the Fed can have in this moment on jobs?
There's a divergence.
It's an interesting thing because we have this dual mandate situation. But if you really hear what a lot of the businesses are saying about jobs, it doesn't feel like the switch is going to be pulled, or that the impact of an interest rate cut is actually going to have a meaningful impact in this case.
Yeah, I think
there's
you're
no
right.
cycle confirmation long yet.
Uncertainty is the enemy of decision making. Our business
medium-term, long-term cycles
as to what's going to happen on several fronts. You just
algo range is being used right now, 950, 950.
Come again, go.
We did not draw it, but I did say there's an algo range in the WhatsApp group inside the other algo range is right here where we are right now.
That creates uncertainty. And making decisions under conditions of uncertainty are difficult.
950 right here.
When you do impose a tax or a cost factor, however big or however small, like tariffs, you have to look for ways to protect your margins.
A tiny bit down.
And one of the ways to protect your margins is to cut your costs. Labor is a critical
or that
cost.
candle, I don't know. It's either one of those candles, but all I know is there's an algo range here.
Have been looking at how they can use enhanced technology, AI, et cetera, to protect their cost structure. And also at the same time, ramp up productivity. The only other option is to raise prices. We're seeing both take place at once. So I really don't think here, again, to repeat myself, that what the Fed does here impacts business decisions.
They're creating an advanced cycle here to extend or do something. I have no idea, but I'm not speculating, so I'm just watching is what I said. I'm going to chill out. Looks bull trap-ish, but they're showing, so... Divergence at the floor. Do we see Tom Lee's mechanical glitch Bitcoin theory or no? It's like the last video now. You guys want to watch that? Tom Lee's Bitcoin. He said there's a technical glitch on Bitcoin, but I think we might have watched that earlier. Got Kramer's Mad Dash coming out. I don't even know what Jacob's solution is, but he's talking about weird ass stuff that nobody cares about. There's 70 views on it. The market's deciding in between two cycles. Right at VWAP, POC in the middle of all of this too.
The Tempur-Pedic Adapt mattress.
No rate cut, rate cut, rate cut, no rate cut. Yes. One single candle. Nuclearing, 10 a.m. now. Is that real? I don't know. We're about to find out.
Welcome to Kramer.
Is that an algo range spike? Is that up?
I'm just trying to save you some money. My job is not just to entertain you, but to educate you, do some teaching. So call me at 1-800-743-CNBC. Meet me, Jim Cramer. Look, we knew it had gotten harder since November began, right? But this hard? Wow. We have reversals like this.
I'm going short. 1.2K
the kind of reversal that makes you feel like you just can't take it anymore. I suggest you simply sit on your hands and hold on. It's not a sin to do nothing. Sometimes, as I make clear in How to Make Money in Any Market, it is the best course of action. This is one of those times. If you can't take the pain, and it was in abundance because the Dow opened up 428 points, S&P opened 1.4%, NASDAQ opened up almost 2.2%, only to roll over with the Dow finishing down 387 points, S&P down 1.56%, and the NASDAQ off 2.16%. Talk about a swing. Well, then you can still raise some cash if you don't have any by selling some losers, not winners, in order to buy the winners on the way down. That's an acceptable course of action. Today's market's it's a reminder that while your companies may be doing extremely well, their stocks, they can separate. It could be another story.
LOD divergence
the biggest stock in the world.
VIX is spiked up crazy right now.
Last night, Nvidia reported one of the best quarters I have ever seen. Ahead of the report, there was tremendous angst that somehow they would blow it.
VIX is still high as hell.
They'd print a subpar set of numbers, and the stock would blow up. Instead, what happened? Nvidia reported sales number, earnings number, gross margin number, customers, fantastic. And what happened? The stock blew up anyway. But not before it soared higher both last night and this morning. Nvidia stock opened at 195. That was up from yesterday, but then closed at 180. A hideous swing that obliterated those
Bears
who
in full control.
Opening, and a lot of people did. The volume was high.
I'm up $200.
Why do I keep stressing this huge intraday swing stuff? Okay, let's get technical for a second. When you get that pattern, it's a huge up opening,
I'm about to be up 500 for the day already.
Professionals associate that with a very nasty moment.
Time is 10:05 in 8 seconds here. 10:05 is here in 8 seconds.
Well, you can expect more pain. Why not? Because if it can't rally on the greatest news possible, what else can make it move back up? Sure, it might not play out that way this time, but pattern recognition matters. And right now, the pattern is terrible. I don't sugarcoat this stuff. And I say that, no, not changing my stance. I think you need to own Nvidia, not trade it. But I understand the pain. There's been so much pain since it was at 2. Let me tell you what you're supposed to do when you see this kind of pattern. You have to do a check down, just like a quarterback in the NFL, looking at his receivers. First, you ask, did you miss anything with Nvidia that makes this quarter look a lot worse than it did?
1,420.
I read the conference call once, spoke to the company, read the conference call again, went to dinner with friends, and then read the call a third time with some analyst notes. I'm confident I missed nothing. The demand for the chips is extraordinary, gross margin stupendous. Their customers, unlike what's constantly being said by the nattering nabobs of negativity, can't get enough of Nvidia's chips, and they're making a lot of money with them. The customers, I'm going to repeat that, are making excellent money with these chips, including some use cases where Meta, as Jensen Huang, the CEO, was explaining, demonstrable earnings gains. Second, you have to ask if there was anything in the cohort away from NVIDIA that could explain the weakness of NVIDIA. You have to survey the landscape to see what would explain the weakness. For that, what I like to do is look at all the intraday charts of various stocks overlaid upon the stock of NVIDIA. Here's what I found. A profound, pronounced set of declines in the most elemental of tech stocks, the basic semiconductors, which have been rallying like crazy for weeks. Micron, SanDisk, Western Digital, all they use for storage place, all computer companies that have been going parabolic for months now. They, not NVIDIA, had become the momentum plays. Earlier this week, a Morgan Stanley analyst used the dreaded term super cycle, which almost invariably leads to a top when you hear it. This was the case with the last two super cycles that were called the Frankenstein super cycle and the coal super cycle. Both turned out to be long-term highs, heights that we'd never ever seen again, and then a crash. Sure enough, these storage stocks have been cratering for the last...
Too easy, dude. Oh, Jacob Solutions. I guess we watched Jim Cramer wild out about bullshit. Here we go. The 45. 45 on QQQ still bodish. You're hovering at 659. Sorry, 589, 580 somewhere. Yesterday's low. 585. Divergence did not clear and they're bouncing. Right, LOD is 10.05 here. Low of the day. Alright, divergence at the floor. It makes medium long term going higher dangerous. That does not mean they're not going to not clear the roof now. I'm just saying medium long term, meaning like maybe end of the day, 2 hours, 3 hours, maybe tomorrow. I don't know. But that's all that means. That they could fucking create a divergence and run this shit into next week too if they really wanted to. But all I'm saying is there is now a divergence at the floor and at the gap. Yesterday's 4 p.m. gap. QQQ. IWM is bugging out right now. Where? At the bottom of the downward trend line. Look, IWM did not gap fill either. That's not a coincidence. That's a confusion. That shit's a confusion. I don't know what the fuck going on. I don't know if they're faking out bears here for 20 minutes, 40 minutes and burn them all with data. I don't know if they're trapping bulls right here, right now to go gap fill, but that's what's going on. You know what I mean? You have to have a higher understanding of what's going on when you know, you guys understand what I'm saying, right? It's everything. Like, it's like knowing that you're in this purple box that I didn't even have time to draw it, right? I literally was drawing it and I literally went because why? The candle fucking going. So I was like, you know what, fuck it, I'm gonna do the purple box. But like, I literally didn't have time to change this color. But I usually change this color to purple. The purple, that means what? It's a algo range lock box until they break out, fake out. They are faking out, breaking down, faking down until when? I don't know when. That's what they're doing though. That's why these purple boxes are sometimes so important for me, because it helps me realize, helps me see things that I do not look at sometimes in a different way. Why do you think I came up with a purple box, a fucking random ass purple box in the fucking middle of the chart? You know what I mean? Just because I wanted to, or just because I felt like it? No, because I gotten hurt, I gotten screwed, I've gotten fucking burnt in some way, shape, or form, and I realize if I do this, I can see things in a different way that I haven't seen it in a way that I looked at it. That's what matters to me. I am a learner. I'm an appreciator. I am a knowledge seeker. I'm not a fucking bullshit scammer. I'm not a fucking motherfucking furu. I'm not a guru. I'm not a guruji. I'm sorry to tell you. It ain't nothing like that. I'm not a fucking bullshit maker, because there ain't no bullshit about. There's nothing to bullshit. It's literally the market deduction. That's all it is. looking at the fucking chart for what it is, seeing what you see. That's all it is, live, all it is. But I mean, everybody looks at shit differently, and they come up to shit differently. That's all I'm saying. They're bearish right now. But I mean, they're looking bullish. I don't know. There's a divergence at the floor. All I'm saying is, you know, you get what I'm saying, though. I literally say shit before it happens, though. I just see it happen. But I say things because I'm not speculating on it. I'm saying things because I've experienced it firsthand, and I've seen it, and that's like the most probable thing that might happen to me. It's gonna fucking destroy me, or it's gonna hurt me, or it's gonna make me pain, or it's gonna make me squeeze and make me. I'm gonna feel it like crazy. It's why I feel it, and I know. I don't speak about nothing that I've never. I don't know. Huh. I don't look at no candles and be like, oh, this is sideways, or this is bullish, I don't fucking know about none of that. All I do is psychoanalysis. All I know is I've been doing psychoanalysis since the end of October.
Looking at this data, let's bring in Ben Emmons, founder and chief investment officer at FedWatch Advisors.
It's been
Ben,
like this shit too since the beginning of the year. I've been telling people, bro, you gotta watch the fuck out.
Now, how much stock should we put into the September report, the revisions from August, and net what that means for the Fed?
Hi, Leslie. Well, I felt it was a bullish report because, as you mentioned, this unemployment rate rising was really for the good reason. You know, the report showed there was about 4 to 7,000 people coming back in the labor force. And then there were actually people that were long-term unemployed. There's actually few of them now long-term unemployed. One other sort of tidbit in that report. So I thought it's actually a really good report for the Fed to vindicate their view that this labor market may have had softening.
I think it's bearish leaning. Everybody's trapped using cycles and algo ranges and divergences at the floor is what I see. That's what I said.
The market obviously responded to this, with rate cut probabilities dropping really sharply. Because yes, the Fed doesn't have a reason here to cut rates immediately because there's no alarm on the labor market.
Yeah, odds now sitting around 40% chance of a cut in December. Do you think that's the right likelihood?
I think so. I mean, we talked about it previously. That
I don't know why
Fed seems to be willing to stay on hold simply for the reason that they do feel that this labor market isn't deteriorating, but they're dealing with this inflation picture that's not cooperating the direction that they want to. You know, Beth Hammack was talking to Steve Leisman earlier today. She's making again a pretty strong case there, like we're dealing with elevated prices. You know, and it's funny that that's against the Walmart earnings.
Really important too.
There's not much pass-through coming to their earnings there. But overall, the inflation picture is really what the Fed wants it to be.
Nvidia breaks 935, they're low or bearish.
Probability will stay low. There's always a chance that they will go for it if anything changes, but I think they're on hold for December and go forward with January potentially.
If Nvidia breaks 935 low here,
correctly has pointed out that the bond market's really nowhere over the last year and a half. We're waking up, it's 4.1%. We've been here before. I still think rates are going higher. I'm not suggesting I'm right, but what do you think's going on here in the bond market? I mean, this is probably best case scenario for the market. There's no bond volatility.
Yeah, that's right, Guy. I mean, you and I both long-term share this view that rates should be significantly higher. This is an economy with so much like stimulus coming in over the course of next year with all this investment. You should actually see yields more closer to 5%. But I think what's happening is that there's some, hedging, some diversification against this equity market. And I picked that up from client conversations that bonds do look a little bit more attractive in that perspective. And secondly, we don't have really any major surprises from the Fed in one way or the other, which kind of keep that volatility lower. And then it's about sort of the situation where who's going to be the next Fed chair, what they're going to do from there. And that, I think, does play a role because we saw from the comments from the president the other day, they really want to bring rates down. I think that sits in the market's mind since February to try to jawbone it down. And I think that's why you've seen some buying flows in bonds, even though yields should be higher because of a good economy.
I know you've studied what's going on in private credit quite closely. That was an area of concern for several Fed officials this week as well. We saw the Blue Owl merger get terminated amid concerns there, which is all playing into this broader market sentiment surrounding
Nvidia puts
business development companies that have exposure to private credit, which have sold off. How do you think that all plays out?
Leslie, what you saw today was Lisa Cook with a speech out putting a specific section on private credit and then mentioning there that it's drawing their attention because it's grown so fast, so quickly, and there's now some stresses building there. And this blue house, example is one other example of that. That although not falling apart, I don't think there's a financial contagion playing out here just yet, but they are getting the attention of the Fed. And I think the Fed will go from here with the SEC and the FSOC, which are bodies to start looking at private credit more specifically and saying, what can we do here in order to not let this morph into another subprime example? So I think that's what's playing out here. And this negative headline coming from that does affect markets because people don't like the opacity of private credit. This idea that money's tied in there, it's illiquid, and we actually don't know what the marks really are. That was an example blew out too. So this will stay a bit with us, and depends on what the Fed's really going to do as we go from here.
If the candles stack here in the 5 minute,
they're paying real attention to. So
they could just flat. They could just come back down and go. I mean, they could go back down and come back right up though into the purple box. But I mean, I'm expecting some sort of LOD divergence clear. Candles aren't hovering right at the floor. Oh, scary. I'm gonna send the SPX put to call ratio. No, I cannot, sorry. Let's hit the like button, folks, please. Man, I might be getting toasted in the bottom of the... Oh, shit. Scary as fuck. I want to watch the video right now. Hope you guys don't mind. I low-key want to watch the video right now. So I'm going to switch back and forth like crazy unless I just switch this channel to fucking the video right here. Fuck it, the video. We'll change this shit to QQQ. This is what we were doing yesterday. Divergence still exists at the floor. Cycles are chopping like crazy at the floor. Come on, baby. I'm up $250 on the video. Let's go! Please, come on! Don't fake me out. Come on! Break the LOD. LOD divergence. Clear it. IWM holding crazy right now. I'm in 177.5 here. Come on, the video. Holy. Look at that shit fighting for its fucking life. look at the video fighting for its fucking life, trying to not show LOD, but LOD is most fucking. They can't hold this fucking shit. Divergence too strong. IWM the only thing holding. LOD breaking on the video right now. I'm out right now. $2,530. Let's go! Done. I'm done. I'm done. Candle switch, I'm out. LOD, I don't give a fuck. I don't give a fuck. Come on. 0 DTE. 0 DTE. 1.2K for the day now. 1.2K, 0 DTE. What the fuck? On the video. Crazy risk. Nvidia, I told you fucking they can't hold the pressure, right? They can't hold the pressure, right? They cannot hold the pressure. LOD. Cleared. Divergence cleared. That's what it is. Purple box was the only thing fucking holding. Only thing holding. Excuse my French. People, excuse my French. The purple box was the only thing holding the pressure. Alright, now let's see if they come right back up or not. They broke down the purple box. Candles are not consecutive right now. This is starting a journey. I don't know what's going to happen here. They could bounce this thing and come right back up to 589. We gotta see. Divergence cleared. Oh, my bad. Yeah, I got my mic right next to my mouth. My bad. Easy Nvidia. Doctor. Motherfucking Barry. Holy shit. 196 too. 176. $20. $20. 196. All right. Bear trap possible here. Let's see. No cycle confirmation. Something going on though at the floor. Gap filled. 10-20. Gap filled on SPY. Gap filled on. Yeah, when people are all when people are all happy, when people are all scared, we need to focus. So please try to stick to the YouTube chats unless it's for something like very, very, very important. Calling out on the WhatsApp group. Right, we all are in different positions, different lives. So just because someone is done for the day does not mean someone else is done for the day, right? So let's please be respectful of that as well, if you understand what I mean. Time is 10:20. Algo range is being created at 10:20. Let's see what happens here. Okay, there's an algo range being created. I'm saying this out of personal experience too, right? All I care is about focus. All I care is about doing what I do, right? When everybody doesn't give a fuck about what I do, right? I care about what I do because I care about what I do. So please, hopefully you understand what I mean, because it's too dangerous out here, and that's what I think. Things are still bearish. Showing. 3/3 too. I'm not going. It's the 3/3 bearish cycle. This is 3/3 bearish cycle happening right now. Wind direction is full on south. This is just 3/3 moves fast here. LOD break in. QQQ. IWM dumping. IWM dumping. Showing, trying. Can be fake. That is a big ass candle. Big ass candle showing on IWM. QQQ froze for me. There it is. Oh, great. Ah, yay. Right? What's going on in the higher time frame? I said in the pre-market, right? I don't know about this being a end of the 3/3, right? This is the 3/3 being extended from yesterday's high. This is what I mean. Market was bearish with pre-market. It is pushing lower off of yesterday's high. This is in the bigger cycle, 3/3. It could boom up at any time. Risk is crazy. All right, do they bear trap off this? Do they extend? Let's see. I'm going to wait for a bigger cycle confirmation. nuts. Oh. 9:30 HOD as well. All right. They spiked down crazy on that, and then they're bouncing again. So, yeah, risk crazy for it. Bears, in my opinion, because this is the 3/3 all the way at the bottom, figuring out what to do. And it's also, there's no confirmation long yet, so it's looking both dangerous in my eyes. There's no bigger things saying anything yet. It's just chopping and dancing and singing and all that, all that. Chopping and dancing and singing and all that. Where? At yesterday's 4 p.m. close. And QQQ. Previous night. 4 p.m. close. Right, people do not have anything drawn. People don't even care about cycles. People don't even know what the fuck going on. So that's literally right. Big. This is a bear trap happening now in the 3/3. Right. This is what I mean. Right. Higher time frame literally said that what we were in the 1/3, 2/3, 3/3. It's dangerous as fuck here because why? There's all these bears here and we're playing the 3/3. Things could go lower in the 3/3, but at some point it could trap all this shit. I'm not saying it's going to, but I'm saying that's why it's trying to push to see if it's gonna cycle confirm to do that or not. This is why I don't want to go into the second low. This is why. IWM had a big ass nice drop, but still things are not looking that clear for me, even though it's showing super bullish here. I'm just gonna say it, I'm gonna say what it is. I don't give a fuck what people tell me, what they, think they want me to see. I don't really care. I just see what I see. So, you know how many people told me I was crazy on fucking Tesla, Palantir, Nvidia, everything, like every single day. So, it is what it is. It looks crazy as fuck because the market looks crazy as fuck. That's not my fault though. I just try to be okay with what they show me, what they give me, and hope to God I can see and deduct the right decision, direction for myself. It's crazy out here, dude. Look at this purple box being used right now. It looks like it was gonna run, but it's this purple box being used right now. That's what I say in the WhatsApp group right now. This purple box being played big time. Purple box playing big time right now. It looks crazy. It literally looks... Okay, this is insane now, alright? Purple box is playing big time. It doesn't even look like it's bullish or bearish. Big time. Man. It's literally just going off candles alone, right? Candles are coming in fucking huge, but it's just what going to the top of the purple box. It's going to the bottom of the purple box. What is this purple box? It is a imaginary intraday range lock box we drew right now. Without that purple box, it looks like it's gonna fucking bear trap everyone here and run, but like it's literally what barcoding. Where? In the purple box! Yo, in the purple box. You guys understand what I'm saying here? What is the purple box? Watch the live stream and find out. Watch the fucking live stream and find out. Man. It looks both dangerous in my eyes. This is why. It looks both dangerous. I think they're going to cycle here. They're going to chop it up here. They're going to hope here, both sides, and then either they do drop it really and go one side and then do something, or they hover it here and just eat somehow. Candle coming in thick red. Thick red. Wow. It looked like it was going to run here, and that's deleting that. Wow. I don't think... Because look, when I was looking at this chart, I wasn't even looking at the purple box, and it looked like I was like, oh, big, oh, 1/3, 2/3, 3/3, something happening. But like honestly, that purple box is the only reason why I want to chase that huge ass candle. That is crazy. That is crazy, right? Insane chop channel, insane. I don't even know. Downward trending channel right now. This is futures chopping lower almost. Candle is fucking crazy bearish right now. If they use this MACD and go lower, then truly IW about to dump here. but I don't really play in the 3/3. This is major cycle 3/3. This is 3/3. This is 3/3 from 9:55 somewhere here. So I'm okay. I'm chilling. I'm watching. This is all interesting to me though. You know, this is what I mean though. Like the shit happens after the fact, and it's just fucking so interesting to see. And, you know, it's just like a deductions, right? And what's the purpose of the deduction being right? So that you could literally understand and literally educate yourself. All right, folks, let's hit the like button, please. We have 63 likes. All right, we had 160 people. We just had 180, 200 people coming. All right, let's hit the like button. The video breaking the floor, 175. That's 3/3 as well. LOD broke, and they're going lower. 1030, sorry. LOD, they're going lower right now. Wow. Wow, I don't even want to chase that though. Oh my god, it's looking nice, but wow. I have to watch. This is Friday. Purple box is being used big time, extending lower right now off the box. Wow. What a candle. That is what you call a fucking god candle or Hulk candle. Hulk rejection candle. Wow. That crazy spike up from the bottom of the algo range when it looked crazy bearish, and then made it look crazy bullish, and then now crazy bearish. Insane work. Insane work. This is the 3/3 plan. IWM is the only thing that's not breaking the LOD. IWM is the only thing that's in the trend line. The downward trend line. Wow. 3/3. They may play something here. Right? 3/3. IWM may bounce here for 45 minutes. It may bounce here for an hour. The market may bounce. And I don't know. All I know is this is a 3/3 that did not break the floor right now in SPY. They broke the floor on QQQ with Nvidia. So there's definitely a divergence. Nvidia and IWM. Nvidia and QQQ looking hella fucking bearish. IWM holding up SPY. That's what I see. QQQ, Nvidia bearish as fuck. SPY, IWM holding. What is IWM holding? The downward trend line 230. If this shit loses 230, then gap fill coming. But I mean, until then, they're holding. I don't know how long they're gonna hold. It could be 10, 15, 1 hour, 2 hours. I don't know. But there's a gap at 229.36. So maybe that will fill. Maybe not. But all I know is it looks crazy fucking bearish now, just like it looked crazy bullish at 1025. So they may use that to trap cycle here. So I'm gonna chill out. 3/3. Not clear direction. Why? We broke out down below the purple box, but we're not really away from it. QQQ is. If that makes sense. SPY is not. Look at this shit. Bear trapping right now. Alright. There's a difference going on. Confusion. The video fucking beautiful. 175, huh? They're going.
This is
Tramers, Nvidia, or Tramers Microsoft talk. We'll watch this one.
shopping. This is finding.
What
is there are people who say the secret weapon of OpenAI is that Microsoft could come in there, really take control, maybe make a shuffle at the top, and the next thing you know, everything that you're worried about with Oracle, everything you're worried about with OpenAI is taken off the table. Microsoft does prevail. And that's your scenario to get out of this situation.
What a beautiful Friday. What a beautiful week. What a beautiful month. What a beautiful year.
I trust the
and
market.
A beautiful life.
And
this
I
shit is crazy
Microsoft
beautiful.
Right now has to be thinking,
my.
how do we salvage this thing? If we get it together with Copilot, we salvage it.
How do we salvage OpenAI?
I mean, come on.
Wind directions fall on south, I guess.
To Microsoft, and then Microsoft, obviously, they have a netting mechanism as well.
Okay, listen. There's
a Microsoft owes OpenAI 20% of revenue from its products that use its technology.
There's a business-to-consumer business
I am not,
that I think is peaking.
I literally can't.
And because you cannot beat Gemini.
A lot of rules for me.
So you have to merge with Copilot and save it. Wow.
It looks so tempting. I will not lie. It is so tempting.
Like with theme park ideas in New Mexico.
That was such a good idea.
Jim, we'll see you tonight.
AstraZeneca tonight. Nice. There's a winner.
AstraZeneca tonight. He said, "Yo, let's."
Come on, can't we just tease you a little bit? Out.
Okay, go ahead, Mr. Warner Brothers, Comcast.
Crazy bearish on
forget
Nvidia
Netflix
right now.
and Paramount.
Keep going.
Well, they have multiples.
Yes, the bids are in, at least the initial first-round bids for purchases of Warner Brothers Discovery. We, of course, have been talking about this for quite some time.
HOD 955 times 1035.
Paramount, my understanding at this point, of course, they bid 3 times previously, ending at around $23.50.
Everything already gone.
80% cash, 20% stock. That was their last bid. My understanding is perhaps they improved it a bit. Again, when you're first round, you're not really looking to make your knockout blow, your best and final. But they may have increased the overall
right now.
a bit, and/or as well the cash portion perhaps has gone up as an overall percentage of that. As for Netflix, all I can tell you is it's been termed real. You like that kind of great reporting insight I can give you?
They're going to go lower here now.
Yeah, real. Incredible. But to be fair, there are those who still wonder why exactly Netflix has such a passion to own this asset, given A, it would seem to create complexity on the regulatory front, owning number 1, of course, Netflix, and number 4 in streaming, and whether you really would face significant scrutiny from the antitrust regulators and/or the president, because Reed Hastings,
he wanted to chase that shit too, but wow, it's okay.
Has been known as a Democrat.
God bless.
But they do seem, again, real, is what I'm hearing. Now, what does that mean? What is the composition of their bid in terms of how much stock and cash? Unclear at this point. Again, it is early days. And finally, our parent company, Comcast, also a participant in this auction.
Look at that fucking candle on SPY. I really wanted to chase right here, but wow, that is fucking crazy. It might drop it another $1.80
from an antitrust perspective. Not to mention, again, the fact that President Trump is not a fan of Brian Roberts.
Yeah, but at a certain point,
we've raised that many times. Now, the DOJ could raise issues. You could go to court, most likely win. How much time would that take? Both Netflix and Paramount seen as perhaps having to offer both, Netflix and Comcast offer some sort of reverse break fee to at least compensate for that significant potential antitrust risk. And then there's Paramount, which is seen as having less regulatory risk.
Cycle being extended right now.
For the entire company as opposed to the studio and streaming. Remember, the other 2 bids would leave behind the global networks business, so you have to value that yourself as well. Will there be collars involved on Netflix stock and/or Paramount stock? Unclear. That's something John Malone, who is not even a board member of Warner Brothers, but is certainly in an advisory role, very influential, talked to me about as well during our interview. So we'll see how this advances, Jim, but Paramount perhaps continues to be in the pole position, certainly, especially if they may improve things. Netflix seen as real, and Comcast having to do a lot of different things that still may not amount to enough.
But the idea that Comcast, again, I work for Comcast for like another 15 minutes, but the idea that Comcast is interested is very good. Because it shows that Comcast is willing to shuffle it down.
And the question is, as I've explained it, the way it sort of at least has been explained to me is it would probably involve a spin of NBCU, the studio and the theme parks into it. How do you value that? They can lever up the balance sheet more as well, though, and include cash also. And so the question is how far Brian Roberts is willing to go to do that, and how much he views their current position as untenable in some way, and therefore the need for a deal that would change things.
Bloody November, folks.
5 times earnings
bloody November.
The earnings are about to be cut in half. That's what happens.
That's what you think. When you trade it 5 times, the market is clearly saying you're not going to meet your earnings target.
I mean, historically, that just says you're not going to make your numbers. But if you decide to take action and show that you're not happy with that, and I'm talking about bold action, then you're going to get a multiple.
Yeah. But the question becomes what that bold action really looks like, and whether it's even something that could move the needle for the board and the CEO of Warner Brothers Discovery to say, yeah, you're the best bid amongst 3.
Right now, all the research says the same thing, which is that everybody's giving away what you usually pay for in order to get subs. And that was, I mean, I saw a piece today which was about T-Mobile saying, listen, T-Mobile's willing to give away anything.
It's
that was bad.
Yeah, cuts to market reform.
I'm going in SPY push right now.
That's one of the worst pieces for Comcast I have read, which basically says what you do for your business. We're not. It used to be. You used to pay for it.
1.5K,
and now you don't pay for it.
Well, you can see Warner Brothers shares moving up a bit more on my report. Again, we got weeks to go here, guys. So more reporting to be done.
So you'll keep up. You'll keep us up on it.
Well, certainly Netflix would love to really get a better understanding of exactly what that bid looked like, because as I've said many times, that is sort of still the wild card in terms of. Ted Sarandos certainly wants it. Reed Hastings perhaps allowing him to do that, but a lot of questions as to how serious they may be.
Very, very good.
And their bidding, their process was very serious, but. We'll
excellent, see. Excellent.
Why? Why can't I make any changes without an admin approval? Huh?
Oh my god. I just full on chasing the 3/3. I'm in 652. Let's see what happens. I think IWM is fucking reloading to go fucking gap fill or some bullshit. It's crazy. Nvidia is so goddamn bearish still too. About to drop like $3 in SPY, some crazy ass shit. $10.40. This is full on fucking chase on the abnormal fucking day. Just an abnormal finale day, I think. Finale Friday. Finale Friday. Finale Friday. Is that fucking crazy?
Discussions remain at a standstill over subsidies for the Affordable Care Act. Yesterday, the Senate left for the Thanksgiving holiday. Nothing that's planned at this point, so we are still in wait-and-see mode. Joining us right now is House Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries to talk a little bit more about this. And sir, can you lay out, without any partisan bent, kind of where things stand right now, just so Americans understand what's happening?
Well, the Affordable Care Act tax credits are going to expire on December 31st, and if that happens, tens of millions of hardworking American taxpayers are going to experience dramatically increased premiums, copays, and deductibles. In some cases, premiums for health insurance will increase by $1,000 or $2,000 per month. This is for working class Americans, middle class Americans, and everyday Americans.
Wow, what the fuck?
Healthcare will be unaffordable. People will be unable to go see a doctor when they need one, and that's unacceptable in this great country, the wealthiest country in the history of the world.
This is
over in the Senate.
It's
my understanding
everybody
that
in the chat
has recommitted.
Is this gonna fly? Is this gonna drop? Everybody vote right now. Everyone vote right now.
Than the second
fly or
week
drop
in December.
right now.
So there are
Everyone
ongoing
vote before the
discussions that are
candles
taking
happen
place
right
in
now.
the Senate. Meanwhile, unfortunately, in the House, my Republican colleagues have shown zero interest in doing anything related to the ticking time bomb of the Affordable Care Act tax credits expiring. House Democrats have launched a discharge petition to try to compel an up or down vote on a straight 3-year extension so we can provide working class Americans with the same level of certainty that my Republican colleagues provided their billionaire donors when passing the one big ugly bill.
More people saying drop, so fly. Oh my, 6 people said drop. Fuck. Wow. Everyone's saying drop now.
In the House in order to pass that. You've got 214 members in the Democratic caucus, so you only need 4 House Republicans to have to sign onto it to get this passed. But The idea of saying that this is a 3-year extension instead of a 1 or even 2-year extension has any potential Republicans saying, forget it, this is dead on arrival. That's the
5
opinion
people voted fly
of
now.
Representative Don Bacon. He's a Republican from Nebraska who has been working with the idea of potentially extending for 2 years.
Kevin says drop.
3 years, they say, is dead on arrival. So
Evangelist
says
fly.
That
87 says drop. Fine says drop.
Done, you are going to need at least some Republicans to come over.
Chai
Why
says
not
drop,
start with a
drop,
1-year extension
drop,
or potentially
fly.
even a
So
2-year
2 versus
extension?
6.
Well, Leader Schumer offered a 1-year extension in the context of trying to end the Trump Republican shutdown.
Yeah, that's different. But I'm talking about what you have now. Let's not go back to what's done in the past and what has not been extended. If you want to get something that has actually done, you need to do something that will have bipartisanship.
You can ask me the question. You can ask me the question. I'll provide the answer.
Question instead of going back.
I'm providing an answer in order to provide context.
3 candles in a row.
Republicans have repeatedly refused to take yes for an answer. It was a very reasonable multi-year extension that was offered. It was a 1-year straight extension plus a multi-year process through a bipartisan commission to more permanently resolve the Affordable Care Act.
Now it's turning into a crazy spike down and come back to purple box now.
Absolutely important.
Oh my Lord.
Regardless of what you may think.
It's important context to make me realize that I don't think you want to get a deal done. I think this is something where you'd like to see the rates go higher and allow the Republicans to hang themselves with that. Is that the answer?
That's absolutely a ridiculous assertion.
Full power
and really,
control
shame
candle.
Not going to get passed, so what do you do?
Shame on you for saying that. Because we're fighting. It's not a partisan issue for us. In fact, the states that are most impacted as it relates to an Affordable Care Act tax credit expiration are all Republican states. We're talking about West Virginia,
Crazy spike on
Wyoming,
IWM, pushing SPY up.
Mississippi, right? Tennessee. Over and over and over again, we can go through the list.
That's why you probably have some Republicans who would sign on if you guys could come up with something that actually looks like a bipartisan deal.
Pushed up to
Listen, this is not a partisan fight for us. It's a patriotic fight. We're fighting for every constituent, even if Republicans aren't necessarily fighting for their own constituent. We want to find a bipartisan path forward. And that is what we've repeatedly indicated we want to do. Like, we want to sit down and have a reasonable discussion, find common ground to address this issue. Now, Republicans said in the House they were willing to deal with the Affordable Care Act tax credit issue after the government funding agreement was reached. Well, now the government shutdown is over, and there's still been no conversations with House Republican leaders.
Mike Johnson never said that. The leader never said that. You do have Republicans, though, who would agree with you on something if it was actually bipartisan in nature. That's what I'm trying to get at.
Actually, Mike Johnson actually did say that there was always a plan to specifically deal with the expiration of the Affordable Care Act tax credits. In fact, he said that repeatedly. So I'm not sure what you're referencing.
I think the plan is something that looks more like an HCA, which I'm guessing you would say is dead on arrival, too. If you want to set up these health care plans that are funded instead of going through the ACA, I'm assuming you would say that's dead on arrival, too, because there have been Republicans who've put that forward. Am I wrong in thinking you would not go along with that?
What I'm saying is that what's in front of us is the immediate expiration of the Affordable Care Act tax credits.
IWM gap hope and flying crazy off that trend line.
And they've refused to do it. So they're the ones who are not interested in finding a resolution to a health care crisis that they've created, including passing a bill that enacted the largest cut to Medicaid in American history. And because of their policies, hospitals, nursing homes, and community-based health centers are closing throughout America, including in rural parts of the country.
Which would why it would be nice to see a 1-year extension so that none of these things happen immediately and give you all time to actually try and work on bipartisan
Nvidia. What the fuck?
Rather than a 3-year extension that basically kicks it down until the next administration is here. I think both sides need to come together and find some way of getting around this. That's not necessarily saying, okay, we're going to spend $350 billion to extend these tax credits without having any way of trying to get at the real problems of what is causing higher premiums, what is causing this inflationary healthcare environment to begin with.
Yeah, what's interesting is that Republicans just spent trillions of dollars to provide their billionaire donors with massive tax breaks, and in that same bill, cut Medicaid by the largest amount in the history of the country, and also ripped $186 billion in nutritional assistance away from hungry children, seniors, and veterans, the largest cut to SNAP in American history. But somehow we can't find a dime to extend the Affordable Care Act tax credits, even for a year, because House Republican leaders have rejected a 1-year extension. Rejected it. That's their position, not our position. That's their position.
So what I'm hearing, though, is that there is no middle ground. There is no bipartisanship.
VWAP.
This is, at this point,
strength. Wow.
us versus them, and we are not going to
pushed
agree on
up so violently.
That's absolutely not the case.
Chop and
We've
squeeze.
repeatedly said we will sit down anytime, any place with
Not
any
IWM,
of our
but SPY.
Republican colleagues. We'll even go
IWM
back to the
flew.
White House to sit down with President Trump. We've repeatedly
IWM flew on
offered
a
to do it,
rocket.
But they refused. Donald Trump spent more time on the golf course during the longest government shutdown in American history than he did talking to Democrats on Capitol Hill who represent half the country. He has no interest in actually trying to find a bipartisan solution because the Republican approach, which is failing now, the American people know the country is moving in the wrong direction. The cost of living crisis is out of control. But the Republican approach since day one of this presidency has been my way or the highway. Everybody knows it. It's one of the reasons why Republicans were rejected decisively electorally in the elections early this month. Yet as Democrats, we continue to say we want to find a bipartisan path forward, but we need Republicans to operate in good faith.
Found support in the middle of nowhere, 650. And now we are in the middle of somewhere.
That, what do you think? Do you think you were successful in shutting down the government? Do you think you got what you wanted?
Only people that got hurt from government shutdown is us, folks. Man, they're never going to come back now, honestly. I broke rules and got fucked, but I did my smallest size, so it is literally what happens to me. Now I'm looking for one red rejection so I can get the fuck out, but nope. Going higher and higher and higher and higher and higher and higher and higher. So they're smoking. What are they smoking? What's it? Smoking something.
Marked on the books, and that's the main issue. There's no active bid offer.
So the good news is it's hard for there to be a run on the bank.
There's much fear in this market at
context,
all.
I think, because you don't have this mismatch in terms of timing where a depositor can walk in and say, I need all my money back.
Bullshit!
But the loan is still outstanding. And so what I don't know is when a loan goes bad, if you will, in the private credit space, or even an entire portfolio goes bad, when I say goes bad, meaning it is worth less than whatever it's supposed to be worth, does the fund, some of these funds can actually extend out the length of the actual fund itself. So you could create sort of a series of almost zombie-like companies. And I wonder whether rather than being a popping of a bubble, it's like a hiss for like a long time.
Yeah, I guess it all depends on investor mentality, right? Like if suddenly there's a run, like people panic, much like they did in 08, and that's part of the reason why AIG pretty much went away. If you have that type of withdrawal activity, that's a problem because you're going to work through your liquid stuff very quickly. Then you're into the illiquid stuff, and that's where the problem begins. Like, how do I get rid of this? Like, you're going to have to either gate it, and you know what gates do. Once a fund or anything gets gated, that creates more panic. Right. I mean, you saw what happened, with this BDC merger last week, right? Yeah. That was a disaster. that went away. You saw what happened.
John Smith said today, November 21st, approximately $1.98 billion worth of leveraged crypto positions were liquidated over the last 24 hours.
Super anxious.
With long positions making about $1.71 billion.
When we were on this broadcast, after the Nvidia earnings on Wednesday, that people were relieved. They thought, okay, maybe all of this hand-wringing is a little over.
My mom told me she was in leverage Bitcoin ETFs at 110K.
What
105K, and I told her
I watch the credit default swap markets very carefully, and you've watched what's happened with some of these hyperscalers, right? Oracle especially. Their CDS is blown out from 40 to around 115.
That's been amazing.
120, right?
It's tripled. Did a really good job of laying all of this out.
Yeah, I mean, you really need to pay attention to those markets because they give you clues as to what's potentially happening. Like, it was always a mystery to me how a company like that took on all this debt and they added basically $150 billion in market capitalization to their stock while the CDS was starting to blow out. Right now, they're starting to meet now. The market cap's turning down, the CDS keeps going out. So I don't think it's the first of this you'll see. I think there's, unfortunately, when you build up this much debt and like you talked about, this market's been in a straight line up for so long, people forget what it's like to lose money, and that creates an environment of no fear. And an environment with no fear is when you have to be very, very careful about, particularly when leverage ratios are high and when there's this much debt system.
So you think this is just the return of fear to the market, and that's what we're kind of watching?
I don't think there's much fear in the market at all, to be honest with you. I mean, because 19 bucks is something crazy.
Yeah, you know why?
That used to be normal.
Because all the retail amateurs out there think this shit is bullish or sideways.
And spreads are under 300 basis points.
They're so fucking good with it, dude.
Levels. My issue, I'm a fixed income manager, right? So I look at spread products
They're
like
so
high yield
fucking
investment
good
grade,
with it, dude.
et cetera. Collateralized CMOs, CLOs,
all the
you name
retail
it. They're all
amateur
trading near
fucking
record tight levels. So the amount you're getting paid to own this type of risk is basically the lowest it's ever been.
Since
Can I
the last fucking
ask you a crazy question?
Sure.
This may be a crazy question.
Oh man, it's so good.
Was it a mistake for Powell to
shit was like
and
this
the
in
Fed
December,
to already lower
January,
rates the way they
February?
did
Oh,
this fall?
fucking amazing. Oh, fucking
Was that a
amazing.
mistake?
I don't like to second guess people. What I will say is
no, but you can't. In retrospect, you can.
It
And the
didn't
reason
seem
I
necessary. You and I talked about this last time I was on. I said, I
honestly,
don't know
that
why
shit
they're bringing
karma,
rates
bro.
down. Remember I said last time we were on a few months ago, I said, next week they're going to lower rates. I don't think they should, but I know they're going to because there's a lot of political pressure there.
Well, that's what I was going to say. For the last year,
yeah,
there's been pressure from the
cycle
president
happening here.
Yep.
To lower interest rates.
I mean,
we've been told
argue,
over and over that they need to lower interest rates, and now we're in this sort of uniquely
so funny.
And yet mortgage rates are stuck in this range, right in the mid sixes.
How the fuck
is
everything
for a
bullish
long,
or
long
sideways?
time. So if the whole goal is to stimulate housing, through rock bottom mortgage rates, I mean,
you ever ask yourself?
Zero rates are not walking through that door.
By the way,
anytime soon.
You just mentioned mortgages, and we haven't seen you since this was announced. What do you think of this 50-year mortgage?
That's funny as fuck. 10.55 bouncing at 10.53.
Because a 50-year amortization schedule. I mean, think about that.
This shit is data burning now.
The ability to own. The reason you want to own a home is to build equity.
Right. You won't even have any equity for the first 30 years.
That's exactly, and that's my point. It's like it's this mythical ownership. Right, with a 50-year mortgage.
That's really rented.
Yeah, IWM bugging
I mean,
out.
the concept of portable mortgages, I understand, because the big reason people don't want to move out of their houses, they have a low mortgage rate and they can't get it now. And once they
crazy going
sell
on.
it, they got to get a higher one. So I understand the concept behind that. How it'll work, I'm not really sure.
All right, this shit's a classic bear trap or something bugging out, big time. Everything is flying and dropping and flying and dropping on IWM alone. Manipulated. Oh. Man, they did do that shit real fast though. They went super low. And then back into the purple box almost. It's fucking super fast. Alright, so now do they really truly burn off at all? Or do they reject in the purple box is the question. That's all. Alright, either we'll see a big ass rejection here, or we'll see a big ass rip here. It's either or. This shit's either about to fly or drop big time. Most likely it's about to do some weird ass shit off this purple box. Showing fly. Showing drop. Showing fly. Showing drop. No one knows yet. Market moves fast. Market moves fast. Fast if. That's a fucking word. Market moves fast if. Oh no. Something melted on my table. 1 second, I gotta get this. I'm muting up for 2 minutes. I am in 652. 0 DT SPY puts still. It's at 1.25k. I put in 1.6k. I need my money back. Give me 1 second. I'm muting up. This is bearish. Trying. Right? That purple box is rejecting. Trying. But until the low of the 1055 breaks, nothing's really certain. So give me 1 second. But if you guys can please hit the like button, thank you so much. Hit the thumbs up button, guys. It helps the algo so much. Thank you for your support, every one of you guys. Thank you. I think there's a bull trap happening. Today is Friday. The VIX is spiked crazy. I think they're going to push it lower because they can. That's my opinion. I just increased the 2.6K on this green candle. Let's see. I'm looking for one red candle here, to be honest. Now SPY and IWM trying to go bearish, and Nvidia and QQQ bouncing. It's a big ass difference. So weird. I'm sorry, Nvidia trying to go, QQQ SPY pulling back with IWM. Alright, bears are in control here. I'm expecting sub 652. I said that at 10:52 a.m. I'm expecting below 652, and we are going towards 652 right now. I'm expecting 651 somewhere. I don't know where, but I want LOD. Fuck. Man, market moves so damn fast though. Holy shit. Market moves so goddamn fast, right? Off of 1040 into 1045 and then switching into 1050 in the last minute, and then fucking crazy, right? Fucking crazy, right? I'm at 3K. I'm fucking holding. Holy shit, I'm telling you, it's fucking crazy moving the market, man. It is so fucking wild. Why fucking whales out here? Why? God bless America. Why? We took the rocket shit up. Where are they going? Fucking moon. I need the moon. Where's the fucking moon? Moon! Moon! Down this bitch. Come on. Moon, 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 moon. Moon, 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 moon. Come on. LOD me. Moon, 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 moon. Shit crazy. There's a lot of fucking bears here. Any other day, it would classic bear trap, but today, finale, Friday. 3/3 down south, and they want to go break the LOD and extend the south. They want to go fucking crazy low. on Nvidia. They're about to go crazy low. I mean, that's what I'm speculating now. I think Nvidia, I think IWM about to dump here. Let's see. They're about to go break LOD. Not now. Maybe time is 11:05. I don't even know. It's crazy. It's even coming out of my mouth, but I mean, that's what I'm thinking. So it's fucking crazy that this shit's coming out of my mouth, but I mean, look at that fucking arch on IWM. Crazy. Break the LOD. Do me nice and dirty. Do me nice and dirty. And I will. What is that candle switch? Stop it. QQQ wants to go lower. IWM bouncing. Nvidia cramping. They want to go lower. They want to go lower. 230. 230 IWM possible first target. LOD and SPY first target. Alright. 230 IWM. Alright, this is the first support incoming in my opinion. 230 coming. LOD on QQQ. LOD on SPY incoming. That's the first support, and market's gonna figure out what the fuck it wants to do. I'm at 3.4K right now, 0 DT. And I think it's gonna figure out what the fuck it wants to do. After, this is the LOD hoping, LOD testing right here. Time is 11:05. Bears are fucking crazy. Why? Today's finale Friday. Why? They fucking got him all month. Crazy. Work time is 11:05. LOD breaking off right now. Bears are fucking heavy. Bulls are fucked. Alright, GG's. GG's. That is called a GG. LOD testing. LOD breaking off. They're gonna finale Friday. This bitch LOD. LOD. I can feel it in my fucking chest. I can feel this bitch. Yup. And I'm out. $3,430. I'm out. Out. 3,430. I'm out. Done. I'm done for the day. LOD testing. LOD hoping. I'm fucking done. Let's fucking go. Let's go! Yo. Another fucking great day. Oh my god. Crazy. That shit. Crazy. Okay, look at that fucking bull trap. Oh my god. Yo. Crazy work. Oh my god. 589. Perfect touch at 955. 955 was when HOD. Oh my god. Perfect fucking day today. I can't lie. Perfect fucking week. Perfect fucking month. Perfect fucking year. Yo. Oh my god. Look at that QQQ touch. Look at where the fuck is Nvidia? Alright, Nvidia went to 172. That's done deal. 182 to 172. When did I say Nvidia probably gonna go to sub 180? Yesterday. I said that somewhere here. The realist watchers remember. This is when I was playing Nvidia at 180, 188 somewhere, and I was like, yo, this shit probably gonna go to 180 tomorrow. And I was like, I'm not playing that shit, you know, but wow. That is some strength. Pre-market low broken on Nvidia. Straight up, they went full on south as much as they could. And they don't even give a goddamn anymore today, finale Friday. Finale Friday. Nvidia went first. The market went later. Insane. Look at this wedge trap. Right? When did I get in Nvidia? In the first goddamn candle of it breaking down at 10:12. Superior innovations. Fuck off, buddy. No offense. I don't even know you, bro. Here's your first stream on. And yeah, I don't even know if you a bot or someone else's account, but I have no care. So, appreciate you. But everyone else, if you can hit the like button, thank you very, very much. God bless wherever you are in this country. Let's see what the market does now. The LOD did not break on SPY. That is called LOD testing, LOD hoping, bouncing. QQQ did not break the floor. Why? It happens sometimes. That's what the market does. That's what the market wants. Market wants people to hope for it to break. Sometimes it breaks. Sometimes when it's at the most absolute tippity. Some cycle happens, whether to trap or some cycle happens to bounce, but it did not break the floor by cents. Oh man, sub 652, right? I was literally saying sub 652. I was expecting literally somewhere at the tippity top. The fucking tippity fucking top, and I doubled down with a confirmation rejection somewhere here. I doubled down right here because of this big ass candle, MACD turning red. It was somewhere here where while it was turning red, fucking beautiful. And now I am done for the day, low key. I'm just watching the market. Today is Friday. I am literally up 1.4k now. I'm done for the intraday. Most likely session. I'm gonna see what happens with Nvidia. Maybe Nvidia fun play into next week. Nice setup possible, but just chilling. The thing went to 172. That is fucking insane. From 208 was at 196 yesterday. 196.2. 176 we are at right now, and then went to 172. That is absolute motherfucking Dr. Barry, right? People make fun of Dr. Barry all the time, and that is literally just what happened. They have no, setup. They have no real care about the higher time frame. They only just care about candles and what really happens. And yeah, at one point or another, it's gonna hit. Right, people that speculate and dream and that scam, it's gonna hit every single day, most likely. But I'm saying people that literally even do good, even do bad, it's gonna hit at some point or another because they're not gonna care about what's truly going on and how it's really happening. But that is now bears getting trapped off of 1105 into 1110. I've seen it all, I'm telling you, dude. I was in that position too. I would be doing good for a while, and a while. And after a while, I would one day get completely destroyed or completely dismotivated. And literally, it was just because I wasn't able to sit through the pain and try to learn through all the bullshit and try to realize why and how it's going on, when it's going on, when I'm tired, when I'm frustrated, when I don't want to do it, when people are scared, when people are tired, when people don't want to vote, when they don't even want to care. Is when you absolutely need to care and when you absolutely need to put in the work. Because why? The only way you're going to be extraordinary is if you do extra shit on top of ordinary. If you are just ordinary and you think life is going to be lulu, lala, dandy, and it's going to be scam, bullshit here and there, and it's going to be good, things are going to hit you hard like a rock. Because you will see how much scam and bullshit life it could be full of. But if you are out there, right, fighting for the truth, if you are out there searching for the truth, and if you're out there searching for knowledge, true knowledge without bullshit scamming, then you really do tend to find true knowledge, true reality, and no scam bullshit. That comes from the bottom of my heart, bro. I swear. Why do I say this shit from the bottom of my heart? Look at the chart. You get what I'm saying? Look at the shit. Am I making bullshit up after the fact? No. I'm just drawing it and saying it's a most probable probability and it's happening. I don't know if it's going to happen, but all I'm saying is I'm just saying this shit based on what I've been through in the past. That doesn't mean it's going to happen. That's a pure speculation. I'm just saying, oh, rejection at 1055, MACD volume, something going on, something going on, we're in the 3/3, something weird, it's dangerous both sides. It was dangerous both sides here. It was dangerous both sides here until when the purple box got left. The purple box got left. They went lower. They visited lower. Found a wherever bound somewhere here. Came back up. Revisited all the way down south. And then now we're at the 4 p.m. close. So honestly, it could have not happened exactly like this. But hey, when things do happen almost the way you do I'm not saying this is the exact way I was, thinking it was probable, but when things happen and you're out there searching to the probabilities and trying to realize what could be the next possible matrix probability, when it happens, you see it way more often than not. Way more clearer, way more liver, more better, more developed, more educated, right? More full of self-love, no bullshit, and everything. And I mean that from the bottom of my heart. You cannot make stuff up out here, because how do you? You get fucking deleted. Deleted, because the market does not care about nobody's bullshit, trolling, scamming, deceptive art, whatever you want to call it. That is what the market does not care about. The market cares about cycle. The market cares about time confirmation. The market cares about people hoping. They want both sides, bulls and bears, to both think up and down so that they can. Or we can all decide, right? We are the market. You get what I'm saying? Like, I'm saying we are the market. Well, like, I'm just saying, like, the market deducts live 24/7 as it happens live, with setup that exists for everyone live on the chart. People just see things differently. They see the green candle and they're like, oh, super bullish. They look at the red candles and they're like, oh, super bearish. Everybody can see the MACD. Everybody can see everything. Everybody can go look at the SPX put to call ratio if they really truly tried. All I'm saying is people come to different analytical differences and deductive thoughts in their mental mindset that allows them to really, really differ from the most. That's all it is. That's something. Yeah, people take so fucking granted, man. It's just literally just green. Oh, today. Oh, they're all done. Literally, go look. You do me a favor and go look. Go look anywhere else. Go look on the other side of the river where they scam, hope, whatever the fuck they do. Go look every single day, please, because that's what I'm being told by people that are there. That's what I'm being told by my best friends that are, my best friend that was my admin and that went over there one day or whatever it is. He told me he went there one day and chatted. But I mean, I guess it's a bad timing that I see it too. I feel bad what happened to, bro. All right, but I'm just saying, like, dude, this world is full of rampant speculations everywhere, anywhere. Crypto, bonds, gold, oil, options, stocks, VIX, whatever it is, trading, not trading, life, whatever it is. You just want to make sure it's to a point logical and reasonable, not some straight up dumb-minded fakery. But what a great day. All right, the Nvidia is rising. I want to go look at Q instead of Nvidia. I want to look at the market open from CNBC as well here. Just fucking paper traders making fun of other paper traders, yet the biggest paper trader. Crazy work. Whoa. Man, look at that dip down on IWM. Now it's rocketing back up. Rocketing back up. There's 0DT gaming with options. Printing down and up at the same time. Down, up, down, up, down, up, somehow down, up. It's so. Only if I knew every single candle where they were gonna go in that exact moment, huh? That would be the best. Damn, man. Deductions got me goddamn close today. Holy. The deductions got me goddamn close wet yesterday. Deductions got me goddamn close the day before it. So, yeah. There's no way, right? Any human being can get every single cycle right, but what they could do is probability analyze. Wow. Okay. I honestly didn't know what was going to happen here, but yeah, W created. I don't know what's going on now. Is this super bearish or is this what? I thought it was actually not bearish now. I thought it was turning a little bit bullish or something. I had no thoughts here, to be honest. I really didn't have any thoughts here, but that is crazy. Rejection in 2 minutes. What the candle is that? Ochoa says 1/3, 2/3, 3/3. Is that what happened? I didn't even notice. Like, bro, the thing is, like, this thing could extend, you know. So I never ever speculate that this is the 3/3. I never ever speculate this is the 3/3. I only care about cycle confirmation. You know what I mean? But yeah, I guess so. That's why I didn't expect it though. But I mean, I did have this drawn, and if it wasn't an extend, I would have drawn it higher and higher. But yeah, I don't know. I didn't do anything off that, but. I guess the box being played perfectly right now. Whatever was drawn. Whatever was drawn, huh? I really did not draw that box thinking it was gonna reject though. I just kinda drew it trying to draw out that cycle, but hey, they did bounce it from where near the floor for 10 minutes, so I guess they could have rejected at any point. They could have even went higher to 1120 and rejected it, but maybe they are not allowing the bulls to get any sort of breath here today. That is very, if this breaks the floor somehow, that would be an actual dump day today. But like, yeah, that would be a finale dump. But IWM looking almost the strongest right now out of everyone. Okay, it's not dumping, it's chopping. IWM looks strongest right now. QQQ looks weak. The video looks weak as fuck. IWM is important watch on IWM is what I'm trying to say. There is a I'll go range now. At the tippity top on IWM as well. The wind direction is showing north with no confirmation. Lower. IWM is the actual only thing that did not go red today at all. IWM stayed fully green. Wind direction is wind direction is south or neutral since 1120. HOD until the cycle confirmation and time confirmation. And it says it is no longer LOD. Man, you know, I get hella joy. You guys realize, like, all this shit. Do you realize why I drew this rocket and the dumb whale and the dumb American flag? You know, I mean, the great American flag. You know why? Because I enjoy doing this shit, bro. But ladies and girls, ladies and gentlemen, I enjoy, right? I enjoy finding, wow. I enjoy finding the wind direction and the traps and the trends sometimes like this because to me, it's astronomically beautiful to see it happen, even though I may not be a part of it some way or another. It's just, dude, this just tells me the market cycling. This just tells me the market deducting. This just tells me the market doing things live every single day. Crazy work every day. But I mean, literally. What is that, bear trap? Crazy. Wow, man. Wedge created. Broke that out too in that whatever candle. IWM leading. There is no confirmation lower right now in IWM. IWM is running into the last minute of 10:20, 10:22. 10:25 is here in 25 seconds. IWM leading crazy. Let's see if this is real. If this is real, SPY will rip up to 655.80 and they'll break that purple box. If not, don't know. It's looking like a nice nuclear. But I don't want to chase. Maybe in that first green candle, I could have went when they flipped up at 652.67, but I can't fucking do shit. You know why I was saying sub 652 earlier? Because that's the previous 4 p.m. close too on SPY. So I am just chilling billing. QQQ is trying to regain 658. Sorry, 585.61 or something. IWM is nuclear mode on a actual rocket. Rocket down, rocket down, rocket. So it's on a rocket. Rocket. This is bullish territory, no confirmation rejection. But the 3/3 is happening still. 11:25. QQQ is at the previous day, 4 p.m. close. This should be at Nvidia. Look at that nice V. 172 to 178. Wow. Everything is going up together. Together. Climbing higher, higher in the purple box. I don't chase it.
T-Mobile have been under pressure since reporting third-quarter numbers. $500 million surge in CapEx is
looks fun.
being pointed to
Anyone
as
wants to
spooking
run
some
that
investors.
in the 3/3
Now, heading
MACD
into the
volume
key holiday
RSI
season,
super
analysts
bullish.
are wondering if the sector is headed
I don't
into
really
more
chase.
competitive cycle.
IWM is up 1.76%.
Coming as competitor Verizon announces major
1.57%.
layoffs today under new management. But joining us now, an exclusive interview is new T-Mobile CEO Srini Gopalan. He started in the role just earlier this month, and it's great to have you on the show. Welcome.
It's great to be here, Morgan.
So let's start right there, because you announced some news today specifically about switching, and what got my attention here is the role that AI is going to play in that.
Yeah, absolutely. One of the biggest pain points in this industry has been just how complex and difficult it is to switch a provider. And what we announced today was really smashing that pain point and making switching easy. It's a combination of three things. It's kind of moving switching from 3 hours to 15 minutes. That's where AI plays a significant role. The second piece was really giving consumers control over their phone, making them decide when, how, and where they get their new phone. And third, and very excitingly, having same-day delivery with DoorDash. You put that all together, and one of the biggest consumer pain points,
Why is the T-Mobile CEO talking about DoorDash?
has just become a lot easier.
So what are you seeing with consumers, especially as we're a week out from Thanksgiving and going into the all-important holiday season?
We're seeing solid, robust demand, including from our existing customers. But to be honest, Morgan, we're never going to be the canary in a coal mine of how the economy is doing, right? Because today we're such an essential product. We're not hugely sensitive one way or the other to economic news.
Those
we're
are strong right now. Look at those candles stacking and ripping higher, trying but getting dragged down. That's the last.
Seems like you've been taking some
Those
share
are
there, but the
strong
fiber piece
right
doesn't
now.
seem to be
IWM
particularly
is up
strong. Is that based on what's happening in the macro
now.
and some caution out there? How would you frame it?
IWM is up 1.68% now. Bulls are going in the last 2-3 minutes, trying still on IWM. IWM went up 1.
Fiber is something we entered about halfway through this year.
13% in the last 2 minutes.
Are growing incredibly quickly.
That's what I said in the WhatsApp group. I said IWM is up 1.57% at 11:25, and then 1 minute later it is literally at 1.68.
Numbers on where we'd be on fiber. fixed wireless access itself, we've got
higher
close
and
to
higher
8
and
million
higher and higher in
customers,
IWM. No
product,
confirmation
that's growing
rejection.
really
Just
strongly,
bears are
and
getting
testament
cooked
to the
right now
strength of our network.
on everything.
So broadband
Nvidia,
is a place
SPY,
we're really excited by, because we have
less,
the
but
opportunity to do
SPY
what
is
T-Mobile
cooking.
does best. Go in
SPY
and
is
attack
cooking in the purple
incumbents
box
who
too,
are
cooking
overpriced
everything
for an
down there.
inferior product. So we're
I'm
really
so goddamn
excited
glad I
about
left
where
down there.
broadband is.
Holy
Not sure
shit!
where you got the fiber
Oh
down
my
from,
lord,
but
it's
we
turning
aren't
into
seeing
a
that.
major
now,
cook.
also, where does that
Major
fit
wok
into
cook.
the switching story?
China wok
Are
cook.
consumers and
my.
businesses taking the full
Major
bundles,
cook
taking
up
these
here,
things
bulls.
together, or
Major
more inclined to
cook
do it
down
separately?
there, bears now. Cook bulls here, cook bears
The
here.
consumers make independent choices on their broadband and their
Major
wireless.
cook using purple
Sometimes
box,
they may choose
bro.
to bundle it, but sometimes they also choose
Wales,
to bundle
America.
phones, right? So like a family buys. Our switching focus is really
Rocket
on wireless.
IWM.
I mean, the
Fucking
problem
rocket.
is, look, today
Elon
taking
rocket.
a new wireless connection should be the start of a new relationship. It should be like a honeymoon period. Instead, it's like a long, messy divorce.
All right, so that was Finale Friday.
To jump through all
Maybe now
kinds
this
of
is nice
hoops,
recovery
do
Friday.
all kinds of gymnastics to just move to a new wireless connection. And what we're focused on is smashing through that pain point.
HOD clearance is so fucking much here now.
AI,
Look at the MACD and RSI
same-day
going
delivery.
through the roof.
It's about taking
SPY
friction
especially.
out of wireless.
IWM.
Quickly, Srini, I want to get your take on this idea that we're entering a new competitive cycle for wireless and for communications industry, especially on a day where Verizon is announcing more layoffs.
Now.
We're seeing more restructurings, and even at T-Mobile.
1.77% now? What the Okay, I'm going to go to the bathroom real quick.
So I'm not seeing a new competitive cycle. This industry has always been very competitive. Now, the nature of that competition changes. Sometimes it's on devices. Sometimes it's on rate plans. We're seeing a strong level of competition, which is really good for the customer. We also need to step back and look at how this industry has evolved over the last 3 years, right? Consumers have been better off, faster speeds, more data. At the same time, if you look across the different providers, you've seen a strong, almost 50% growth in free cash flow. So I think it's a solid, robust industry, which is competitive. Okay. And we love competitive, because the more competitive it is, the more jump balls there are.
Okay.
Your workflow is important to us. Please wait indefinitely.
With Monday.com's intuitive work management platform, you have the power. Not IT, not admins. You're in charge. So you can tailor work exactly how you love to do it. Whether you're managing tickets, marketing, projects, or sales, Monday.com gives you a holistic solution for everything work-related. For example, you can add custom fields, choose how you like to view your work, and easily add automation without needing help from IT. You're probably busy anyway.
Knock, knock. Who's there?
Damn, I really had to go to the bathroom, bro. Damn, I really had a major bathroom break. Testing the roof. We are. Guys, we have 162 people here. I don't know why, but it's so hard to get the likes. Please, 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 please. Give me kisses. Give me thumbs up, baby.
5 things to know ahead of the opening bell this morning, starting with the bidding war for Warner Brothers Discovery. Netflix, Paramount, and Comcast, parent company of this network, submitting offers by yesterday's deadline. Netflix and our own parent company, Comcast, are said to want the company's studio and streaming businesses. David Ellison wants to combine the entire company with Paramount to create a counterweight to some of the tech giants. So we're going to see how all of this pans out. Meantime, we're watching shares of Nvidia this morning. This after yesterday's reversal contributed to what was a big market sell-off. The stock is lower again this morning in pre-market trading, down by more than 6.5% week to date. And prediction market Kalshi has now raised $1 billion in its latest fundraising round at a valuation of $11 billion, according to TechCrunch. That round coming less than 2 months after its previous fundraise at $5 billion valuation. And the CEO of CrowdStrike has taken a stake in the Mercedes-AMG Formula One team, the deal valuing that Mercedes team at $6 billion. And a painting by a Mexican painter, Frida Kahlo, selling for $54.7 million, most ever for a female artist at auction.
All right, rejection trying. Candle is trying to.
The Dream, the bed.
Coming with a doji 1 minute.
Of her sleeping.
Let's see what happens here. Cycle creating here.
Priciest Latin American artwork topping the price of another of her portraits that was sold
nuke
back
up on
in
Nvidia too.
2021.
Stairway to heaven. Parabolic stairway to heaven. We draw all lines. Parabolic ones too. Beautiful to see. Let's see where this goes. Beautiful to see. Let's see where this goes. Parabolic lines are beautiful. Bullishly parabolic. I want to see the market open. Oh, market open. Oh, it just came out. No way. We're the first people to see it. Shit came out 40 seconds ago, folks. God damn. Look at that market open.
So what, you're saying you don't trust it? It's not worth going in. You don't buy up like this.
They sold that shit off and went back up. Oh my god, that's crazy. Right? That is insane work. They sold this shit off and went back up. Classic. Look at all that green. Look at the entire board green. Entire fucking board green. That shit's probably fucking defenses or some bullshit. Pre-market was bullish. And they pushed that thing lower.
It's not worth going in. You don't buy up like this. After a terrible overnight, after a close yesterday, after you have so many people...
I think most people were being bullish, saying we had so many red days. I think most people were saying today was going to bounce out market open, and they cooked it. They gap filled it and then bounced. they gap filled it, right? Anything below gap fill was literally perfect pullback.
I know.
Anything below gap fill was literally perfect pullback because of 0 DT theta, but they did go from 656 to 651, 651 to go literally hit the 4 p.m. gap.
Well, by the way, the collapse in commodities is shocking.
You did right about that this morning.
So even if they don't break the HOD here, that shit was a perfect pullback, 0 DT theta 2. Somewhere HOD near, so. Did we break the HOD? Not yet. On SPY. SPY is near the HOD because of IWM. IWM is up 1.89%. Right, 1.89%. IWM moves crazy when it moves though, bro. 11:26. I said IWM is up 1.56%. Next minute, 1.68%. Next minute, 1.78%, Now it's 1.89%. Like the thing moves fucking crazy. 1.96%. Oh my god. Can you believe it? Market actually going bullish now. That was the ultimate pullback below 930. Wow, HOD broke. Wow. That is the craziest now nuclear pullback, burn all bears down their candle ever. What the fuck? IWM is up 2.09% now. Okay. HOD cleared. Divergence at the roof. Alright, medium term, long term puts are now in danger. Now I'm talking about new money. From this point on. I'm not talking about the shit that was already in. I'm talking about new money right now. Right? Why? Because there's a divergence, massive divergence at the roof. At the rough. Right? They came in with a nuclear candle to bullish push on IWM. Went and hit 2.03% or some shit. Into 1140. The algo range bounced it here at 1130 too. I wasn't really watching IWM. That's what they're doing right now. They fucking nuclear push this shit. IWM. Look at the MACD on IWM right now. Oh my lord. They rotate like crazy. IWM went from 1 point something percent to 2%. Wow. Just no volume. Oh, I thought you were talking about my mic. Yeah, it doesn't matter. IWM may have no volume, but if the prices go, and it's being manipulated to go, it doesn't even matter. Everything else will follow. QQQ follows. Nvidia will just go, go, go. No volume too, but the MACD RSI is bullish, at least 5-minute, showing small volume, but it doesn't even matter. Yeah, as long as the MACD RSI bullish, it's just gonna continuously go until who knows when. And IWM has been pump, 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 pump until when. That was a super nuke candle. That literal candle was super nuke, I think. Broke HOD in one candle, so it wiped out puts there, and it paid out calls crazy on that candle. On that candle, 1135. That candle, 1136. 1136 was right here. So both times, IWM and SPY together, I mean. That is a massive green candle. Cycle did way extend though. Wind direction is now showing north, so we need to draw the wind direction. Oh, this is not the high of the day. This high of the day is over here. There's no confirmation lower. They just broke the roof, so they can go higher and higher and higher. Why? Wind direction showing north, but this purple box is also being played. So if they want to pull back into this purple box at like 3-4 p.m., that is possible. But right now, bulls are in heaven mode. They're going higher and higher and higher and higher and higher. Right, wind was north from pre-market to 9:55. Wind direction is south from 9:55 to 10:40. Wind direction is what? North or neutral from 10:40 until it breaks the roof or the floor on QQQ. Wind direction is north on SPY. So there's a major difference right now. Wind direction is showing north on SPY because of IWM going 2% up. 2.07% is that right now. 2.08 QQQ. Close to the roof. 589. Alright, level of importance that we said in the morning, but it is now trying to recover it from losing it. Alright, we will really see how this, new money divergence, long-term, medium-term shorts being dangerous theory being played out, because now you could see an example, right? Divergence at the floor, divergence at the roof. Please remember this for the future. No matter what happens here, I hope you understand. This is how I learned, and this is I literally say the things I say. I don't say things because I'm saying and bullshitting out of my mouth. I'm literally saying things because I've experienced it personally, and I'm trying to say you should see it, and you should personally experience the pain or the suffering or the greatness, but most importantly, suffering. And I hope you remember the suffering for greatness. I know people might be having a good time right now, but I'm saying you need to remember the suffering to be great, to be able to enjoy the greatness with discipline, with humility, with humbleness. So I'm telling you, with patience, most importantly. So I'm telling you, you need to suffer. You need to remember the suffering psychologically, mentally, physically, emotionally, and just use that for greatness. Whatever going on here is all I'm saying. 11:40. Okay. 3/3 cycle is being extended, right? What happened here? We drew the box 1/3, 2/3, and extended, rejecting. And I was like, oh, I didn't think I was going to extend it if it went higher, right? This is what I'm talking about. Cycle can extend if there is no cycle confirmation major that says anything. So Right, 1/3, 2/3, 3/3, 1/3, 2/3, 3/3, 1/3, 2/3, 3/3, 1/3, 2/3, 3/3, 1/3, 2/3, 3/3, everything. 1/3, 2/3, 3/3, playing out. Just deciding. This is 10:30, 9:30, 9:30, and 9:30 created an algo range, but I just never drew it. Nine thirty is 9:30, and we are in the 9:30 algo range right now in QQQ. Looks like is what's going on. There's an algo range here that I'm not drawing, but we're inside of it. Oh man, I'm hungry. Wind direction is showing south or neutral until the cycle, until the candles, until the time says we're going to go higher or lower here too. Thank you all very, very much for being here. We have 170 people. Let's get the thumbs up button. Hit the thumbs up. And if you are a new watcher, I strongly implore you to hit the subscribe button and join the community. And we will see each other on the next live stream on Monday. Well, yeah, we have people joining every day these days now. That's what I'm saying. We have a lot of active people, YouTube chatters too, in the WhatsApp group too, that aren't joining, that aren't trying to learn and do the best they can knowledge-wise for themselves every single day. So really, really good and happy to see. President is meeting the New York Mayor Mamdani today. Something Mamdani. Alright, we will go see what Tom Lee said earlier in the day fully. I don't think I really digested. So 256,000 people watch this. This is the most watched video on CNBC for the last 3 days. We're gonna watch it again. He said there's some technical weird thing going on with Bitcoin, but I didn't really hear. Mechanical glitch that may be fueling crypto's rollover. Market is deciding what to do at the roof. This is bull control. Nothing really here says bearish, even though the MACD RSI might be slightly rolling over. Cycle is being created before anyone can even say this is turning bearish.
All right, joining us now is FundStrat's head of research, CNBC contributor Tom Lee, also the chairman of Bitcoin.
Swings. What did I say?
All right, joining us now is
Dow swings 1,000+ points from session highs to session lows. So volatile.
FundStrat's head of research, CNBC contributor Tom Lee, also the chairman of Bitmine Immersion Technologies, an Ether treasury company. All right, so Tom, you've heard what Steve had to say. This is, by the way, not unusual for NVIDIA, is it? NVIDIA, the good folks at Bespoke, your team, you've recognized that NVIDIA will often have these kind of wild swings following earnings, but what is your take right now on these markets?
The poll is, does this market movement make you feel like you are wanting to?
I think the crypto market has been.
Does it make you feel long into tomorrow?
October 10th.
Does it make you feel short into Monday? Is what I'm trying to say. Sorry, not tomorrow.
I mean,
into the
today's
future.
stock market
It's
looks
just
a lot like
market
an echo of what
sentiment
happened on October 10th. But on October 10th, that liquidation was so big, Brian.
This price action is making me feel.
And our market makers are critical in crypto because they provide liquidity. I mean, they act almost as the central bank in crypto. And if they've got a hole in their balance sheet that they need to raise capital for, they need to reflexively reduce their balance sheet, reduce trading. And if prices fall, they've got to then do more selling. So I think that this drip that's been taking place for the last few weeks in crypto reflects this market maker crippling. And so
wow, trend line breaking on IWM.
It took 8 weeks for that
from
to
the
really
bottom
get
of the
flushed out.
trend
We're
line
only
at
6 weeks
229
into
to
it. So
234.
kind of
Full on bullishness now.
crypto,
IWM.
Bitcoin and Ethereum are in some ways a leading
Insane
indicator for
flip.
equities because of that
Full on
unwind, and now they're
bullishness on
sort of
IWM
limping
going
and
crazy.
Well,
it actually was a
point
rocket.
That my very, very
Was
smart
that actual
team behind
fucking
me,
rocket?
we put together for the top of the
HOD
show, which is showing that Bitcoin
Can
turned
you
down
believe it?
today
It literally went
before
to
the
the
market
top
did.
to the bottom
All right,
yesterday,
take
and
us
now
back.
it went
So
to the bottom
October
to the top.
6th,
Look
I
at
think
this
it was
shit.
October 6th or 7th.
It went to the top to the
Today
bottom
hit
the day before that. It went to the
125,000.
tippity
Yeah, a couple
top to
days
the
later,
bottom
it
yesterday.
was still around
way before.
120.
And then it regained
Now,
from the
obviously,
bottom
Bitcoin's
to
at
the
86
oh my
and
gosh.
change. So what specifically occurred on or around October 10th
IWM rocket
that
right
would
now.
lead us to where we are now on what, November 20th?
Fucking crazy.
Yeah.
Crazy.
Well, Steve actually pointed this out. There's a lot of what they call automated processes in crypto. One of them is called ADL, okay, and that's an automatic liquidation feature that would take place if someone's account or their collateral drops in price. It's essentially like a margin call.
Wow.
On a specific exchange, a
like,
stable
wow,
coin's
melted.
price varied from
Melted
other
at the pure
exchanges.
bottom.
Actually,
Has to be the
stablecoins
majority
stayed at
down there
$1.
too.
They dropped to 65 cents.
I'm talking about
But
majority
that
in the
only
world.
within the exchange
Not talking about.
ports,
I'm
within
talking
this
about
exchange
majority.
because of
Hypothetically
liquidity.
speaking, what happened was
triggered
they
an
would have went
ADL, an
lower,
automatic
and got
liquidation
trapped right
across
here
many
too.
accounts. It
Probably would
wiped
not have
out
left on that
as
LOD
that
hope test too,
spread
and
across
then
other
got burned
exchanges, right? Because
to that shit.
liquidations cascade. Almost 2 million crypto accounts got wiped out.
All
even
these
though
bulls probably left down
minutes
into this
before they
too.
were actually
Crazy work.
profitable accounts.
Most.
So who is behind this? Like, who's the they in the market makers and they got hit? Who's the they?
Well, you know, Brian,
He said,
am
"Who's the
aware of names,
they?"
but because
Us.
you know, I'm not someone who wants to name names. I think what you should keep in mind
I
is that
love Tom
this
Lee.
error is
I'm not
they
the.
got hit. Who's the they?
Well, you know, Brian,
Well.
hit. Who's the they?
Well, you know, Brian, I am aware of names.
IWM up
because,
2.4%.
You know, I'm not someone who wants to name names. I think what you should keep in mind is that this error is actually essentially a bug,
IWM
a
is up
code error,
2.4%.
because I think in
my
retrospect they would have pulled pricing from across exchanges to set the price for that stablecoin rather than rely on internal quotes. But this has resulted in a lot of market makers and traders having less capital. And as you know, as crypto prices drift lower because trading volumes drop,
breaking the trend
they
line
need
that
to
it
then
broke down from.
have more capital available, which means they shrink their balance sheet further. So this is then
Oh
that reflexive
Lord.
weakning.
Bulls crazy on IWM today.
I want to go back to this point, Tom.
This is
I
America.
hate the term glitch.
God
I
bless
can't stand the
America.
term glitch because
Look at this breakdown.
things go down at the airport and they say, well, a
setup,
glitch cause your flight did not take off. That's not a glitch.
That's more than no gap fill below.
It's a word that is used to describe pretty serious automation issues, software problems, crashes, for some reason that they try to minimize. Is this some kind of a software bug that's causing part of this? I'm trying to follow exactly what you're hinting around about.
Wow.
Yeah.
Either
Brian,
QQQ breaks HOD here, or we'll see some sort of pullback.
Portfolio insurance
I think pullback
was
imminent.
The quote glitch.
Wow.
And that triggered the cascade in 1987. And so the industry learned and then never offered that again. You know, in 2009, it was really the collateral wasn't secure.
I think pullback is coming with the divergence at the roof. There's so many bulls now. Maybe I'm completely wrong. IWM's up 2.52% now.
But then regulators came in and like overregulated. That was the negative effect of that.
That's
in
crazy.
Crypto,
2.52% IWM.
Of ADL and the way they pull prices never going to happen again. The good news is we're not going to have overregulation in crypto.
Wow.
But now we have to deal with that liquidation effect. 2022 was a big liquidation.
180 Nvidia. Wow, this was literally the game.
But that is not kind of, you're right. It is the nature.
Nvidia's back at 180.
The
sub 180.
There's going to be an error found, and you said it. leverage is what's dangerous. And so investors
they sub
should not be
180, then
using
they're back
excess
to it.
leverage in crypto.
Oh my God, that's crazy. They sub 180, then they came back up to it. Oh my God. Oh my nar. 180. Wow. Man, that is actually surprising though. 180. Full on by the end of the day. IWM up 2.52%. SPY is up 0.97%. QQQ is up 0.66%. And we were super red down there. We were super red down there. Wow, they're nuking this shit now. Forget about tomorrow or Monday. They're doing this shit right now. They're showing. Right now. They're saying right now on a Friday. On a Friday. And shit expiring on a Friday. HOD. $589.64. $589.57. HOD broke. Alright. I'm going in SPY puts right now. I'm in pretty fucking big. No confirmation, nothing. HOD. $6.59. SPY is up 1.02% now. Still super showing. Super bullish pushing candles. $11.55 midday. I'm in 6K 0 DTs right now. IWM 2.6%. Holy shit, IWM 2.6%. Man, and breaking HOD and continuously going now on QQQ. Okay, Nvidia 0%, IWM 2.65%. They're going fucking nuts now. Let's see. Candles are going and going and going and going and going every minute. That's 12 o'clock too, not 11:55. Yo, bulls are cooking right now. Bulls are fucking cooking. Look at the RSI. Pointing to heaven. Wow, my 659 is being left like crazy. Cooking to heaven. Really going to J Powell FOMC candle. IWM 2.8% now. Insane shit. Short squeezing the fuck out of my 0 DTEs for sure. 12 p.m. They're at the J Powell FOMC candle. Holy shit. 662, 661.74. Just finale Friday. Just literally finale Friday and pull back and bounce like crazy finale Friday. 2.84% IWM now. Methed up. It's so methed up. Wow. HOD broke on QQQ, so wind direction is now north together. Led by small caps. This shit just boomed up 1.6% from the bottom. What the fuck? It was up 1.5% here, and now it's at 3% almost. 3%. Unbelievable. And I need a $3 drop. Fuck. That shit fucking cooks so fast. Cooked so fast. Like 1K in like fucking 3 minutes. Cookaroonies. Master chefs. Ah.
Joining us now is Bill Nygren, partner portfolio manager and U.S. CIO at Harris Oakmark. His fund's top holdings include Alphabet, Citigroup, and Warner Brothers Discovery. Talk too much about that already, Bill. I don't know, but we can if you want. Let's start with Google. We just had a long conversation about it with Brent Thill, who covers it. But, you know, it's been a long time part of your portfolio. Obviously, I would assume you're very happy you own it, although you may have trimmed a little bit. You sad about that?
No, not really. I guess it would have helped our returns had we not trimmed, but we think it's important for risk control to not let the market take our ownership percentage way up. Alphabet has been about a 3% weighting in our portfolio, in line with our other very large holdings. And had we not done anything, it would have gone up to about 5%. So we tend to trim into strength. With a lot of the names that we own today, I think you can make a plausible case that in 3 years the stock prices could double. And I have a hard time doing that for Alphabet. I think it's a lower risk name, and maybe a 50% move in 3 years would be pushing it.
All right, so some of the names I think you're referring to perhaps are those that are trading at single-digit PEs.
Right.
Indicative, of course, of a value fund like the one that you run. What gives you the confidence that potentially the market is going to revalue them and or earnings are going to increase that much that they would be a double in that period of time?
Well, part of it is the self-help story of share repurchase. So you look at a company like General Motors, they've taken out a third of their shares over the last 3 years. If over the next 3 years their earnings don't change and they take out 25% more of the share base and the stock
down
sells
800
at
right
9
now.
times earnings, that would be double today's price.
Going lower and lower.
And are there others that share that same sort of characteristic in your opinion?
Yeah, I would say so. Delta Airlines has cut their debt level more than in half from the pandemic. It sells at about 7 or 8 times earnings. We think that's too low a multiple for the leading airline company. I think their earnings could be 50% higher 3 years from now, and with an 11 or 12 times multiple, you could get a double. That just doesn't seem heroic to us when you're talking about a market that's twice that.
What do you think of the pair trade of that and Airbnb as well, and what it says about the future of travel?
Well, we like Airbnb because the take rate there is so much lower than it is at other travel-related companies like a Booking. And we think if they move that level up to what Booking has, and we think that's plausible because Airbnb tends to have small clients on both sides. There's no real power. So we don't think it's crazy to think they could do that. They're investing a lot of money in adjacencies right now. We think those will either eventually be profitable or stopped.
Something that stood out to me in the notes here is this idea that you have that for the first time in recent history, the S&P 500, which just turned negative, by the way, became a non-diversified index. We talk about the concentration all the time. But what are the broader implications, especially for the active management industry, which benchmarks itself to the S&P 500? What does that mean as you...
Well, when you file a mutual fund, you can either file as diversified or non-diversified. And the SEC thinks that non-diversified is such an incremental risk level that they want to make sure that investors are aware of that. If you're a diversified fund, once your holdings that are each over 5% of the portfolio total to 25%, you can't buy any more of those names. So right now, there's no effective way for an active manager to have an overweight on those 4 names in the S&P 500. It's a really unusual position, unusual because we've never been there before. And I think problematic when you think about like what index really makes sense for investors to try to benchmark their portfolios against. Which indexes do a better job of telling them, are they doing a good job saving for retirement, for homes, for college? And I don't think the S&P 500 fits that role anymore.
Oh, fuck. The fuck? And a big ass cycle. And a big ass cycle. I go back to this lady.
How would you advise people who follow the Fed closely, asking for a friend, to absorb all of the things that are out there? There are people out there who are saying, among your colleagues, that are like, we have to be cutting rates now because the employment market is weak. There is no inflation. How do you address that?
I think a range of views is really healthy.
Okay.
And, you know, when you reach potential inflection periods, when the data are less clear and there's more limited data, I think it's not surprising that there's a range of views. And I think that hearing from all of my colleagues is really valuable, and so I am listening carefully.
Sometimes it depends on what you're focused on. I'm struck by the challenge the Fed has now in addressing almost two disparate economies. You have this raging investment in artificial intelligence, and you have the older economy.
Artificial
issues of
intelligence.
Housing, where rates are high and hurting the housing market, and the auto market, where rates are high and hurting the auto market. How do you address those two very different things that are going on, in addition to this notion of the K-shaped economy, where low-income people seem to be struggling, but the wealthy are doing just fine?
The dynamics, there are a number of different streams to them, and they're interacting, and that does add to the complexity of developing an outlook, which is part of why I said I think different scenarios are quite plausible. But that also reinforces my view that getting back to a price stable environment is actually an environment that helps to be able to sustain maximum employment with broader benefits and addressing some of those factors, and that economic vitality. I will say that I am seeing a real focus on efficiency in the data for corporate non-financial firms. We've seen a real robust productivity growth, and that helps to reconcile the solid demand that we're still seeing. Earnings calls have been surprisingly strong with the much softer labor market. And so there's a number of things to watch, some near term and some that'll play out over time.
And just to translate, maybe I'm making this more confusing, but you have an economy with strong productivity, high efficiency. You can have strong growth numbers with low job growth numbers.
Yeah, so that is one of the puzzles, and I see that productivity growth in a core part of the economy as being key to helping with that. The uncertainty also does. You have firms that have an efficiency mindset. I hear about that from all of my contacts. Large firms, small firms, and it's not just AI, although that is part of it and a growing part. It's also production processes.
I think they're going to pull back to 589 at some point, but they're going higher and higher right now.
Robust demand, even though they're not necessarily hiring, and that's something we're watching carefully.
I want to get to the conference that we're here to cover today, but before I get there,
time is 12:10 and they're going bullish as hell into 12:10 right now.
Potential growth is also much higher.
So
do
it's
they go bullish as hell and
that
hover?
Our potential growth rate will,
be
somewhat
super bullish
stronger,
right now
and that
for
would
something.
be good news. That's an environment in which, economic vibrancy over time.
But would you set
really
policy ahead of that, or do you need to see that first?
I think you need to factor in a range of different kinds of things. Okay. So I think that's one of them that we're trying to assess, and it's a complicated context for policy, Steve.
Yeah, so we're going to get there. Right. Going to get there in a second, but real quick, you sound like a Fed official to me who says we need to eventually get down to neutral, but maybe now is not that moment. Is that
so? Certainly, my baseline says that maintaining mildly restrictive policy is appropriate to ensure that we get that disinflation. And then over time, I would absolutely expect to normalize further. But I think doing so cautiously, gradually is appropriate. And I'm hesitant to get too far out ahead, given the moves we've already made and some of the inflation concerns that I hear from all of my conversations around the district.
And given the topic that we're going to be talking about today, which is this issue of how the global uncertainty and the things going on around the world are influencing, for example, the inflation data or the growth data or the jobs data here in the United States. Could you just give us your summary of all that?
Happy to, absolutely. And this is our 69th economic conference.
Are you kidding me? I feel like I've been to 68 of them. But yeah, that's
well,
amazing.
Thanks for coming. We're delighted.
Not that old.
Yeah, absolutely. So our theme this year is the U.S. economy in a changing global landscape. And it really is changing. So some of the themes there are increases in global risk and uncertainty, which we know plays out in a variety of ways, but also potential increases in global fragmentation, and trying to think through some of the implications there. We'll have sessions on multinational firms. Yes, we will talk about tariffs and a range of other factors as well.
The RSI kind of cooking here.
And business leaders. And so I'm looking forward
and
to a
this
robust
fragmentation
conversation.
theme means we're not all kumbaya around the world anymore. Even in the Western Alliance, there's fragmentation, and
Why don't you drop down
has an
$4
influence
right
on
here?
economies.
$3.
So
That's all I want is
thinking of
$5.
Fragmentation of flows.
All I want is
trade,
$6.58.
So in terms of supply chain fragmentation,
back and then
in
go
terms
up.
of flows of capital and labor, but also flows of technology. So there's a range of reorganization that may be taking place, partly related to uncertainty.
And we're so
and
close to the
risks,
J
and
Powell
perhaps
Daddy
other
candle.
factors as
661.90,
well. And so those are things to try to
661.74.
understand better. Complicated. Some near-term implications and also medium to longer-term implications. And so, again, I'm looking forward to learning a lot and delighted that you're here with us.
Artificial intelligence, open AI. Bull trap is trying.
Mackenzie Sagalos joins us this morning with that story. Hey again, Mac.
Hey, good morning, Carl. Amazon's massive round of layoffs last month, more than 14,000 jobs, hit almost every corner of the business. But new filings reveal that the deepest cuts came in one place: engineering. My colleague Annie Palmer out with a story this morning, digging into warn notices filed in New York, California, New Jersey, and Washington. Those are legally required disclosures that companies have to file with state agencies when conducting mass layoffs. And they show that nearly 40% of more than 4,700 reported cuts in those states were engineering roles, mostly mid-level software developers. Now, we also learned that more than 500 product and program managers were let go, along with senior and principal level staff. It's all part of CEO Andy Jassy's push to make Amazon operate like the world's largest startup. He said the company had added too many layers during the pandemic hiring boom, and that the current layoffs, the biggest in Amazon's 31-year history, were about fixing internal culture and speeding up decision-making. Now, Amazon says AI is not the primary driver, but it is shifting resources toward automation and internal tools like its coding assistant, Kiro. HR chief Beth Galetti had said that this wave of AI is the most transformative technology since the internet, and the company needs to move faster with fewer people to stay competitive. Those layoffs, they also gutted Amazon's gaming division, shutting down most of its in-house development, and cuts hit both its AI shopping teams and even Amazon's high-margin ad business. And guys, there's more to come. Additional cuts are expected in January.
Yeah, Mac, it's hard not to read through the lines here and see that maybe vibe coding is potentially replacing some of those engineers that comprise, as you say, 40% of those recent layoffs. Mackenzie Sagalos, thanks so much.
Mackenzie Sagalos. Fanatic CEO. Nah. Yeah, they did Bitcoin dirty. Fucking dirty. Watch this crypto world.
From just $4.99.
Today, Bitcoin sinks to its lowest level since April, and we're on the ground in Palm Beach, Florida for the Clear Street Disruptive Technology Conference, and I sat down with one of the speakers, Ari Redward of TRM Labs, about the changing crypto policy landscape in the U.S. To CNBC's Crypto World, I'm Talia Kaplan in Palm Beach, Florida for the Clear Street Disruptive Technology Conference. We'll have more from here on the ground in just a moment, but let's first get a check on markets. Crypto investors are sifting through a wave of good news this morning. First, Nvidia reported earnings after the bell yesterday, and the blowout quarter soothed Wall Street's fears that AI hype was fading. Then this morning, we got the jobs numbers for September, which were delayed due to the government shutdown. The data was worth the wait, though, showing the U.S. added 119,000 jobs in the month, more than twice what experts expected. That said, the rosy picture for the labor market is dimming hopes that the Fed will cut rates in December. Now, with the deluge of news for investors to make sense of, crypto prices are moving lower as of noon Eastern. Bitcoin fell to the $87,000 mark, but that's after it spiked to $92,000 after Nvidia posted earnings. Ether fell to $2,857, and Solana's Sol token dipped to $132. All right, let's jump right to more here on the ground at the Disruptive Tech Conference. The event is bringing about 300 crypto and fintech players together for fireside chats, one-on-one meetings, and more. We're also hearing from high-profile leaders in the crypto space like Michael Saylor, Anthony Pompliano, and Eric Trump. Crypto World is here on the ground for exclusive conversations with some of the speakers at this event. Now, this morning, I spoke with Ari Redboard, Global Head of Policy at TRM Labs, about the changing U.S. regulatory environment and the state of crypto crime.
I don't like
We're here in Palm Beach, Florida. You're actually based in D.C., though, and you spend a lot of time on Capitol Hill meeting with lawmakers, discussing crypto. And we have seen some major regulatory advancements
somewhere here
for
at some
crypto
point,
here
but I
in
mean,
the
I
US,
want it now.
especially in
I don't
recent
want it
months.
to fucking be
Over the
2-3 hours
summer,
later, but like
we saw the passage of
right
the
now. I'm
Genius
literally
Act
wanting
stablecoin regulation bill,
below
making the
sub
first major piece
659 so I can get
crypto
the fuck
legislation to
out.
become law here in the U.S. Major milestone.
I'm targeting below
Now all
659.
eyes are on crypto market structure. We saw a little bit of a pause because of the longest government shutdown in history. But just last week, the Senate Agriculture Committee actually released its draft of crypto market structure of a bill. So what do you think about all the progress we're seeing on Capitol Hill? How would you rate it? And do you think, realistically speaking, with that government shutdown in the mix, that we could potentially see a crypto market structure bill become law by the end of the year, as many in the industry had hoped?
Terrific. I'll start there. I think probably not. I think even Senator Scott, I want to say yesterday, came out and said that he's now tracking sort of early next year for market structure. But we're going to see significant movement over the next couple of months to get us there. So remain really hopeful. And I think, honestly, the beginning of next year would be a pretty huge win for the industry if it even moved that quickly. But backing up a second, it is extraordinary when you ask me sort of to rate things, right? And I think what we have to remember is where we were a year or a little bit more than a year ago, right? Where we had absolutely nothing. And today you mentioned Genius, where we have the first real meaningful bill to regulate stablecoin activity in the United States. Now we have a regime, and we see the U.S. Treasury Department. I think I've responded to at least 2 requests for information in the last 3 weeks at the U.S. Treasury Department on how now to implement the Genius Act. We have a 153-page report from the White House that details almost every aspect of how to regulate the crypto industry, whether it's SEC, CFTC, taxation, anti-money laundering, the stuff we're focused on at TRM. We have a crypto task force at the SEC that has done incredible work providing clarification to the market. We have a crypto sprint happening at the CFTC. We're going to have a CFTC chair in the next couple of days, likely. So I would say when I'm talking about just rating what's happening, we are moving at unprecedented speed on crypto regulation and legislation in really sort of, in the executive branch and in Congress as well. So I think it's an extraordinary moment. We're going to get market structure. When we've talked to members of Congress, I think a lot of them are, hey, look, this is complicated stuff. And the reality is they're getting up to speed very, very quickly.
I'm targeting somewhere here.
And we've always thought of market structure as who's going to regulate the space. Is it the SEC? Is it the CFTC? But there are other issues in there. There's a lot of conversation around DeFi and what DeFi regulation could potentially look like. So there's a lot of complex pieces to this, and we have clarity already passed in the House.
Right.
We now have 2 sets of discussion drafts from Senate Ag and Senate Banking. Those are going to be put together, and we're going to have something, but my guess is it's going to be early next year.
So how would you say the U.S. stacks up to the rest of the world as it relates to crypto regulation? When you spoke with CNBC back in January, you mentioned that with this new administration, this pro-crypto administration, and all the appointments that are pro-crypto, including the first ever crypto czar, David Sachs, that we're on track and could potentially even surpass other regions around the world.
Oh, I really want to support flip here at 6:59.
I'm very rarely right. You can ask my kids, but I was here. I really think I was here. And I was in Singapore last week, and the Monetary Authority of Singapore, for example, has had crypto regulation in place for almost a decade. We've seen the JFSA, the Japanese regulator, have been regulating the space. I think our first ever regulator. We have MiCA, the marketing crypto assets legislation in Europe. So we already have licensing regimes all over the world, and we in the United States do not have a federal licensing regime still. So I think that in that sense, we're still behind. But when you think about how fast we're moving, I mentioned all those different aspects of things that are going on. I think we are catching up and potentially have the possibility to surpass if the legislation, and I think we see this with Genius, and I think that's where we're heading with market structure, really doesn't attempt to stifle innovation, but really allows the ecosystem to grow and flourish. And I think that's the type of policy that we're seeing. And then remember, it's not just what the legislation it says, it's how we implement. And I think right now we have an SEC leadership team that's very, very focused on crypto and doing it right. I think the US Treasury Department is sort of very much in the same place. So I think we're going to see great legislation, and I think we're going to see implementation in a really meaningful way. So I would say that, yes, I think we're still tracking exactly. And to be honest, I don't think we're behind, even from sort of what a timeline should have looked like. We're moving really, really fast. To have legislation within the first year of this administration, and then to have market structure, early next, I think that's pretty extraordinary progress.
You have an impressive background, experience with the DOJ and Treasury. And because of your background, I'm curious also as to your take on the Trump administration's efforts to advance crypto. How would you rate their efforts? I know it sounds like you're bullish on their efforts, but can you just take us through briefly a rating?
Yeah, I think it's really been extraordinary. I think sort of really pushing the regulatory, the regulators in particular, right? I think one of the things that I really was extraordinary about the 153-page report that came out of the White House was it said to the SEC and the CFTC and Treasury, hey, look, we might not have market structure immediately, but you should go out and provide the clarity that you can to the business community out there that's building here. And I think we've really seen that. And I think so when you think about what the administration can do, the administration can only have so much effect on what's happening on Capitol Hill. That's the beauty of separation of powers. But at the end of the day, it can really have an impact on the executive branch. And I think we've seen that. I think that's been really, really thoughtful. The other piece, obviously, I'm thinking about all the time is how are we using our authorities to go after the bad actors within the space, right? The ecosystem is growing, it's flourishing. We're seeing institutional adoption. We're seeing banks get involved in this. We're seeing ETF activity. It's more important that we keep it safe than ever. And I also think I've seen this administration take action against bad actors who are taking advantage of transformative technology. Just one quick example, about 2 weeks ago, the administration, across a bunch of different components, the United States Department of Justice, the FBI, the US Treasury Department took action against Prince Group, which is a Cambodian scam, was basically running these pig butchering scams. We're running these scam compounds that are basically trying to essentially steal cryptocurrency. As part of that, there was a forfeiture action where DOJ filed a forfeiture against $15 billion, the largest by far in US, probably world history, to take back funds that were stolen from victims of these pig butchering type of scams in crypto. So there are things that should be happening simultaneously, sound, thoughtful regulation and clarity for the industry, and go after the bad actors who are abusing the technology.
So on a high level, TRM Labs is a blockchain intelligence company. You offer forensic services and risk management. You work with federal agencies like the FBI, the IRS, and you're able to track blockchain activity as it relates to illicit activity like sanctions evasion and anti-money laundering. So how would you categorize the trajectory of crime throughout the years? Obviously, 2022 was a very bad year. I believe we saw a little bit less crime activity in 2023. Is it still going down because law enforcement is more aware with groups like you? And what can we expect in 2026 as it relates to crypto crime?
Yeah, no, it's a great question. I think one thing we're seeing law enforcement globally get better at tracking and tracing the flow of funds in crypto, right? I mean, it's so unique that we are able to track and trace funds on an immutable public ledger where every transaction is logged and immutable. And we're seeing law enforcement globally use tools like TRM to do that. But the reality is that this ecosystem is growing at unprecedented speed and scale. And I'm not just talking about the price of Bitcoin. I'm talking about proliferation of stablecoins and financial institutions getting involved. And as the ecosystem grows, we're going to see bad actors gravitate towards it because bad guys go to where the money is. And the money today is in crypto. So
yeah, people are about to get candle fucked, bro. I'm telling you, 6,600 is a major level.
Attacks or violent crimes associated with crypto, over 50 today. You're talking about a kidnapping or threatening someone for their private keys. It's been a record-setting year for hacks. We've seen about 2.7 billion in hacks according to TRM in 2025. We've seen 53 billion stolen in scams and fraud since 2023. And that number is likely much bigger because victims of scams don't typically report. So the reality is that we're seeing two things happen at the same time, which really makes sense. The ecosystem is growing in a lawful way, and yet bad actors are trying to take advantage of this growing ecosystem. And to me, the answer has always been the technology, right? We can now investigate crimes in crypto in ways we never could in the traditional world. And I think we're really seeing that. The Prince Group case is an extraordinary example, but really not just that. We're seeing FBI and DEA and Secret Service and HSI
the White House is not live today.
And then work to seize back funds. So I think the reality is bad actors are moving faster than ever before, but we're building things at TRM and working with law enforcement to allow us to move as fast.
Now, last month, TRM released its crypto adoption and stablecoin usage report for the first half of 2025. One key point, the United States was among the countries that ranked highest for crypto adoption globally. Other countries include Pakistan, India, and Brazil. Another key point, US crypto activity surged by around 50%. What jumped out to you from this report for the first half of 2025?
I think it's exciting, and I don't want to overstate it. I think we've consistently over the last few years seen US crypto activity, crypto adoption accelerate at a similar pace. But I think a lot of the stuff that you and I have been talking about, I think we're seeing finally legal clarity, regulatory clarity in the space. I think this administration has been very bullish. I think we're seeing builders stay onshore as opposed to building elsewhere.
It was about to go bullish, and then they released
6 months of 2025, and I think we're seeing that trend continue into the latter stages as well. So I think that all these different factors are really leading to seeing the U.S. adoption continue. Part of that is the administration, part of it what's happening on Capitol Hill. But honestly, the thing I'm most excited about is the institutional adoption we're seeing. I would say a year ago, we were spending much of our time with law enforcement and regulators. And today that's flipped, where we're spending so much more time with financial institutions that are just figuring out, should we custody digital assets now in the wake of Genius? Should we offer digital assets to customers? And we're working with so many banks now, which to me means the ecosystem is growing in a really meaningful way.
Okay, that's all for Crypto World today, but we'll have much more from this conference in tomorrow's show.
Trash. What a fucking long ass burn here. Chopping it at the roof. The burn theta like crazy down there. Oh my. Barcoding big time. Until something releases up here. There's a purple box up here as well now. No release up or down yet. Pressure is being built. Man, that purple box went played with earlier crazy. Now we are in a new different range. They play with that all day long. Showing J Powell FOMC candle. Is J Powell FOMC candle up there? No. $12.35. Wasting hella time up here now. Four or five candles, so 20 minutes at least. Hey, Israel, go do what I keep asking you not to do to your 333 followers somewhere else. Okay? There's no need for any sort of negativity, brother. You just need to find God. Everything will be okay no matter what. God is with all of us. Life is okay. Life is short, but life is good. No matter what. You just need to love what you do. Okay. And he's gone. Time is 12:35. That's crazy, bro. Like, what are you, a 14-year-old kid? Like, you literally cap luck and saying things that I said don't do on purpose. But I mean, hey, don't get mad about anything. Everything will be okay. Everything is in God and your hands, my hands, in our own lives. Realize that. Yo, bear trap, crazy. Spy, squeezing. I want to break down to this purple box down south, but they're trying to break up. Data burning. Data burning. I don't want unreasonable people here. That's all it is. And like people that are full of negative vibes and just one and done type of person. I don't know. You know what I mean? It's not what we're here for. Here to educate ourselves, make ourselves a better person. Not even literally talking about trading, but as a human being. SPY is flying. Q. And IWM is rejecting. Whoa. At the top of the purple box, broke the high of the day. Not yet, but we are hovering. At the J Powell candle, at the roof. Showing more roof as possible. There's a divergence at the roof now too, so that's great. They're trying to burn this shit all or something. That's great. 12:35, going higher. HOD, shit. Alright, there's no divergence at the roof now. They're just going higher too. J Powell candle. Man, This shit is turning into a nasty, nasty hold now. From 11:55, I went in hella early too, by like 5-10 minutes, and it's burning crazy. Burning crazy. If they reject and break the bottom of this purple box, I swear. Oh my gosh. That shit scared the fuck out of me. That drag almost like 50% from 11:55. 50%. I went in 5-10 minutes so damn early. Just chopping at the roof. Oh, I want IWM to drop here, but man, they're faking out so damn hard right now trying. Look at the blue line right now. Oh my gosh. Man. Man, it's so fucking bullish. This thing. What the fuck is even? What even is this? Like, where do you even? Man, that's some bullshit. Man. Nobody knows. This is like fucking. What's that game? Where you just go around and around and around until somebody pulls a chair. Oh man. Hot potato. This shit is hot potato. They're cooking. One side about to get that. Burning potato. Fresh out of the fucking burning ass pan. In their hands. The MACD, they're about to fly up crazy and go here, or they're about to drop to 6,600. Musical chairs, there you go, yeah. Musical chairs, this shit is. Da-na-na-na-na-na. Da-na-na-na-na-na. Da-na-na-na. Bulls are fucked. Bulls are fucked. Bulls are fucked. Da-na-na-na-na-na-na-na-na. Da-na-na-na-na. Da-na-na-na-na. Da-na-na-na-na-na-na-na-na. Da-na-na-na-na-na. Da-na-na-na-na-na. Da-na-na-na-na-na-na-na. Oh, what the fuck? Come on. Looked like QQQ was gonna do it. Now the bear side about to get. Man. One side about to get fucking crazy hurt here. Looks like 661.74 or 659. Oh my gosh. The reverse card bullish. Reverse card bearish. Reverse card bullish. Reverse of the markets. Reverse of the reverse of the inverse reverse of John, what's his name? Oh my gosh, you know what I'm saying. God damn. Holy. This shit is literally opposite game, opposite day. Jim Cramer's reverse, inverse, Jim Cramer's inverse, reverse. MACD volume fucking trash. Like, this is terrible. Man. I can't even say bulls are fucked there anymore. Bears are fucked. It's so fucked up. Bears are fucked, showing some I don't even know. They're all fucked. Alright, they're faking out big time. Something faking out huge. Data burning crazy. Oh no, dude, this is fucking bad. This is bad. 1240 bouncing into 1245. Every single 5-minute candle going up, down, up, down. Man, 659 really being let go like that? SPX put to call ratio says. There's some volume down there. It's work. They're burning. I'm gonna send the SPX put to call ratio in the group chat right now. There's a lot of calls. We are in positive gamma. $661, $660. Frozen. I'm getting data dragged into the ground. Look at that candle spiking up, blue line trying to cross on the RSI, trying to show bullish. Broke the HOD almost. Broke the HOD or something, but like, it's not even going to the JPOC candle, yet it's not even rejecting. IWM is bugging out. Cracked out at the top, 3%, 2.585% right now. The market does not know what to do. Either to pull back big time to somewhere here or to run. It's in positive gamma right now, so technically this is bull territory. Technically we keep being at the top of the purple box. Bears are getting cooked, but I'm hoping. I think there's a bunch of people hoping. I think there's a bunch of people that might have went on the way up or some shit. But I literally went at 11:55 and I'm getting cooked right now. So I'm waiting on an island up here. I'm literally on a Hawaii island. I'm waiting up here. Look at this fucking mountain. Like, what the fuck is this shit? I'm on a damn island right now. We're about to see in an hour. Right. What kind of island, what kind of forms. It can go get bigger, but man, island forming big time, big ass island coming. Like, what the fuck? I don't even know, man. This shit is weird. Cycles are crazy. Up at a tippy top. 661.74. Just keep getting stupid red candles at the top like that. Like, why? Candles are. MACD is. turning bearish? Question mark? Question mark? Question mark? Slightly. Down busted.
All right, welcome back, everybody. CNBC has learned that healthcare industry leaders have sent a letter to President Trump, to the Health and Human Services Secretary, Robert F. Kennedy Jr., and the head of the FDA, Dr. Marty Makary. The leaders who are speaking up here are lodging some frustration with the FDA when it comes to approvals of potentially life-saving therapeutics for rare diseases. The group of letter signatories are made up of biotech leaders, patient advocates, and academics who work in the rare disease space. And they're expressing concern that the level of unpredictability inside the FDA has risen so sharply, it could make biotech less willing to underwrite opportunities in the United States and to look to fund projects in other countries. The group writes to the president, unless consistency is restored, China will seize our biotech leadership and America will lose jobs, investment, and the historic momentum you built. The signees include the heads of foundations and fundraising organizations, the chairman of Ovid Therapeutics, and other startups with new and promising therapeutics in the pipeline. They argue, in an era of increasing global competition and demand for rare disease therapies, U.S. biotech stakeholders need to share a common understanding of stable, transparent, evidentiary standards.
I feel like I'm about to cook my 0DT and then fucking do 1DT or some shit.
The first Trump administration was known for an innovation going back to Operation Warp Speed back in 2020 for COVID. And this group actually starts out saying that these actions that the FDA are taking right now undermine President Trump's legacy of medical innovation that was initiated into the first term, things like the Right to Try Act, which demonstrated a strong commitment to the spirit of medical innovation and improving patient access. The FDA has really spoken pretty positively about this. In fact, Dr. Marty Makary was on with us recently talking about how they are trying to make sure rare disease does have options for some of these things. But this group points out the number of approvals for new orphan drugs for rare disease has dropped pretty steadily from 12 in front of the CBER in 2023 to 3 this past year through November. And for the CDER, it's gone from 28 down to about 18 over the last couple of years. So they're just pointing to things that they think have made it more difficult in order to see what the FDA is really thinking about, make sure they've set up their clinical trials properly.
How much of the problem, though, is coming from where Marty is or from RFK, because he's in a battle?
What the fuck is this?
This letter is addressed to all of them. This letter is addressed to all of them, and I don't know. But it is unusual to see an industry speak up like this about basically the regulator.
I'm at 659, 10DT right now.
More than 100 signatories, close to.
I kind of regret doing 0DT, but still, this shit is so fucking data burningly
It'll be interesting
dumb.
to see the response from the White House, if any.
If any.
Yeah.
What happened? Bad people tried to hack me.
I'm looking for like a $2 pullback on every single one of these red candles, but it's just literally all it's doing is bouncing and burning like crazy and holding and holding and holding, and it's getting closer and closer to 1. And I don't want it to get closer and closer to fucking 3. Like, it's already 1. This shit has to happen fucking now. MACD is going bearish now, but it has to happen fucking now. Like, I don't want 30 minutes later. This shit needs to be fucking now. Every single time we're at the top, we're rejecting. Like, what's going on here? Why can't it just reject a little bit, call that a pullback, and then do whatever it wants? Market extended, went higher. Wild. Extended, went higher. Bears are trying now. Well, I mean, I really need them to go lower than 1150, to be honest. With the way they just did the theta and shit. How they cycled here, but IWM fucking wildin' too. Look at that 1 minute gap up and gap filled. This is fucking, everything is wild. Bears are now here, but this is wild. Advanced level, burning bears, and then now burning bulls. Well, like, they're burning everybody technically. They're burning everybody at the tippity top. There may be like a fucking flash down to somewhere this green, and then I'm afraid it's gonna bounce here, but I need somewhere down here. I don't know where, but I don't know where, to be honest. Time theta is not against me. I mean, it's not with me, it's against me. It's completely against me. It's literally candle bound now. Crazy work. Crazy working. I'm cold. Damn. The J Powell FOMC candle being used as a hope too, but all these bears down here cooked too. So who are they about to cook? Purple box is cooking the bulls right now. MACD going bearish. Alright, bulls are cooked. I said the bulls are cooked in the WhatsApp group at 12:41, but they extended it. 12:41, I said the bulls are cooked, but they extended it with the MACD. Look at that, 12:41 right here. Doji candle extended it, and the RSI now going bearish, but I don't know how this is going to go bearish anymore. To where, but drop it like it's hot. Come on. Man, come on, bro. What kind of cook is this? What the fuck kind of cook? What the fuck kind of cook is this push? Not just they're doing the IWM bullish now, so we go back up, but like it's just the what the kind of. Oh, wow. Oh. That I hate when it fucking does this. I literally thought it's now or never 2-3 minutes ago, and now it balanced, and now it's making me think now or never. Oh my gosh, now it's now. Yes, I hate this shit. Oh my gosh, it's incredible how it bounces and rejects like crazy, and then it does it, and then it fakes it, and then it does it, and then it fakes it, and then it does it. Like, dude. The MACD RSI pulled back bearish for 1 second, and then now. Something. I'm sending the SPX put to call ratio here, and there's a huge batch of puts down there at 6,600. I have no idea why. I need to eat. Fuck. There's a massive line of puts at 6,600 for some reason. It's out of the money right now. All the calls are going under right now. All calls are going under right now in this 2 minute. And they're going to. They may go hit 6,600 right here. Alright. We'll see. I may getting data burn on. I may be getting data burn on this shit too, but fuck, I don't know. I don't fucking know. That shit might be a bear trap by itself. The amount of fucking puts down there. We'll see. Could they really go fucking hit that? I have no idea. They could. If they're fucking crazy enough. I'm hoping right now. They do. Bears are pushing right now. Oh my god. They're actually about to go 6,600, I think. All the fucking puts. There's like 90 fucking % stacked there. Come on. 1 p.m. They're about to data cook it and then do it at 3:45 into 4. Fuck. That's possible too. Time is uno. Bloody masters. Look at the candles going up and down, however it wants. However it wants. Abnormal. Dump coming. Little dump. This shit is abnormal as fuck. Risky as fuck. It's the 3/3. This is the 3/3 too. IWM is crazy. These cycles are weird. Candles are weird. MACD volume RSI bearish though. Bears are the ones that are in control. If the bears push it down below this purple box and the 5-minute candle comes in bearish, then the bears are gonna push it to 658 and then figure it out somewhere. I'm expecting. Where is that? 1155. Fuck. I literally got it at 6,600. That is fucked. Bro. I think I'm cooked. I actually think I'm cooked. Down, up, down. I have to be cooked here. What the fuck? I have to be cooked here. Nah, what the hell? Oh, man. There's like a big ass disalignment to 1156 pushing up, so 1150 SPY. 658. Come on, let's do it. 658. Market 658. Come on, my golden retriever line, man. 658. 6,600 SPX, that is. Alright, this is bearish. Price action's going without MACD and RSI now. If the candles stack here below the purple box, 5-minute RSI bearish, 5-minute MACD bearish. Bears are here. Bears are here. Time is 1:05. Bulls got cooked off the top. Off of 12, off of 12.35, off of 1, off of 105, and 2. 105. And the island is here. The island formed. This is the island that I was talking about earlier. Island. Okay. I'm at 5.6K right now. Thank God. Thank God. Big time. I was at 3K and I'm back at 6 point. So, come on. Big time, thank God. That was fucking crazy. Fucking crazy. Give me a 1 red candle, fucking crazy. 6,600 touched on SPX. Fucking crazy. 6,600. Fucking crazy. 1 more red candle. I'm out. 6,700. I'm out. $6,700. I'm out. Woo! Fuck. Crazy. I added 1 contract up at top. Up at the tippity top. Holy shit. Oh my God. Dude, I almost got fucking cooked on that. Crazy work. Thank motherfucking God. Smart hedge fund money. Goddamn. 6,600 SPX. They cooked everybody up at the top. Man. Crazy. I had 26 fucking contracts. Fucking crazy. And now we're at neutral territory. Alright, big wall hit. SPX. Now we are at neutral gamma. Gray line. Big time. Man, fucking crazy. That is the craziest SPX fucking put to call ratio gamma exposure motherfucking play I've ever fucking seen in recent times. And the day. Whole ass island, right? I was like, I don't know how they're gonna form this island. I don't know how they're gonna do it. And extend it. Motherfucking island dome formed. Oh, motherfucking island dome. Wow. Island. This is what I mean by an island. When things are crazy one-sided and nobody's literally caring except the candles, and they're like, oh yeah, more, and that's when, wow, fucking insane. They're going below 6,600 now. This was major, right? Hedge fund level. I kept calling out when Thursday. I kept calling out when Tuesday. Kept calling out when. Right, this was not your 666, but somewhere when we were losing, I was like 6,600, blah blah blah. Right, even this day, 6,600, blah blah blah. As we were losing this shit, I mean 6,600. Played 1, 2, 3, 4. So many times in one time. Massive wall. Right, I literally was talking about this in the live stream yesterday. I was like 6,600 right now. It's 659 SPY, blah blah blah. And then QQQ is QQQ different lines, different times, right? But I think last time it was 595. It was 595 yesterday. I think it was yesterday this happened. 20 or 40 people coming back right now. I'm sorry, things happen, but hey, things happen, right? I literally kept calling out from the tippity top, and then that guy with 300 followers was literally trolling and making fun of me and literally trying to fight me, but hey, things happen. It's like this every goddamn time though, bro. I'm not even trying to be mean right now or nothing like that, but I'm not even trying to be mean or nothing like that, but there's a reason why you know what I mean? I used to be like that. That's what I'm trying to say. I used to literally be like that, and like now I'm not like that. So it's like I'm fighting with myself, and like I'm talking with myself, and I'm arguing with myself, and I already know it's like pointless because at the end of the day, no one's gonna care unless they really care. So that was literally me. You know what I mean? That's why I say all these things. I'm like, oh, you're only gonna care if you care, because that was literally me. I did not care. I didn't care about none of this shit until at some point, things started fucking changing. Things started looking, and I was like, all right, I gotta be serious now. I gotta man up. We've turned IPO into a liquidity event, not a capital raising one.
Mark, thank you for being here. I read through your speech that you gave, arguing that 401k savers need access to private markets. Basically, something that fiduciaries can prudently evaluate. I want to ask you, though, against this backdrop, we've seen some pretty high-profile examples in recent weeks of private credit funds where there's maybe some illiquidity expectations that were not in line with what the retail investor thought they would be. Some marks that are being questioned on some of these balance sheets. I'm just curious how you square opening up access to private markets with some of the recent headaches the industry has been
right now.
1.5K SPY puts. One of the whole points about diversification is when you have a diversified set of assets, you're going to have less reliance on any one particular asset class. And what we've seen is much higher levels of correlation in the public equities and the public fixed income. Now, with respect to
1.5K SPY puts, I'm targeting this purple box.
We have the same in the public markets too. A lot of the public market prices are being set by fund flows into index funds, which typically match the index. The indexes, and so you have to question how much of that is being done through active management and price discovery. Now, one of the things, though, I think that drives, should we include private investments?
This is a 3/3 bear cycle.
Plans, and really the discussion here is among target date funds and balance funds, where you have already a broad variety of assets there. Take a look at CalPERS. Take a look at a lot of other New York State Common, a lot of other major state and local pension funds. Look at endowments, look at sovereign wealth funds. They all have a slice allocated to private credit, private equity, venture, infrastructure, real estate. Yet we make that sort of broad, diversified portfolio not available to the average American worker in the private sector.
I mean, I guess the question then is, does alternative investments give you the diversification you're not able to get in the public markets? I ask that, yes, there are so many more private companies than there are public companies, but a lot of times they're valued and reassessed based on what's happening in the public markets. So doesn't it kind of create a feedback loop with just kind of higher fees to some extent, or is there evidence that private markets do actually perform and they are worth the expensive fees that are needed to be paid here?
Well, one of the things that we need to do is both have a very vibrant private market as well as a public market.
Previous HOD.
Chairman Atkins says we need to make IPOs great again.
Turned into resistance and the support down here.
That I have, and I think it's just common among other regulators at least who think similar to me, is we have made the IPO not
I think we might come down here and then bounce on it and then go back to 6,600.
Investors. What we need to, by allowing more exposure to private investments, especially venture stage companies, is to allow 401k holders to have that exposure at an earlier stage so they can benefit in the early growth stages of that private company before they ultimately do go public.
Do you think then long term the lifespan of being private gets extended further than it is already?
It has extended significantly over the past 25, 30 years.
What's the average now, 14, something like that?
Not quite sure what the average numbers are, but certainly when I started practicing in the mid-90s, we were in the dot-com bubble. I had got to do a number of IPOs at the time, and there was really an enthusiasm to use it as a capital-raising event.
I'm looking for one or two candles.
I don't want a big-ass cycle. A lot of good intentions and reasons for why Congress put those provisions into law, but when you aggregate all of them, the CEO, when he or she says, I have a great idea, I want to produce this product or produce this service, and then you say, let me introduce you to the compliance burdens, not to mention the stress of the quarterly earnings report cycle.
Still bearish as
fuck.
Really
ask themselves, what do I want to focus my attention on?
I'm cold.
Well, I have to hand it to you.
Oh, don't hand anything to me.
Trust me, it is a begrudging handing it to you. But I can't deny, we were sitting here yesterday at this time, and you very clearly made the point that looking at NVIDIA's numbers, yeah, they were great for NVIDIA, but what did we learn in those numbers that justified the massive rally that we saw? And a few hours later, lo and behold, a stunning reversal.
I will go over my point one more time. Thank you for that. I appreciate that. Look, the point I was making is NVIDIA is doing great. You know, duh. You know, we know that. But it doesn't tell any of you out there anything about all those burning questions that we have about the ex-NVIDIA environment as well. It doesn't actually tell us much more about NVIDIA. We knew NVIDIA was knocking the ball out of the park. We know they had the moat for now. We know they have 75% margins on their chips. We know it's fantastic. But it kind of endorsed the story. So you either love NVIDIA or you don't for its own merits. It didn't tell me anything about the revenues that can be generated from the hyperscalers. It didn't tell me anything about the decline in spending that CapEx that the hyperscalers are going to have next year and how that was going to affect their revenue expectations and then when they're going to generate net income from it. It didn't tell me that every company out there that's investing heavily in AI is going to generate profits from that investment as well. So if you had valuation concerns beforehand, you really, really had them more so on the back of NVIDIA. Because in fact, if anything, if you look at the counterfactual, okay, NVIDIA's doing great, people are buying more chips, but we still don't have the answer. So they're buying more, but we don't have the answer here. I want to just come up from a different point of view, and I've just thought of this as I was speaking to you about valuations. There are two types. First of all, let's assume, is the market overvalued? Well, look, you lot over there say yes, you lot over there say no. Okay, so let's just go with the overvalued camp for now. Bear with me on this one. I know some of you think it's not overvalued. If it is overvalued, there are two types of companies that are overvalued. There are the ones that are great and are going to be here and are going to generate vast amounts of cash, and we know they're going to hang around. And you know, we're not worried about them; they're just highly priced.
What the fuck do I know, right?
The big tech names are the ones that generate massive free cash flow, which they can pile back into, amongst other things, buying equity. So you've got the overvalued companies that are brilliant, and then you've got the overvalued companies that are rubbish. And my problem is, I don't think we're having enough of a wheat versus chaff split in those at the moment.
Yeah.
So you've got the overvalued companies that are great, the overvalued companies that are just never going to make the kind of profits that they're promising. They're just not going to be there. So-called pets.com.
Oh my God!
Look, for instance,
crazy.
I think GoPro was a great device. I think the Fitbit was a great device. I think alternative meats, great idea. Alternative milks, great idea.
I actually went short
Ocado,
against
the shopping
but
company,
Island.
great idea. But none of these companies has proven a sustainable profit path. And they didn't. So some of them are gone, some of them are still hanging on in there as well.
People were saying
so
670, bro.
That
Guy with 300 followers is trolling me, bro.
Are still massively overvalued. That's where the problem comes in the market.
Well, very clearly, it's early days when it comes to this technology, and investors are very humble about saying it's not clear who the winners and the losers are going to be, so we're just going to cast the net wide right now. I think the trouble is that even if you believe that we are in bubble territory, when you look at valuations across the board in the tech space, something has to pop the bubble, and you don't necessarily want to cash out too early, because as we've seen so many times this year, the rally can run on. And I would say right now, when you look at the market, what was the catalyst for the sell-off that we've seen? Was there a distinct catalyst? Maybe the fact that we've seen this massive plunge in Bitcoin, and that's impacted the liquidity of many shareholders that have stakes in a lot of these tech companies and in Bitcoin. But I think just because you believe we're in bubble territory doesn't necessarily mean it's time to sell your holdings or to short the market. And maybe yesterday what we saw, that early rally was short covering because the numbers were so good, but not actually a change in sentiment.
I do not call the market. I see what I see. And I'm not saying the market's going to go down from here. I'm not saying the market's going to go up from here. But if you thought the market was great value when the Nasdaq was up 2%, you really think it's good value now. So presumably you're back in, unless you have liquidity problems, unless you have other issues as well. And that's the other point. A lot of the dangers in the market, the reason why the bears make some brilliant reading, bears make sense, bulls make money, the reason why they make so much sense is because there are so many other factors to worry about. You can look at consumer confidence on both sides of the Atlantic. You can look at the K-shaped recovery, something you've talked a lot about. You can look at the travails that President Trump is having in the polls and indeed in the most recent elections with
biggest single
getting
U.S. stock
his
swing
message that we don't
since
have
April.
inflation in the States.
That was yesterday.
But then he takes off the tariffs on bananas and a whole host of other products. So
6,600 is coming, in my opinion, at 105.
So
If the
there's
purple
macro
box
issues.
is being
And then we
played,
came to that
5-minute
jobs report,
MACD
which
is
I don't
bearish at
blame our team, by the way, for saying was a strong report. But it wasn't. It was a very mixed report as well. Headline figure, much bigger than expected, but also unemployment rate up higher as well. So I think it was nuanced, and that's
price actions going without barely any volume,
and
but
then
it's
that brings
there.
us back to the valuation.
This is the 3/3 little dump, in my opinion, risky as fuck.
And the
What is
credit
this?
profile and the leverage profile of both
6,600
investors
SPX
and the
bucks.
companies, then we're really worried if rates aren't going
6,600.
down.
What is this?
Yeah,
Island?
I think that's absolutely
This is
key.
a
And when you
fucking
think about
island?
whether now
What
is
this,
a
at the
good
tippity
entry
tippity
point,
top of the
even
island?
with the Nasdaq now down more than 2%
all those
yesterday, you
puts,
have to ask what's going to be the catalyst for
one line
further
at
gains this year. If we've got a
6,600.
Federal Reserve that now looks it looks very unclear whether they are going to cut in December. Nvidia earnings are behind us. So what's going to be the positive catalyst that drives markets from here? And on that point, I would just throw out there, to your point about President Trump and the pressure he's now under from a support perspective from voters, I wouldn't underestimate the administration's ability to come up with creative solutions to bolster confidence. We've seen it time and time again this year. I don't know what that would look like, but we have seen this administration very keen to intervene.
I've been on fire.
I never thought about getting
week.
an estate plan or got.
I've been on fire this entire fucking week, this entire month. It's been fucking godly. Not godly, but it's been crazy. I can't even believe it, but I mean, gotta believe to do some fucking thing great. It's insane. Oh my lord. Q. SPY. Oh, bouncing. 6,600 could be regained, but they let the thing go. Insane. And they pulled back 50. They pulled back from 6,629 to 6,585. So 85 points, 65, 75 points. Using IWM's trend line that it broke out from yesterday. Broke down from yesterday. Broke out today. Pulled back too. From being hella bullish at the tippity top is when we set the SPX put to call ratio. With the level saying 6,600 point. We are back at 6,600 trying. 1/3, 2/3 is cooking. as well. Small cycles are happening. This is cycles extended, so 1/3, 2/3, 3/3 into today at 10:35. 10:35 went higher into 12:35, somewhere here. 12:45. 12:45 did not break. Actually, it did break today's high, but it did not break yesterday, Friday's start of the 1/3, 2/3, signifying what? We are still in a 1/3, 2/3, 3/3, figuring out what to do. So what will the market do here? The market will either decide to bounce back up, break the roof, right? Saying, oh, we're in a bullish cycle still. Or the market will what? Decide to hover in between the two pivot points, right? Or what is option 3? The market's going to decide to break the floor. Option 3. That's all it is. That's all it ever is. And that's all it's ever been. But people don't. No matter how much I say, you know, candles, no matter how much I say it's something deeper, it's literally all people see is candles. So there's nothing that could be literally get got until you understand something deeper in your heart, in your mental mind, deeper inside in your spiritual being, who you are as a human being, that something else exists other than just candles. So I say that every single day, but I literally mean that every single day. I mean what I say every single day. 656 we went to. I thought 658 point something would be 6,600, which it was, but they went a little bit lower than that, and then they regained 6,600. They didn't, but they're deciding what to do here. IWM also in play. This purple, this green line, right? The realist watchers of my stream remember it looked crazy to draw this green line, right? Someone please tell me, when did I draw this green line? When we were here. The realist people of my stream remember I drew the green line when we were here. It looks absolutely fucking insane when you draw it before it happens, but the reason why you have to draw it is so that you do not what? Stay biased one side, and you understand they could go higher and higher, but they could also pull back to here, and if they do, that is what they're targeting. That is something you have to understand as a human being. This is not a, oh, I want it to be done now, here and there, up and down now, so it's going to go up or down now. It is literally, you know, when we're wrong, we're either going to be wrong in 3 different ways. 1 or 3 different ways, right? 1, it's either a process mistake, or 2, it's either a psychological mistake, or 3, it's just you're on the wrong side of probability. People don't even understand that what I'm saying, and they just think, oh, this shit is, I'm on the candle. Oh, bad candle. Oh, market terrible. Oh, what news? Oh, blah, 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 blah. It's nothing like that. It's nothing. It's never been like that. It's been like this since the fucking 1800s, the 1990s, and the 1900s, and the 1980s. So, you know, on that note, we will. I was going to share something, but never mind. I can't even find it. Yup. Every day the same day. It don't even matter. Up or down, it don't even matter. Someone coming, going, saying this and that. We're going to fly a drop here and there. It don't even matter. All that really matters is the market playing all that shit. Using setup, using cycle and time confirmation. That's why I literally stay calm. People are like, dude, how do you stay so calm? How do you stay so collected through all blah, 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 blah. I literally don't give a fuck about nothing else but time confirmation and cycle analysis. And sometimes I do go mad early, but I mean, I get mad greedy too. And maybe I don't have a perfect risk. But I mean, I think I'm for sure goddamn better than I was a year ago, or I think I'm better than the most. I think I'm actually the best of the best of the best. So, fuck it. That's what I think about myself, truly, dude. Like, I think you gotta think you're the best of the best of the best to do the best of the best of the best. So, ain't no bullshit. Like, you gotta love yourself to a degree. This is no joke. Shit is literally serious, serious things happening. No bullshit, scamming candle. Oh, this is bullish, this is bearish. Oh, this is sideways, this is bullish forever, and the candle blah 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 blah. No. Look at the fucking news. Look at the cycle analysis. Do some deductions. Do some analyzation in life, right? And don't get scammed. And don't get bullshitted on. Don't bullshit. Don't bullshit yourself. Don't bull. That's it. It ain't that hard. Alright, let's send the SPX put to call ratio right now, since now we have reached 6,600, the target destination. And please, folks, wherever you are in this country, thank you so much for tuning into this live stream. God bless every one of you guys. Please, please, on the way out or right now, do hit the thumbs up. That helps so much. Thank you. Thank you. Very, very, very much. There are a decent amount of puts and calls here. We will send the SPX put to call ratio right now. Thank you, folks. Thank you so much. All the puts at 6,600 have been gone. They're deleted, deleted. I don't even know what happened. They're gone. So, thank you so much. Hit the thumbs up. It helps so much. Seriously. Okay. I will try to... there's still a lot of puts under, and there's a lot of calls under here too. Low key in the middle of it all. It's really sad, but it is what it does. There's a lot of puts that are under right now. And there's a lot of calls that are under right now as well. A disgusting amount. So, I don't know if one side got hurt, but they for sure hurt the fuck out of both sides somehow. Right at 6,590. We're literally at neutral gamma exposure right now perfectly. Calls are the ones that are winning here since 115 into 130 showing. And as soon as I say that red candle coming, so I'm not going to say nothing here. I'll watch. I don't want to jinx nothing. I don't want to fucking jinx nothing. Alright, now the bears are getting fucked since 115 here. 115. That's literally when I left. What the fuck? Oh my god! Oh my god, it's nasty. 3/3 being used to be cooked right now. They're back at 6,600. Oh my god. I mean, it's not oh my god, I was literally expecting that. But still, to see it live, bro, it is nasty working. Nasty work. But cook off all the bears here, cook off all the calls here, cook off all the bears here, right? Literally neutral. Oh my lord. IWM 6,600 is here. 234 aligning perfectly with the horizontal support somewhere. Nasty working. Bulls are coming back now. There's a new cycle, 1/3, 2/3, 3/3 happening, bullish, cooking off these 3/3 bulls, a bear cycle. Let's see how far this shit goes. 130. Man, my timing is literally impeccable using time cycle confirmation. I think everyone else doesn't use this cycle and time confirmation. They just use fucking candles, bro. I'm talking about everyone else's and like people online like YouTube. Like YouTube, other YouTube streamers or whatever the fuck you want to call those people, like, because that's all I've literally seen. I haven't really been on Twitch or whatever, kick streaming, whatever. But honestly, that's literally how I learned though, because I was looking at these candles and I was like, what does that low of that massive red candle mean? 115, oh, 113 sometimes. Oh, what does that mean? Like oh, 1132. What number could that represent? Like I literally, that's the only way I literally found out, and I don't think people have done that enough to be like, oh, this massive green or red candle could be the end of this time, this spot. Like that's the only thing that's different, to be honest. I'm straight up saying it literally, you know, so everyone can literally just. I mean, honestly, I'm saying it so people can learn and like just do it on their own. But I swear, like that's literally what it is. People might say time cycle, time is this, but like they don't really care about time. They don't really care about cycle. They care about candles. I care about candles too. But two, have no risk management, hypothetically speaking here. I mean, I'm not hypothetically speaking. I don't do this shit, and there's people in this world that does this shit. Smart money hedge funds do this shit, but like they actually have risk management. There's people that do like same massive 95% of their portfolio trades on every anywhere. That is either fake or amateur as fuck, or I think it's a scam. Number one, like only people that are really doing that and making out are literally hedge fund people, smart institutional players, or people that know what the hell they're doing after a long period of time. But truly, even they have literally risk management, like 10 million, 5 million, 1 million, or like 15, 150 million, 1 billion, or some bullshit like that. Like it's just like it's so dumb to ever hear some being like, if I have 100K and I put in 85 or 90K on every single time, I'd get fucked at some point. Why? Because I know there's three things that could go wrong. So, process based, psychological based, or I'm on the wrong side of probability. If I'm on the wrong side of probability, there's nothing I can do. So that shit just makes no brain. It makes no sense. Sad. Well, today's a beautiful day, folks. 1:35. That was an amazing pullback and then now regain above 6,000. That's an amazing regain too. But yeah, I'm not playing both sides like that. That's fucking wild. I'm just done for the day. But what is going on is anything below 6,600 getting cooked. Anything above 6,600 got cooked. Anything below 6,600 got cooked. So maybe it's being chopped here. I think 6,600 is going to be chopped into the end of the day, maybe. What a beautiful day. Hope everyone has a beautiful weekend. Today was a beautiful Friday. Pull back. 1/3, 2/3, 3/3. If it breaks this high, somewhere to here is safe guaranteed. But like, if they go here, they may fake up and then do something again. But like, I don't know. There's some risk here. They could reject at the roof at some point somewhere. I don't know how, but they could be like 6,600 as a magnet, blah blah blah, or I don't know. They're going though. I don't know. Pull back 2. Trying to go. I mean, no matter how much people may say, I am not a bear, I am not a bull, and then they're like, oh, this candle, oh, like, I'm not gonna be biased. Like, they are biased as fuck, dude. You just gotta watch the fuck out on how they're thinking, where they're thinking, why they're thinking, and why they're being biased. If they're being biased on candles alone, they're retarded and they're amateur. If they're being biased based on SPX put to call ratio, MACD volume, candles, momentum, setup, all of the things above, then it puts them in a higher probability of being on the right direction with the right traps with the right setup. That is absolutely it, yeah. But there's such a fine line about, you know, caring about candles and then being like, oh, I knew this was gonna happen. Oh, look at this. Oh, this like this. And then there's setup. That is so hard to really find setup. Setup deductions are what makes and breaks a retail trader to a professional trader, and from a paper trader to a real trader. And yeah, I live and die by that word, so facts. Big facts. Let's all hit the thumbs up button, folks. Thumbs it up. Thumbs up, thumbs up. All thumbs up. All hands on thumbs. All thumbs on hands help. All thumbs on hands help, folks.
It's time for final trades. Rob, you're up first.
Vistra Corp, VST, it's pulled back 25% over the last few months. We continue to be overweight based on the great secular growth opportunity in data center, and our view is the biggest bottleneck in the ecosystem's energy.
Weiss, you're up next.
What was that accent, Vistra Corp? What was the accent?
It's a Pittsburgh accent, a city of winners.
I'm going with Leidos. Leidos haven't talked about for a while, but they are in the sweet spot that the Department of War is looking to capitalize.
So eloquently put, Steve.
Right. Thank you very much.
You're up next.
I'm from Manhattan.
Yeah, I lied. I'll be here for a
Walmart,
little bit
amazing earnings. E-commerce is expanding. Membership model is growing, and management gave us strong forward guidance.
Josh?
Zoom reports on Monday. Revenue should be up 3.1%. Earnings should be up 4.1%. Anything above that,
if they break the HOD,
works.
man, I'd be surprised. That would be a ultimate pullback too. Fake out and go break HOD. I really doubt it for some reason. I really highly doubt they're gonna break HOD, but I mean, I may be completely wrong here. Let's see. For some reason, I highly doubt a HOD break after they went to 6,600 like that. I feel like another round of trap to 6,600 is more likely, but I may be completely wrong about that too. J-Pow candle up there at 66174. At some point, it really looked like that was gonna hit too, but it clearly didn't like crazy. So. Market moving different. Market moving different. That was a huge down though, from 1250 to 115, and then now it's huge bouncing too. So wow, market is moving for sure. Market is fucking moving for sure. That was CNBC International news too. Our market has moved biggest it's moved since April. That's what the news said yesterday, and it's literally moving today. What is this one?
outsized concentration, and how that interacts with valuations going forward is certainly something to watch closely.
Well, the concentration is around a handful of stocks doing particularly well thanks to the AI story.
Exactly.
But it's also around deals that have been inked, that one company must be buying chips for another to get paid. Is that circular nature of some of the AI deals?
Yeah, when it was below 6,600, it really looked like it wasn't going to regain it that easily, but it did.
Deepening the concentration in some sense. So we
6,600
look at a small number of names, and they are getting more interconnected. So that could potentially raise any downside risk if there were negative shocks and there was a reassessment of valuations. We haven't seen that to date.
Well, I think we are seeing already in the short run productivity gains. The big question mark is to what extent is this just a step level effect, or is it going to be sustained
talking
over
about
the
the
medium
AI
to long run? And then I think it will depend on how much we're able to really transform particularly our productive
AI
activity.
could be disruptive and productive
remember that
for
Spain
economies.
is a country mainly populated by SMEs, small and medium enterprises,
Finance
so we have
Minister
to
of
really
Spain,
target that productive activity. And
Carlos
remember that Spain
Cuerpo.
is a country mainly populated by SMEs, small and medium enterprises, so we have to really target that specific segment so that they're able to really enter the new digital AI world in a natural manner, and they are able to grasp those benefits in the long term, not just in the short run, where you can see short productivity gains happening. And at the same time, we have to make sure that those gains, they come together with the reinforcement also of the labor market and labor rights and new labor opportunities for higher skilled labor, which actually translates into higher wages, again, which can feed a positive feedback loop around that.
The reality, though, if you asked me to name one Spanish AI player, I couldn't do it. Talking about AI day in, day out, I still could not name a Spanish AI company.
I'm so glad, though.
I'm going to tell you
so
one.
I did literally 6K left, and I did 1.5K and 3/3 fucking
which
left.
is called Multiverse.
Crazy,
what
dude.
They're doing is they're
Fucking
developing,
crazy.
What we call
market is 1/3, 2/3, 3/3, right above, right back
AI,
down of
so that
perfect levels.
they have a software for
6,600
compressing large language models, which are very energy intensive, very cost intensive. So they're compressing. The compression rate is above 90%. And they're leading in this technology worldwide. So there's just one example of what is actually happening.
The video
in
180 is just a support level.
Be a game changer
it's like a magnet
for
level
our economy and the global
do,
economy. It's hard to imagine an aspect of economic life or life more broadly that won't be completely transformed by AI.
I literally said the
we're
video is
looking
going to
to
sub
chart
180
a
and come
middle
back
path,
up to it literally
which
yesterday. So
maximises the economic
I said that
opportunity of
yesterday
AI
on the
at
live
the
stream.
same
Go
time
check
as
that
we
shit out on the live
minimise the
stream
risks
yesterday.
and
I said
manage
that
the risks
somewhere
for
here.
our people.
I said the
And
video is going to go to sub 180 tomorrow, and it's going to come back up. And I was like, dude, I don't want to play 0DT into tomorrow because I literally played 1DT on the video. I swear, bro. I
maximising the upside, minimising the risks so that we can make the most of the opportunity.
Well, there's lots of benefits for my country, as we are constantly investing in our competitiveness. Actually, I don't know whether you know, but among the founders or the people who created OpenAI,
660
there
on
were
SPY.
many Polish people.
591 on
right now,
QQQ.
to
Close it
build
like
a
this.
strong
Open
AI
on Monday. I like
industry in Poland, we are
close it like this and open on Monday. I like it. Let's do a poll, folks.
We need to lower energy prices.
This is the
This
last
why we
poll of the
invest
day.
in nuclear energy, in
if you think the
renewables,
JPOW
to lower
FOMC
energy
candle is
prices
coming,
in
say the
Poland
JPOW
and be
FOMC
able to
candle is
provide,
coming. If you think we're going to
provide,
reject and go to
energy for
6,600
new
on
AI
SPX, say
factories.
6,600
Quite recently, a couple days
SPX.
ago,
If
there
you
was
think we're going to go
announcement
lower
from
than that and go to
European
VWAP, say
Commission
VWAP.
that
This
the
is the
new
last
AI
poll of
factory
the
will
day.
be-
Everybody.
will be,
Last poll of the day.
constructed
Thank
in,
you all very
close to
much.
Krakow.
Please hit the
So,
subscribe button if
we
you are a
doing
new watcher.
fine, but of
What we do
course
on this
we have
channel is
appetite
best
for more.
analyze the entry
Here's
the
a look
stock
at a
market
simple
and the indexes to find the real direction, trend direction. Let's vote. Let's vote and hit the thumbs up button before you go. All right, last poll of the day. All right, what is it gonna go? JPOW FOMC candle at 661.74, or we reject to 6,600 SPX, or we go below VWAP somehow. That is the question. All right. Follow the leaker says higher. So JPOW Daddy FOMC candle 661.74. He says David says VWAP. So way lower. Low VWAP. All right. GT500 VS says VWAP. So way lower. 2 votes for way lower. Captain Chaotic says higher. So JPOW FOMC candle Don says VWAP. So, okay. Below VWAP. Lower. Amit, there's two answers for that. Below VWAP or 6,600 SPX. So please clarify your answer. Thank you very much. Ochoa, you too. Clarify your answers, please. Mitul voted 6,600 SPX. So did I. So 2 votes on the WhatsApp group. 4 people voted below VWAP, and 1 person voted J Powell Daddy FOMC candle. All right, we will see what happens here. The orange line is the top of the J Powell FOMC candle we were playing with yesterday. This was a major level we were playing with yesterday. The only thing right now is the market is basically deciding in the higher time frame whether to break the top of the high of today at 12:35 or not, right? If it does break it, what does this mean? The cycle gets extended. Everyone here, all the bears gets trapped. And the cycle extends to what? 1/3, 2/3, 3/3 into Monday. If that high does not break, oh wow. Wow. Something happened. High broke. Crazy. Okay. High broke. Wow. What the fuck? We were just talking about that live. It broke. All right. Bullish. This is bullish. They're going to the... Wow. I can't believe they did it fucking live. I can't believe they did it live. I cannot believe they did it live. They did it live. Holy bullish. Holy bullish. Wow. All right. Cycle being extended. This is the 3/3. Wow. I cannot believe they did that live, guys. This is literally what I mean, right? This is why we did the pull. Look at when we did the pull. 1 minute before. Wow. Oh my god. Oh my god. Wow. I was literally saying if they break that, they will extend the cycle from here to here, right? They did. Wow. What the fuck? Oh my god. If I did not leave here, I would have been fucking cooked on my 6K. Oh my, I'm not gonna lie, I really would have been. Holy shit. I left my 6K. Here, it's $600 profit. I did 1.5K down. I cannot have believed that they were gonna do this shit, so clearly they went lower like that on purpose to nuclear up or something, but oh my god. Oh my god. That is disgusting. Okay, 1 person voted J Powell FOMC candle. And she got it right in the WhatsApp group. Wow. What the fuck? Oh my. Follow the leaker said higher. Captain said higher. J Powell FOMC candle. Wow. Follow the leaker and Captain got it right. As well as Simone Dunn, the new member in our WhatsApp group. Congratulations. You guys were the 3 people against the 7 or 9 or 10 people that were voting the other 2 options. So you cannot lie, market doing that all together on IWM-SPY. Dude, we were looking at this shit chart live, right? And the candle went, but the 1 minute candle went boom. Oh my god. I was literally like, yo, this shit can extend higher and go 1/3, 2/3, 3/3, or tomorrow. Oh my god, that's crazy. Wow. That is, guys, you know what I'm saying? This is live. This is what happens live. This is crazy. This is the market deciding in that 1 single minute to break the HOD altogether. But that, I mean, it has to be that pullback was for that. But wow. Pullback, fly. Pullback, fly. Crazy bullish. The last 1-2 minutes too. So anything after that big candle is okay until 150 now too. So 150. They could go higher into 153, 152, signifying 155 or 150 as well. But yeah, let's see. What is QQQ hitting? QQQ is hitting the bottom of the downward trend line that we broke apart from. Okay, QQQ is back within the bottom of the November trend line that we've been playing with. It wants to hold it into November. This is honestly good news for me into next week, but like, yeah, this entire play is trapping the entire day off. So that is something disgusting to see. From the low of the day at 10:40, broke the what? The high of the 10:40 at when? 1 minute, 10:50, right? So that is the new roof. Wind direction is what? North. So wind direction is neutral or south until the candles, until the cycle time confirmation, until the deduction says that it's north. And that's literally a setup too. fucking boom it to the moon. Grew moon, alright? Bottom of the trend line touched, time is 150, deciding what to do. Now this is turning into the previous high today, turned into resistance and or support on QQQ at 592. I gotta go, but I mean, I'm gonna stay here and watch and deduct and look at the chart because it's interesting for a little bit. Previous low of the day turned into resistance and or support. This may never visit again. I'm just saying I'm gonna have to leave this up because that is literally what just happened. Crazy working. Crazy working. Right? The cycle says 1/3, 2/3, 3/3 since when? 1040. Right? We literally drew this box like this. And then what? It blew up. So what do we have to do? 1/3, 2/3, 3/3, at least until now. We are in the 3/3 bull cycle is what the chart tells us. That was super. IWM back up 3%. Wow. IWM back up at 3%. That one single candle I think boomed up like 150 or 200% I think at the roof when it broke out like all together. Crazy working on SPX. Man, I can't believe 6,600. Look at this shit. They went from 6,583 to 665. That is 100 points. That is almost 75 or 80 points on SPX. That is humongous. Someone got minted out like crazy from 6,600 at the middle to all the way at the new HOD. Look at SPY. It pushed up $8. 656.8 to 664. Oh my god. Nuked up. God candle. Alright, now they're pulling back, trying. Previous high today at 661.42. We are above the J Powell FOMC candle. Right. If the market pulls back, J Powell FOMC candle comes into play. The previous high today at 661.50-ish comes into play. Alright, we'll see. This is why I drew this on QQQ before it happened. Because I've been here before. Lol. Okay. It's like fucking magic watching it happen after the fact that I deducted it, but I mean, it's amazing to see it because that literally tells me, that proves in my mind that the market is truly cycling, the market is truly deducting live, and the market is truly doing things as it does, deciding as it happens, which is, I love it. I love it. I love it when the market booms up like that and breaks and creates a 3/3. I love it when the market booms down and creates a 3/3. I fucking love it. Oh my god. Sometimes I don't have to be in every single cycle, but I do fucking love to see it. That literally proves in my mind that something going on here where both sides of the aisle deductors truly are winning. Everyone else is getting cooked. That's what's happening basically. I love it. Time is 1:55. 150 rejected to 155. 155 is deciding what to do here. $155 is bouncing into 155 but weak. Don said, LOL, that ran up like that because Trump considering selling Nvidia chips to China. But like, yeah, what a perfect timing. And also, what a perfect way at the end of the 3/3 at the tippity top to boom up like that. That is something, right? It's always the perfect timing, but it's never the setup comes in to help the news. It's the news that helps the setup. It's always like that. It's always been like that. And nothing ever will change my mind, no matter how much people say, what the fuck is going on? This is based on news. Oh, Palantir this because two insiders came out saying, oh, they're getting sued. Oh, no matter how much people say CNBC saying this, no matter how much people saying trade war this, no matter how much blah blah blah. Because all I know is before the fact that it happened, I literally am sitting there setting up deducting, and after the fact that happens, while it's happening, the news comes out and it helps it, and like in my mind, nothing will ever change in my mind if that makes sense. So I swear, bro. I'm not trying to be full of ego, blah blah blah, me, but I swear this thing I'm so fucking certain on. Like I swear that what I'm doing here, the cycle analysis, the deducting shit, I swear I don't think anyone is able to do this until they really learn and try it themselves. And I think smart people, I think people that are well educated, way older, in the 80s, in the 90s, that did good, did well for themselves, I think they went through something like this. Computers didn't exist back in the day, but I think in some way, shape or form, there was something where they were able to deduct and possibly find out through, papers, through cycles, through news, or whatever it was. And I think this is what I think. Okay, I think there were deductors back in the day, and I think there were massive speculators and assumers and candle guessers back in the day. That's what I think. Right? Maybe they called it ticket guessers back in the day, but I mean, this is what I think. This is what I believe. Nothing ever will change what I believe, but I swear this is something that has worked for me consistently for months and months and months and maybe a year now. So I swear nothing will ever fucking change for me like that, what I believe in like that. But I swear this cycle shit, whatever you want to call it, I don't know, man. I don't know what to call it. I think it's called market cycle analysis and time confirmation deduction at its finest. That's what I call it. Intraday market index analysis is what I call it, dude. I talk about this shit passionately to my family. We're at the top of the SPX trend line. Oh, my bad. I was muted. Thank you for telling me. I was talking for like 5-10 minutes. Guys, this shit is fucking art. Like, and wait, did we miss everything I said? What did everything I said? Damn. I was talking for like 5-10 minutes. Shit. Thank you, Don. I actually did not know I was muted. I think they're about to chop here and then go lower and then maybe bear burn here and bull burn here, but yeah, I may be wrong. I was actually muted. Thank you for telling me. Did not know. Man, look at IWM too. Broke the support line that we broke earlier. We broke up. It's just crazy, dude. Market always making breaking. Market wildin'. Look at the RSI. Market fucking wild. Look at that blue line. Fucking wildin'. Oh my gosh, man. Okay, we gotta bring the rocket. We need to bring the rocket into SPY now, right? This thing, right here. No, this thing truly, from the bottom of here, at least rocket is so. It's a presidential rocket. USS Trump. All right. Let's see what happens. USS Trump. Man, look at SPX though. This shit is so crazy beautiful, no? Look at the November trend line. Like, what is this? Oh my lord. I remember this day. 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 Dude, oh my gosh. Wow. Wow. I'm not doing anything here. Are they burning the bulls? Are they burning the bears? Certainly. They're cooking it all almost. Inside that huge candle. That is insane, man. Today has been crazy. I can't believe they did the 6,600 to the new 3/3. Like, that was low-key scary in my eyes, but I guess some people targeting bullish, they fucking excited for that. I'm talking about smart money hedge fund managers excited for that. And they got crazy for 6,000. Man. 80 points up. 75 points up, just like it did literally 50 points down. Like, can't even make this shit up. Wow. I mean, are they using this to bear burn everyone down there? I mean, maybe, but that is wow. QQQ going back up to the top of the trend line. I guess they're bull party today. This right now. Look at the 30-minute. QQQ coming back. It's actually looking that bad into Monday. It's actually kind of looking okay into next week, but I mean, I low-key wanted to. Man, we open at 666, 663. I mean, we open at 663, 679 next week into Monday, and we play all here all over again into November. That's what I want. Oh my gosh. We gotta go see Nvidia. 183. Okay. You know what it did? This shit regained the purple box on this bitch too. What is the purple box? Oh my god, I don't even want to explain again, man. But wow. Fucking messed up. News helps the setup, I guess. And the setup was sub 180, come back to 180, and then back to the fucking purple box. You know what's crazy? I'm the one that drew this purple box, and I can't even think about going back to the purple box because it sounds too crazy. You know what I mean? But this is what I mean by these people are sometimes crazier than me. They do things that look crazier than what I say sometimes. Even what I'm literally deducting on Palantir and Tesla and Nvidia, they all sound fucking cuckoo crazy. And I literally say, yo, they're about to do something crazier on Palantir this time. And every single time they do something, dude, it's absolutely motherfucking wild, bro. Absolutely motherfucking wild. So that is right? I gotta clap it up to the market as a whole. I gotta clap it up to the market as a whole because this, I don't think anyone can keep up with shit like this unless they do some sort of higher time frame, higher sort of setup. When did I have this drawn? Literally yesterday or the day before. I don't even know when. Oh man. This shit literally looks like Tesla or Palantir when it was doing Tesla and Palantir. The realest people on my channel remember, right? 437. Tesla was doing this shit over and over and over again. 437, 437. Go on and on. And so that's what they're doing. The purple box. Right? On individual stocks, it's like area of contentiousness. They go back and forth from, they go to, and then do it because of options and shit. But indexes, it's like for the day. Right? It's literally a range locked box for the day. SPY, QQQ, we do that for it. QQQ breaking the HOD. Bulls are in control here in the 330. Things are still heading higher on the Qs at least. They are wildin'. IWM at the tippity top too. They are testing the roof on SPY. The roof broke on QQQ though. Two 11. Wow, time is 2:10. Market moved crazy today. Like crazy up and then down and then up and or down first and then it went up crazy and then went down crazy and then went up crazy and then went down crazy and then went up even crazier. Fucking even crazier. Man. Oh yeah, we almost missed this one. This is the biggest one. Time to buy the dip as resilience remains evident through economic data.
Beyond shopping. This is finding.
Chief Investment Strategist at Oppenheimer, is joining me now. Okay, so where are you looking for the opportunities amid all this bubble talk and, excuse me, but the roller coaster that is the market right now?
Well, great to be on the show with you today, Contessa, especially on really where the Fed has been so kind to us. You know, great to hear from the New York Fed, from the Boston Fed today and see the market rally the way it is. We think, you know, where we stand right now, it really is opportunity, not so much to buy the dips wildly, but rather to focus on the babies that get thrown out with the bathwater, those really great stocks that for the moment get thrown down like hot potatoes onto the floor by the traders, the short-term aggressive investors, on any excuse to sell without FOMO in a bull market that continues to appear to be very much intact. So we continue to like infotech, communication services, We like industrials. We like financials. And yes, we do like consumer discretionary. We have been, for a long time, we're recommend cyclicals over defensives. That's worked out now for years, as well as for this year itself. We think volatility, part of the story. The big issue is, will the Fed indeed cut in December? We think it does 25 basis points. We call it another down payment by Jerome Powell to let both Wall Street and Main Street know
6.1
that
case.
indeed the
Nvidia
Fed is in the
puts 1 week out here.
process of ending the Fed funds hike cycle that started in March of 2022. So far, what do we have? We have 3 cuts from last year, 2 cuts so far done this year, with 1 more likely to go. We can't help but think that this will, in effect, just lets people know that it may not be lowering rates as fast as many in the market want, particularly leverage players on Main Street, whether it's real estate or people just looking for lower mortgage rates. But we think overall, the resilience in corporate earnings is as shown by the S&P 500, thus far remarkably
3.2% IWM.
with a domination of earnings growers versus, I think, just 1 or 2 negative earnings growers among the sectors, among the 11 sectors. And they're to be expected with energy, based on the fact that we're awash oil around the world. But the rest is very good, you know. And so we think stocks have time to move up and heal from the wobble that it had over the course of the last 10 days.
You mentioned consumer discretionary. In all of the focus on whether the Fed is going to cut or not cut, what gets lost is how that affects how consumers see the economy. The University of Michigan just out with its consumer sentiment index, which basically was in line with expectations, and they saw a little bit of a pop, just itty-bitty post-government shutdown when that ended. If you like all these sectors, infotech, communication services, industrials, financials, and consumer discretionary, what's there left not to like?
Well, you know, I think, for example, you know, we're not hot on real estate at this point. We think that's more a granular story where you want to look at the individual properties. We would also think that related to materials, not quite yet. It's beginning to warm up and gain some favor. I think earlier today it was seeing some favor. But we do think some that have been in the shadows sort of for a while.
Hit the thumbs up, folks, before you head out. Thank you very much. Have a good Friday. Have a good weekend. I'll hope to see you on Monday.
That trend should help reduce the typical what they call the bond market proxy of the utility stocks. When interest rates are high, their yields aren't as attractive typically, but this would be much more typical, would be much more attractive for their yields. In addition to that, the interim to long-term story for utilities, especially the regulated utilities of the S&P 500, looks good, with prospects for improvement of the grid in the U.S. to provide all that electricity we're going to need.
Estate planning is so much more than just having a will. Planning to age at home, protect what we've worked for from a nursing home or other predators, all that requires planning. I
Oh, my mic was muted. IWM 3.3%. Russell 2K today 3.33%. 333. Happy 333. Happy 333. Hey, Bonnie. I think Nvidia is still bearish. 1 week MACD. I'm expecting 180 test next week somehow, but I am. I'm in 185 in the purple box. Let's see. Rawr. Today is a big boy day, big tiger day, big whale day. All right, all the little tuna fishes. Can get the juice day too, but today is a big day. Just like this month has been a big month. Just like how October was a big month to set up for the next. 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 What is going now? What is running now? I don't see IWM running. I don't see Nvidia running. QQQ is running though. SPY is also running. So maybe everything else except those in SPY and QQQ here. What is running now on SPY and QQQ? Candle is spiking. Dan Ives. And we got this one to watch.
Today, choose us how to
that they cannibalize sports betting?
Yeah, so first,
And also, are you going to get in?
I'll give
There's
this
a
to you
report.
first,
Yeah.
right here.
Yeah.
Let's go. I'm giving it to you right now.
We gotta make
We're
some
launching the next couple weeks.
Launching a
Fanatics prediction markets. Absolutely.
Is this with crypto.com as rumored?
It is. It is with crypto.com. And we're super excited about, look, from our perspective,
What the
if
fuck is
there's
Fanatics?
a business that is important to our customers, we want to be in there and do it better. So I'll say something that I think won't
What the
be
fuck is
conventional
Fanatics?
thinking. I think the winners in this are going to be the sports books. I just think if you look at what Flutter and FanDuel has, and DraftKings and Fanatics, I think we have such strategic advantages from the enormous customer base that we have to all of the experience. And we have,
Are you saying like an advantage over the Kalshis and Polymarket?
yeah, definitely. And look, I like both those. I mean, each of those companies are led by studs, and you know, I think that they have great founders, and I'm fans of each of theirs.
Said studs?
But I just think if you look at the inherent customer base, the
Gay.
experience that we have in this business, you know, it's super exciting for us. And look, we're only in 23 states. So there's 27 states that we're going to launch in that we think,
He's a stud.
you know, customers want this product, and we want to give it to the customers. And
Regulatory risk, though.
there's definitely, look, I can't tell you what the regulatory environment's going to be. What I can tell you is if the regulatory environment says that we can do this, we're going to do it. And if it changes, then we'll change with it. I would not have believed a year and a half ago that all these fantasy players, prediction markets, sweepstake casinos, I didn't think any of these things would still be going, and I was wrong. And so what do? We adapt, we build, and so we're launching our predictions business in the next couple of weeks, and we're excited about it.
Right. I mean, what about the NBA? I have to ask you about, obviously, the betting scandal and how this plays into all of this. Do you think it will have a negative impact overall in the business, and what does it tell us about where regulation should be?
Yeah, so I'll give you a very unconventional answer here, which you'll probably love. I think the legal sports markets are working exactly the way they should be working. I think the reality is sports betting has been a century-old business. There's been, and by the way, today more of it's still done in the illegal markets. The reason that these things are coming to light is because the detections that are put by the legalized sports gambling companies are finding these irregularities, and they're reporting them to the authorities and to the sports properties, and then they're investigating them.
So they're self-regulating.
Yeah, when you don't find them, is it in all of these illegal markets? So from my perspective, I was curious when all this started happening, news kind of broke. I said, how many people are investigated for insider trading per year? I think there's like 50 companies per year that are investigated. So you can't have a business with thousands of players where there aren't going to be people who do dumb things, illegal things, make mistakes. What you need is the systems in place to detect these things and report these things. So what I would say is the legalized sports betting system is working exactly the way it should be. What people don't realize is these things were happening before in the illegal sports betting market that wasn't detected.
You can't control the course or the competition, but you can control what you do next. Tiger Woods built his career on the ability to reset, adapt, and make the next shot count. Insperity is built to help businesses do the same. You deserve an HR partner that's there to help you thrive, no matter what comes.
That was a fire ad. Damn. Nvidia trying to go to where you're going. I don't know. It's trying to drag me down to $400. Where you going? Stop it, Nvidia. Stop it, boy. It's going up 2%. Brar. I hate when it does this shit. Individual stocks fucking slower than SPY and QQQ. Like, bruh. $664.50 we are back at. I think this was an important level like 2-3 days ago, but wow. Bro, 2% now. Man, they trying to cook or fake or motherfucking do something to my puts on the video. Another nuke on the video. 225. Man, this purple box is all in there, huh? It's fucking all in there. It's all up in that John. It's fucking all up in that John. Man, something is cooking higher and higher every fucking candle in the video, man. Come on. Why, market? Why? Where you going? Where you going? Where you fucking going? Oh my lord. 230. $185. I'm at 5.5K right now. 185. Fuck are you doing up there in the purple box into the end of the day? Get the helly. Get the helly down here now. Get the helly down here now. First of all, next week ain't no way we going up here. Ain't no fucking way. I refuse to believe on Nvidia. Market may go up, but I don't know about Nvidia. Ain't no way. Fuck out of here with that bullshit. Come back down to 177, 178 Nvidia. What the fuck is this shit? Get the helly. Get the helly. 3.37% on IWM. 3.37% on IWM. Bruh. Going into 3. It's 225 HOD here. Went down, parabolic up, held, dropped, popped up into the purple box. That is a motherfucking R class 101. Like, what the fuck is this shit? R class 101.
I lost $50,000.
Oh.
Is following Bitcoin and the move lower. What's happening
Damn.
there?
Hey, Contessa. So Bitcoin briefly tested that critical $80,000 support level this morning, dropping to a 7-month low before bouncing back. A sign of just how fragile this market has become. $2 billion in liquidations in the last 24 hours, and institutions aren't showing signs of buying the dip. Thursday saw the second largest outflows ever from U.S. spot Bitcoin ETFs. And CoinGlass's Fear and Greed Index just hit its lowest level since the 2022 meltdown. Now, crypto winners in the past have come during year 2 of that Bitcoin halving cycle, where we are now, roughly, and have been associated with drawdowns of 80% or more. At this point, we're only down around 30% from last month's all-time high for Bitcoin, but the worry here is fading momentum. Citi flagged in a note this morning that large wallets are reducing positions and dormant coins are starting to move, a sign of whales losing conviction in the trade. There's also the broader macro backdrop, growing doubt that we'll get a Fed rate cut in December, and a rising correlation between crypto and the AI names. Both are getting hit as investors rotate out of speculative trades
Previous say
and
9:30
into
AM touched on
defensives like
IWM.
gold. The
Last
digital
level
asset
mark.
treasury stocks are really taking the brunt of it, especially Strategy, the biggest corporate holder of
Alright, this is the
Bitcoin
last level
and
mark.
the most liquid proxy
IWM.
for the asset. It has become a pressure valve for hedge funds shorting the space, now down more than 43% in a month, Contessa.
Alright, so last support. That is crazy. Bitcoin. Bitcoin. Oh.
Welcome back. Alphabet is the only
Open AI.
Renewed AI momentum is worrying one of Google's biggest AI rivals, according to new reporting. Deirdre Bosa has more in today's
AI.
This is a good one, Contessa. So, according to a memo obtained by the
AI.
information, Sam Altman told his employees that he expects
OpenAI,
to
OpenAI,
the vibes
OpenAI,
to be
OpenAI.
rough out there for a bit, as Google's recent progress could create some temporary economic headwinds for them. Now, that line, temporary economic headwinds, it gets at this emerging narrative in the AI race.
There's a confirmation
hype versus
lower
hard
happening right now.
economics. And Google's numbers, they are first in class. Gross margin of 32%, cash reserves $112 billion, free cash flow over the last quarter, $24 billion. Now, OpenAI, on the other hand, isn't even profitable.
They're trying right
It's
now.
burning
All right,
cash
confirmation
fast,
off
and
of
it has to
225,
raise again
230,
and again
trying into
just to keep
235
pace
right
with a
now.
company
Time
that
is
can fund
235.
its entire AI
25
strategy
seconds.
out of search profits. Put another way, if I need to, Google can weather a downturn.
That's what I said in the WhatsApp group. Let's see what happens. I'm not going in on SPY. I'm in on Nvidia. I have 6K Nvidia puts.
So when you hear Google's leaders, Contessa, start talking about a bubble this week, like
Open AI.
You got to wonder who that really hurts and who it could help. But a very interesting change in dynamic over the last few months.
The other interesting thing, and we had briefly touched on this yesterday, Dee, when we were talking, is that
bro.
Google has a lot of experience in consumer-facing products.
I'm feeling good today.
The idea that you would be able to use your AI in a way that is accessible to people, whether they're small business owners or factory workers or entrepreneurs or just, my mom, that they would be able to give those products in a way that's accessible.
225, 230. Let's see what happens here.
You're hitting at really the core of the bull thesis around Google right now. That is the full
stack.
The distribution, the ecosystem, the chips, the models, the products. I mean, even with the Gemini 3 release this week, they didn't just release it to subscribers or to people who are looking for AI chatbots. They released it across AI mode, so that's potentially billions of users who aren't even necessarily looking for a chatbot. They're getting the power of, the best model out there right now. So even your mom, who's maybe using a ChatGPT, a Gemini, I don't know if she's using a number of them. I told my mom that she has to.
I love my mom.
She might be using, Gemini 3 and thinking this is the best one, and then that may be
she
sticky
got the
because
fuck out of
she's
Bitcoin
using
at
Google
105K. Bitcoin leverage ETS.
Lol. It's funny to go back to Nadella's comments from not all that long ago, saying that he wanted to make Google dance. They're dancing, and I think they're having fun doing it.
Comcast. Oh my god, bro. Bitcoin bounced from 100K like as if it was gonna go back up like crazy. She's talking shit about our mama, bro. She says something about mama. Funny as fuck. I'm sorry, folks, about screaming. I will shut the hell up. All right. Opening bell. We will look at the opening bell one more time. I love the opening bell. I love the opening bell. All right. Nvidia 122%. We are at 1.2% now on Nvidia. All right, spiked up 0.8%. Now it is chilling. Billing.
CNBC real-time exchange of the big board. It's Fidelity during the honors at the NASDAQ.
I love the opening bell. Addicted to the opening bell. Love the opening bell. Who does not want to listen to our boy Jim Cramer like this? Come on.
Overnight after a close yesterday, after you have so many people who need to raise their cash. I'm not saying today's a bad day. I say see what you want to buy. I am saying that I don't like to come in a big up opening when it's just based on a guy from the Fed, Williams. I mean, this is Williams. He's been bullish all week.
Williams, I know. And not Esther Williams.
And by the way, what people are buying on, it is not a cut versus not a cut, okay? It's just like,
I am break even on Nvidia.
Well, by the way, the collapse in commodities is shocking.
You're right about that this
6,000.
Oil sub 58
1 week.
As we're watching this U.S. brokered plan for Ukraine.
Nvidia. Don't do me. All right, you know what? I'm gonna switch this goddamn chart to Nvidia because I don't want to keep changing back. Nor do I want to do that shit right now. So QQQ's coming on here. What the hell? My computer just fucking freezing every time I do something, man. I can't with this dumb computer. I need to buy a new computer. I gotta spend like a K or two on a new computer this weekend or something. It's crazy. Everything's so damn slow. Like, why is it so fucking slow? Who knows? Who knows? I know there is some sort of channel forming here though. see where this goes. 183. 187 next week. Sub 180, 180 next week. Guess we'll find out soon. Should we do another secret poll, guys, on Nvidia, or no one cares about Nvidia? You guys care? What do you guys care about? SPY, QQQ. What do you guys care about? People that are still here, what do you care about? Is there individual stock you care about right now? Do you care about the market? Do you want the market to go back up, go back down more? Like what's going on in people's minds right now? I'm wanting the Nvidia to go lower. IWM is up 3.42% now. This is literally the HOD now. So Kiko says SPY. What, you want SPY to go what? Higher, lower? Like SPY. Tesla. Alright, let's go look at Tesla real quick though. We haven't looked at Tesla all day. Tesla. Oh my gosh, 483s and 400s. So I guess 400 is a new level these days. Lewis says SPX. Don says I've been looking at SPX, okay. Man. Why does SPY look like it's fucking hovering up like crazy and everything else is literally just trolling down? Can't wait to seriously. Oh my. Alright, Tesla. 1 hour. Yeah, I haven't been on Tesla in a really long time, but I had this drawn like maybe somewhere here, and this shit playing out forever. Monday, fake out. So yeah, so I don't even know. I haven't been playing Tesla in a really long time, so I guess there's like a new level at 400 that I don't know anything about. SPX. SPX is showing Friday, holding into today's low, holding into today. So one day push down crazy yesterday, and one day continuous push down into today, and then pushing up crazy now. 20 EMA dragging up. 5 minute looking like a turtle in the new cycle. 1/3, 2/3, 3/3. Right, so does this thing go higher into Monday? Does this thing go lower somehow into Monday? Let's see. Honestly, it looks like there's a good possible pullback to somewhere here. 6,630, top of the SPX trend line. Maybe people are loading for some sort of play down here and come back up. Maybe people are loading for some sort of bounce here too. I don't know, but for sure there is a cycle 1/3, 2/3, 3/3 into today's high on QQQ and SPX and everything. So let's take a look at SPX on the 2 hour, 15 minute, 30 minute. I like the 2 hour RSI a lot. 2 hour RSI pullback on this bullish day. So rebound day. Actual intraday though. The only thing is the market doesn't let the market go bullish for more than 3 consecutive days, or they have not been. Right? 1, 2, 1, 2, 3 red. 1, 2 red. 1 red. 1 red. So 1, 2, 3 maybe, or 1 red and then 1, 2, 2. I don't know. But yeah, something crazy going on for sure. Something crazy going on. Bears are pushing right now in the MACD RSI department. Alright, bears are pushing. looks like price action's a little delayed here. On the 1 minute, 5 minute is, if the MACD RSI goes negative and the candles start stacking and then we're at J Powell FOMC candle, then the 5 minute MACD RSI will turn negative and then red, and then we'll see what happens from there. Alright, the bears are here. Trying. Let's bring this baby over here. Okay, going red on the 1. 5 minute trying red now. I'm hungry as fuck. Rocket it up. And then rocketing down. Rocketing up, rocketing down. 2. The J Powell Daddy candle maybe. J Powell Daddy candle. This shit looks stupid as fuck. I'm gonna delete this, I'm sorry. I'm gonna delete this too. This shit looks dumb as hell. Alright, Nvidia going. At 6.5k Nvidia. Nvidia. Alright, candle closing right now. Let's see what the next candle does here. If it comes consecutive and the MACD starts stacking bearish, then this is full on bearish. It looks bearish. Nvidia, they're going lower. Robotic train is going to the crash site. It's bearish right now. I'm getting ready to leave on Nvidia. Wow. Nvidia going fucking crazy. Market bouncing for 2 minutes. Deciding what to do. Might be reloading. I think they're bearish here. Low J-Paul candle at the minimum, I'm thinking. Time is 2:50. This is the 3/3 bearish right now cycle. This is a 3/3 bearish cycle happening right now. Bears are in control. MACD, everything is bearish 5 minute. The bears have the control to not go lower here or not. On QQQ, SPY, IWM, Nvidia, probably everything 5 minute MACD. And the bears are about to push it lower in the 3/3, and they're about to push it, spike it down like they spiked it up here. They're about to spike it down, I think. Bears are stronger here, like 60-40, 65-35 looks like. Everything is bearish on the 5 minute RSI MACD. QQQ, SPY. Higher time frame says we made a bottom today and went higher into 230. So even if it rejects here, it's not going to say 230 is the high of the day into 225 into Monday. It's just pull back before something like this. It's like 65, it's like 55-45, depending on who you ask, I guess. SPY is looking bullish, QQQ is looking bearish, so one of them faking out big time for sure. But which one? There's no way QQQ going higher if Nvidia is heading lower here, so maybe there is a way. I don't know. I don't care. I'm up Nvidia. Let's go. Okay. Come on. Let's go. Alright, I'm out. $6,900. I'm out. Nvidia. Woo! Let's go. Beautiful. Holding that shit into Monday. I don't care. They're at 7K now, but fuck it. I was targeting 7.1K, but they're going. I don't care. I was targeting 7.1K, but I don't care. They're fucking gone. They're going. 180. I don't give a fuck. I don't care. I gotta book my 1K profit on that shit almost. So literally, I can't fucking get lost on 1K trying to get $100 to $200. Oh my god. Oh, Dr. Burry. Alright, Nvidia spikes on report that Trump administration is considering letting Nvidia sell its best hopper to China. Alright, and then it got fucking deleted. So best of the best of the best of the best of the best. News is being sent in the WhatsApp group. Purple box is being used. Purple, perfect. Purple box. Alright, perfect purple box, right? That is news helping the setup, okay? Always fucking remember that. Always, news helps the setup. Nothing fucking more. Never the setup helps the news. Nah, bullshit. No. Where are we? 180. You're 180. You're purple box. God bless America. All right, I'm up literally 2.8K. God bless America. I'm fucking done. Oh my god. Honestly though, like, I don't know, something different. Like I'm literally on. I think I'm on a different grind. Like I've been green. Like it's fucking nuts. It's fucking nuts. Like I used to get trapped sometimes over trading and shit, going long, short, long. None of that bullshit anymore. I am so fucking focused sometimes. Like oh my god. I mean, most times I really, truly focus and focus and care about my rules, but like. Sometimes I get got on human shit too, but bro, oh my. Oh my. That was amazing. 1/3, 2/3, 3/3. Bullish news. They don't even care about no bullish news. Purple box. Stronger. Purple box fucking stronger on the video. Man. I love fucking cycles. I love fucking this time is 255, man. This is fucking amazing. This is amazing. This is amazing. The thing literally went to sub 180. I can't even fucking believe it. I was low-key feeling FOMO, but it's whatever. And then beautiful fucking amazing waterfall right here. And then crazy. I don't even know this shit. I guess people were waiting for this too, but like what the fuck? I literally had no idea what I was gonna do here. I was like 180. After 180, I had no idea. I don't think the market had an idea. And then the market dropped from 180, and then the news like it was like market going up, and the news came up. The Nvidia news apparently, right? I didn't even know it was in Nvidia news. Alfonso Don was like the one that said, "Oh, this is the Nvidia news, right?" And we literally saw SPY, and I was like, "Oh my God, SPY! What the hell going on?" But it was literally the Nvidia news, and we are, oh, man, look what happened when the bullish Nvidia news came out. Off of 184, off of 185. What is this? The play box, the setup box. They trap people there just now on news, right? They trap people at 664, 665, 663 at the tippity top of today's volume range, volume node, using news. So now things look way confusing into Monday. Right now things look way confusing into Monday. Nvidia is still bearish. I'm not going. Sub 180, I have no fucking idea anymore. Still bearish. Alright, bulls are trapped off news, looks like. Insane. This is insane work. This is 3/3. Alright, J-Pow FOMC candle. Maybe chop. Alright, where are we gonna head lower? Maybe 6,600. I know it sounds crazy, but dude, when the market runs and the market drops, it sounds crazy. It sounds fucking crazy. So, right, we're gonna do a poll, okay? The poll is this is truly the last poll of the day. Hopefully every one of you guys can participate. The next poll is, are we going to the new high of the day? Are we going to 6,600? Right? That is this is the ultimate last poll of the day. Ultimate last poll of the day for the people that survived, right? New HOD or 6,600 SPX. There's no other answers. All right, we will leave it at that. We will leave it at that, folks. New HOD or 6,600 SPX. End of day. We will find out. I don't know. I'm gonna vote after everybody. I'm gonna turn around and then I'm going to think about it, and then I'll vote so that I don't see anybody else vote. That is literally what's going to most likely happen. New HOD, extend the 3/3 bullish cycle, or pull back to 6,600 SPX. So, all right, we are split down the middle in the WhatsApp group. Matt says new HOD. David says 6,600. Mike says, I don't think HOD, 6,600 SPX. Okay, let's see. But I really, that's what I truly think. Either, right, the market's going to continuously go higher, break this, and extend it higher to new HOD, or maybe test HOD and reject or something, or a trend line, or 6,000. Maybe a new HOD is too wild. All right, but yeah, 6,600. But I mean, it's literally in the middle of it. We are in the midpoint of HOD thinking, in the middle of 6,600 thinking mentally. So that's why we're doing the poll. Even though the MACD looks bearish in the 5, and we get that, but I'm just doing the poll because we are literally right at the middle. We are at the J Powell FOMC candle. Time is only, well, time is 3. It's power hour. Power hour can do whatever. We have 5 people voting new HOD. All right, 3 people voting 6,600 SPX. I will vote 6,600 SPX because that is the lower vote of the day. And I also think Nvidia will continue to pull back. I just don't want to play in the 3/3. We'll see. Mike says 50% retracement of today's move is 6590. Okay. They don't have to do that, though. But candle showing bullish. Chopping at the J Powell. FO Elm Street candle for now. Bouncing at. Look where we bounced to. Previous low of the day turned, or previous high of the day, sorry, turned into resistance and or support. Alright, so even if we break lower, even if we break higher, it's going to turn into what? Resistance and or support, meaning it's most likely going to be used as a magnet right now before it does anything. So it bouncing 255 into 3. 3 is bounced from 255, so 5-minute bounce. 3 is deciding whether to continue this 5-minute bounce into 305 or not, continuing, meaning 5-10 minutes, or reject from 3 to 305 and then figure it out. We have 6 people voting new HOD, 6 people voting 6,600 SPX. We are mixed. On WhatsApp group. In the WhatsApp group. Risk is crazy. It is oversold. MACD RSI is coming back bullish. But this is the 3/3 and it's power hour, meaning anything could happen here. I don't want to speculate, so I just want to watch here. And then once the decision kind of comes in, and then once it's deductible enough, and then once it's more probable than not, then that's the probability that I want to say. That's how I usually operate. So I just see and say what's the most probable deductible possible passage for the candle wise in that moment based off what I see. And yeah, we'll see if that's true or not. I mean, just because I see it does not mean it's right too clearly. 255 could bounce to 3 and then 3 could reject. Nobody knows really. But I mean, I'm literally just trying to, see what the cycle and the time confirmation does. Everyone has a different way of understanding cycles and time confirmations. Arthur KTM said, what WhatsApp group? Yeah, there's a WhatsApp group in the channel description. Time is 3:05. 3 is allowing the candle to run to 3:03, 3:05. So now it's turning into a, at the minimum, 8-minute push from 255 into 3:05. Right, even if they reject here, it's a rejection of a 3:05. No confirmation, nothing. This is 3/3 power hour, so this is why no one knows, basically. Any one of these candles can flicker green or up, and they will mean different things. There could be a big red right now. There could be a big green, and it could mean it's going to run to 3:05, 3:05, 3:04, 3:06, right? Or it rejects right here from 3:05, and then it goes lower to 3:10 or whatever, and then it bounces from the floor, comes right back, whatever. I don't know. All I do know is this is power hour. Massive volume, massive. Big boys moving most likely in the next 55 minutes. And if they do not enter 345, then 345 into 4. Big boy wailing now. Yeah, you can join, but all we ask is that people that are in the WhatsApp group, it's not like a one-time thing. They need to stay active in the WhatsApp and YouTube chat as well. And if they are a channel hopper or they are a part of a different community and they are here for some weird sinister reason, or they think this is some, oh, blah blah blah, like whatever it is, and there's no effort put into whatever, then this is not the right place. So I don't know if they have to make the decision or I have to make the decision for them, but at some point a decision will be made, you know what I mean, for them or for the benefit of all, honestly, is what I'm trying to say. So hopefully people understand what I'm trying to say too, because I don't really care about no bullshit or BS or no scam shit. So I'm not trying to waste no one's time. I'm just literally, you know, this is a community where we promote community real shit. I don't want to deal with no bullshit scam, no fake negative. I don't care about none of that. I don't have time for none of that. They have time for all of that. So yeah, it looks like bears are still here. We'll see. Looks like bears are still here. Power hour is pushing lower. I can't play the, yeah. like I'm not trying to make fun of nobody. I'm not trying to give anybody offense, but you know, it's literally people waking up people in the middle of the night at like 4 or 5 in the morning because they're just like that, and like that's literally, I gotta be defensive for the group then at that point. For the sake of the group, in terms of long term, medium term, you know what I mean, whatever it is. I'm just gonna be defensive as fuck against weird scammer energy. I'm always expose people. I'm not talking about anyone here, but I'm literally saying I'm exposing online scammers and furus and gurus for what they are. Always, I'm always about that bullshit. So, we are hovering at the top of the SPX trend line, downward trend line of November. Alright, this is the 3rd week of November. I did not have time to update the market update video, but the market update video will go live most likely tomorrow. Okay. And everybody, please hit the like button, thumbs up before you head out today. who is Jazam? There's a Jazam from Indonesia. Please say hello in chat, but if not, yeah. We don't really have anything against international numbers. It's just international numbers tend to need some more commitment. So, yes. We're barcoding bearish, but at the top of the trend line, so it's bullish, but it's not bullish because we are losing the bottom of the trend line on QQQ. So it's mixed. Tech is. IWM is also losing the previous 930 open since 230, right? That's been the top. It's marked the top, right? This shit marked the top. IWM. How do I know this? Because I fucking remember everything. How do I know? I talked about IWM top touching 930 top because I literally remember fucking everything. So when did I say that in the WhatsApp group? 2:31, previously 9:30 a.m. level touched IWM. Mark the top. At 2:30. Looking crazy beautiful. All this shit looks childish as hell, but I'm not gonna lie, you gotta give it to the IWM bulls today. That thing rocketed. So strong fucking rocket. But it's been losing 230 top, 237 since 230. It's only $1, but you get what I'm saying? Like fucking IWM rocket, but wow. And Nvidia is literally hovering at 180. 180 is not breaking. 180 is playing a support right now, it looks like as well. Yeah, Derek Simpson, it looks like you've been someone that's been active a lot, so just you need to let me know how to get in contact with you, I guess, in the WhatsApp group or WhatsApp chat, or I don't know, and I'll like just private message you the link and it should work. But yeah, most likely, people that are most of the times affected are people that have been typing for at least 3 to 4 days, and Derek is clearly one of them. So J&J says great run today. On what, everything? What was nice for you? SPY, QQQ, IWM? Are you talking about great market, like cycling? What was great? And I'm very glad you had a great run today type of day. That's awesome, man. It's something good to hear. SPX, got it. Nice. Small cycling happening here. Barcoding at the FOMC Daddy J-Pow candle. I'm sorry, I call it J. if they start going lower into this purple box, it's gonna be like a lotto thing. I think they may be waiting for like lotto times or something. They're trying to show bearish now, but I'm gonna look at SPX. Terrible candles. It needs to go into that purple box for any sort of statement, I think. It's just here. Not bearish, not bullish, just candle looking like damn. Alright guys, I gotta go. I'm gonna go eat. I have to go pick up my food. Go get some Indian food. Love you all. Bye-bye.